Hey everybody, quick shot here looking back at Europe's match history. Any standout games that shaped what the LEC is today.
If Shadow gets hold of Lee Sin and just absolutely destroys Jacobs on the champion.
I mean, it could happen. It could happen. We'll just have to wait and see as... Ooh, G2 gonna ban out the Ezreal. Okay.
And frankly, I like to see it. Do not love the G2 bot lane not having a lot of reliable engage tools. Yuumi ult is not enough for me, so would not mind seeing the Senna again, especially now that the Kalista has been banned alongside the Caitlyn.
I'm wondering if... Oh, G2, they don't want to play the Lilia themselves. That is fascinating. So I guess that their priority is instead going to be the Senna. Surely.
Lux is... Oh, never mind.
No.
So Ashe is also up and available, but Senna, of course, has been the more successful pick for G2 so far this season, for almost every team, actually. I
think that G2's goal should always be to get perks on a champion that is comfortable on, and that he can have agency over. And I think that Senna, he's already showcased this series, his positioning has been fantastic. He had a great Senna game in Game 2, and you can see that by banning away the Lilia, they said, yeah, okay, it's fine. We would rather put perks on Senna and just prioritize that rather than get ourselves the Lilia.
And that means that the Ashe is kind of the other big champion that goes through. Hecarim has also slipped through the bans. We've seen a lot of attention onto that, so, you know, Shadow doesn't necessarily have to go towards the Lee Sin, if he doesn't want it, even though Lily has been pinched, there's the set that has also fallen to the ban, so Jankos immediately grabs that. When we had Jankos on Euphoria, he talked about how putting a jungler on a tank when a lot of top laners were kind of struggling to find engage tools that were working shores up a lot of the team fight tools that you need, and so Jankos taking that responsibility usually as the set and being like, I will start the fights, I will have the agency to be the team player.
And obviously a huge performance from Jankos in game 1. Mickey X limited to Braum this time around, so not quite the same amount of aggressive playmaking. And now we have the Shen. We now know also that it is not just a blind pick for Arome, but in this case it will be, because the Thresh is already locked in. So G2 will have some options here. See if Mad Lions will once again ban the Camille and Mordekaiser, or if maybe the GP hits the bench this time around.
Well, your question has been answered, Dracos. No free scaling lane here.
I think the thing that surprises me is that Thresh is currently sitting in Mad Lions' draft. They have Ashe Thresh bot lane. That is so strong. And G2 responding with Braum is not what I expected. Because I think right now, in terms of their engage, it's actually quite weak. And their 2v2 bot lane is also not great. And something that we talked about at the end of last game was that I think one of the formulas for success is having a winning 2v2 bot lane for Mad Lions. So I think that Mad Lions are sitting very comfortably right now. They have the Shen that can also play through bots. They have the Ashe arrow as well. Like, this is already looking like a very bot-centric comp for Mad Lions. And what we've seen is that when you set your bot lane up for success, that is how you take down G2.
Absolutely is, and very surprised that we have not seen a Bard yet this game, and the Thresh was only banned in game 1 and has not seen any attention until now in game 4. But with the Braum already picked, bot lane's decided, as you said. We have to see how G2 wants to support their bot lane. What picks will come through for the mid and top lane?
I like the fact that G2 immediately started pinching champions that dive deep and have a lot of mobility. Champions that work really well with Thresh are things like that Lee Sin, because you can go in and you can throw the lantern and then immediately pull him back to safety. Same thing kind of works for the Akali there. It's kind of one of those fun combinations. There's Sakura.
Yeah, I mean, surely we're going to see either a Azir again from Mad Lions, or we're going to see a Galio once more. Because, like, Mad Lions already have more than enough damage now. They've got Ashe, they've got Hecarim, they're good, as long as the Hecarim doesn't fall behind. So, like, just chuck a Galio in there, you offer more peel, you offer more dive, you've got everything.
And that's why you see the Zoe coming out to try to dissuade an Azir. I agree with you, Vedius. It feels like that seems to be what G2 think Mad Lions is going to be doing.
And Perks' Zoe, or rather not Perks' Zoe, but Caps' Zoe. I'm sure Perks' Zoe is good too. But Caps' Zoe coming in here, obviously one of his big champions. Only he and Abadage have really found any success on the champion so far this season. So we'll get the opportunity to pull it out once again, as it looks like we're going to have double AP solo laners from G2 Esports, trying to mix up their damage profile a little bit. Have to see if they can find as much success as they did in game 2, where they managed to turn it around with the power of this Nico in the mid to late game.
I think that's a bit dangerous from G2. It's pretty easy to itemize against them, and they frankly really need to outplay here. With Humanoid then grabbing the Twisted Fate, you can already see kind of the global pressure that Mad Lions composition can throw out. Ashe, Twisted Fate, Shen, the mobility of Hecarim. It's a very disgusting composition. Frankly, I feel like just looking at draft, we might be looking at a potential game 5.
I really like Mad Lions' comp. I think it's super strong. I think one of the biggest things is going to come from how well can Humanoid get outside of lane? Is he going to be attacked like he was in game 1? The mid-jungle duo, of course, still very strong. Caps on one of his most played champions this split. It feels a lot like comfort for G2 versus what seems like a very solid comp for Mad Lions. Strong dive, strong globals, playing through the bot side of the map. I'm looking forward to seeing what Mad can do with this comp, because I think if they get a lead, they can snowball with it.
And here we are, G2 versus Mad Lions, getting into game 4. Mad Lions grouping up, looking for a strong level 1 to get them started here in game 4. One more win takes them to match point, and Silver scrapes. Remember, a Worlds spot on the line. Loser will drop down to the lower bracket, have to fight their way back up to the finals.
Of course, as a reminder, if Fnatic lose tomorrow, both of these teams will qualify for Worlds because of how our playoff bracket works. So neither team will be knocked out, but the winner will guarantee that World spot, which is, of course, very important for both these teams that have been working for Worlds for the entire year.
Speaking of Fnatic, if you watch the LEC broadcast a lot, you're probably tired of hearing about these two teams. The G2s, the Fnatics, the pillars of Europe, the two big giants that our region has had for so long. But I want to propose a new story and a new rivalry, because we've always talked about Fnatic versus G2, but as Mad Lions are possibly on the cusp of taking us to Silver Scrapes in Game 5, that would be twice now that they've taken G2 to Game 5, and while we always talk about G2 versus Fnatic, you might be witnessing the birth of a new rivalry, of Mad Lions actually being that team that we've set them out to be, this new European power. So all eyes on these little breakout Cubs to see if they can truly be the next great European hope.
And of course, the only two teams G2 has ever lost a best-of-5 to with this roster since the start of 2019 is FPX in the Mad Lions. Not quite there again yet, but they do have one of the better head-to-head records against G2. I believe they were 6 and 7 rather from the Mad Lions perspective coming into this series. Now looking to balance it out, potentially tie it up if they can win another best-of-5 here. But pressure is on. They do not have a game advantage. It is G2 at match point, so single mistakes from Mad Lions. Mistakes that we've seen a lot, actually, in the early game, especially around the mid lane, could cost them dearly.
Well, in this early game, what we've seen is that the blue buff was stolen away. Oh, we have a bit of a playing bot.
That thought, the hook now going down, Unbreakable blocking a decent amount of damage, looking for the 4 stack here, but Perks' autos are incredibly slow, forcing double sums out from Mickey in the meantime. In exchange for Kaiser is going to make them very vulnerable to any follow-up
So
ganks.
I'll come back to the jungle matchup in a second and highlight, again, this Thresh Ashe 2v2, very strong. They weren't able to get any kills here, but they forced both summoners out from Mickey. Kaiser the same as Shadow looks for gank mid.
Gold card.
Forced to flash away is a very big deal. Zoe without flash, very vulnerable in lane.
So already we're seeing Mad with action across the map. They make the gank happen bot. They try to make a gank happen mid. And even though Shadow did lose his blue buff, he doesn't care. He's going to move into Jankos' bot side, going to steal away a couple jungle camps. And now Jankos looking to go on the attack.
Once again, hook connecting, Unbreakable blocking most of the follow-up, though.
That's
Kaiser locked up 2, 3, 4. As his dash comes in, Kaiser's going to be in trouble. The Ignite already gone, and that's going to be first blood going over to G2. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, it's a trade back and forth. Humanoid blows his flash, but will hold on to his life.
And like every other game this series so far, we knew it was going to be bloody when Mad Lions and G2 took the Rift. And again, very explosive early games. Now, hopefully in the replay, we get a bit more extended runway time to see what really happened with Kaiser there. Obviously burning his flash in the initial engagement. I think he was just caught out of position by Mickey on the Braum and got walked down, but very unfortunate there to be punished for his aggression.
And it looks like G2 for now going to be sitting on top as we see a lot of action moving towards the bot side of the map. But Jankos in a good position there to cover Perks and Mickey as they push out that bot wave, stop Shadow from being able to make a counter gank happen.
Now also that wave just way too big for Carzzy to walk past. Here's the runway time, thank you observers. And I have a feeling that Kaiser probably just gets stuck too close to a minion.
Oh, so he just hooks Perks while he's applying the slow. And of course, Kaiser already used his flash earlier, so this then makes it easy for Perks and Mickey to chase him down. Now, in an ideal world, great position. Props to Perks' positioning. Pretty much this entire series has been fantastic. They wanted to give the kill over to Perks, but in this situation, this early on into the game, Perks is probably not flaming Mickey. He's probably like, it's fine. As long as they get the kill, they're happy.
And now we have to see what they can do with any kind of advantage. Of course, not quite what they wanted to get, but it's not about getting a tier early on for the Senna. You will just go for the pickaxe, so it is most certainly not the end of the world. He's able to buy the item that he wants and now continue to lane against Kaiser and Carzzy. In the previous game, Carzzy and Kaiser were able to shove in the wave so consistently. They were able to be such a nuisance. But without the Lulu this time around, they may not have quite as much all-in power. And I'm wondering if we eventually get to see some roams from Kaiser. We'd spent so much about the mid lane in our first 2 games, but Game 3 was much more individual lane focused. And the lanes, or the roaming rather, could start to come out.
Dragos, it's the caster classic when we say level 6s, baby. Like, that's all you got to keep your eyes on, especially with Mad Lion's composition. Twisted Fate, Shen,
Ashe
no
Arrow.
flashes, Ashe Arrow, you hit that right. It's just, there's so much on Mad's comp when they hit that level that G2's got to be on high alert. You can already see, let's bring up the minimap and have a look at some of this vision. You can see Control Ward already sitting in the river. They've got the bot scuttle as well. Mad is already setting the scenes and saying, hey, we have our eyes set on making a play for the bot lane.
When you're against a Twisted Fate or a champion that does have heavy roam potential, the Control Ward that Vedius just pointed out is so important.
X-Flash, Facebreaker will pull back, will connect. Humanoid potentially going to be in trouble here. Haymaker will land. Yanko's taking a lot of damage back, but Humanoid holding his ground for now.
Yep, really good positioning there from Humanoid. He was in front of minions, so he couldn't get bubbled, and now Shadow looking for a gang top.
Rome could go for the taunt flash here. Shadow, though, denied on the devastating charge there by the stealth from Wonder. Clever use.
And now we have a moment where Matt are just going to crash this wave. Jankos making sure that Wonder's probably not going to get dove. Using Blast Cone, though, he's going for the gank.
Double snare, that's so much CC. Now they're going to be in trouble. That is the power of this champion. The pullback. Arome now trying to run to safety. Facebreaker, where's it going to go? Jankos waiting, trying to find 2 kills, but it will just have to settle for 1 as Arome gets knocked down.
On the very tip of his fingers right there, Jankos manages to find Shen, pull him back. So good cover from G2. They gank mid lane. They immediately run to the top side, find the kill, and are starting to alleviate a lot of this pressure that Mad Lions are throwing.
And that level 6 now gets delayed because Humanoid, he doesn't have the HP to look for the roam. Arome also forced, well, he's dead. And we see Wonder getting the outplay here. Shadow and Arome is basically just trying to push in the wave so Arome can look to a reset so they can make this level 6 play happen, but then the double binding into the ultimate, into Yanko showing up. Beautifully executed there by Wonder, and you can see why this is a comfort pick for Wonder and why he does so well on the champion.
And G2 are so confident in this play that you see Wonder, or Jankos rather, waits on the E because he's hoping he can hit both the Hecarim and the Shen to find the double. Of course, only grabs 1, but a very solid start for Jankos. Now, 1 kill up in the jungle matchup has to be feeling good.
It's kind of one of those situations where unless Nico's just like popping up everywhere in scrims, she's kind of a champion that you forget what they do, or you kind of forget how the matchups work because you don't see her as often. And then you get caught out by things like that where you're just not thinking. Because the thought process for Mad Lions was clear there. They're like as Betty is saying, crash the wave, get the back. But because you're against a Nico, that binding just ruins your whole day.
Yeah, and really at that point, Wonder had no damage. That is just base damages and a flawless combo there. Of course, maybe they could have seen him coming on the Scryer's Bloom as it was popped by Jankos, but they disrespected a little bit, and as a result, they are going to be in trouble.
But here's the thing. Perkz and Mickey now need to be on their best behavior because you know that Humanoid's going to be picking up his blue buff here. Everyone's keeping track of the jungle timers, and that Carzzy has just tipped over into level 6. And so this is going to be the big window. We're constantly going to be clearing waves and then looking for the roams and the kill setup bot lane for Mad.
And so what G2 is going to be doing is, number 1, they're going to keep top pushed as much as possible. We don't have time. The play's already happening.
Lands, Perkz now walking away. Of course, when he's into stealth, it is hard for Shadow to actually follow up. Oh my god, that's actually such a solid interaction. Curse of the Black Mist denying the Hecarim devastating blow unless he gets into absolute closest range possible.
So I know that Senna has a lot going for her, but I'm just gonna put it out there that I think the Curse of the Black Mist, probably like the top tier in my opinion, like top shelf ability. That ability ruins so many champions' days.
And I think that in that situation, it's what really helped G2 able to get out of that situation, but also the clutch exhaust from Mickey mitigating so much damage and slowing Shadow was pivotal in allowing G2's bot lane to get out with their lives. But the other big thing, and this is why I wanted to bring up the minimap, was top is permanently being pushed in, and so is mid lane, which makes it so hard for Mad to actually utilize their globals, because if they ever do, they're either losing all their HP or they're going to lose so many plates for it. So G2 are trying to utilize their strong soul laners, as we see another play in the mid lane.
Good sidestep there coming in for Jankos. And Venice, I think it's a really good point because when we first saw the Nico come out, Matt absolutely demolished it with the Camille Galio combo. So they actually haven't gotten a really good sample to set expectations for what this champion can do. And now that Wonder's ahead and Arome's stuck on the Shen instead of the Camille, he doesn't actually really have any options to contest this wave up against the Nico.
But that also means that Mad Lions need to really rely on Shadow to get Arome and Humanoid kind of out of these lanes and into playmaking opportunity.
Yep.
Now, the Zoe pick is obviously going to be huge because she'll have push priority or at least be able to answer. I'll hold it.
Perkz in trouble. Good flash there coming out, but now the Shen on the way down. Perkz is going to get taunted up and knocked down. Mickey on the retreat, but no, the heal. Not quite enough. Mickey will now retreat. Arrow now coming in. He's going to have to flash out to safety. Meanwhile, Nico pushing on the top side, but a solid play kicked off there for Mad Lions.
As we were just talking about, you need to get the Shin and the Twisted Fate out of the lane phase because they're never going to be able to contest the priority. Mad Lions found their window. In response, though, G2 picked up the Herald, funnel all of this gold into Wonder. This is no longer the 0-4 Nico that we saw in the previous game. This is Wonder who's going to be on clock, if not ahead of clock with this Herald behind him.
And this is why the pushing lanes was so important. You can see even in the mid lane, look at Caps continuing to push, they found Shadow.
Oh, sleepy.
Whoa, anti-synergy.
Oh, Jankos, my dude, you gotta wait for Caps to land the Q there. Otherwise, no damage is going to come through. So Shadow forced to use his ultimate, and Wonder, he's going to get himself another tower. But again, this is why the pushing waves are so important, because the moment this play happens, sure, Perkz lost his life, but he lost his life for the team. They now have a 2-3K gold advantage after what was a successful roam from Mad.
Oh, wow. And that's a 2K lead for Wunder individually in his lane, and he's at almost 1,300 ahead of the furthest ahead person, which is Humanoid. That is one massive Nico, and also the faster she gets to level 11, the more devastating that ultimate is going to be. G2 also going to grab a Mountain Drake in the meantime. Mad Lion, they were fighting blow for blow in Game 2 and Game 3, but this time around, G2 are absolutely dominating in terms of raw gold in the early game.
That said, Mad Lion's composition, even though they have fallen behind, is still very strong at kind of creating their own windows of opportunity to take the plays that they want because of all of their global ultimates. So because of the composition that they're playing, yes, everything is looking very good for G2 right now. Mad Lions still have plenty of opportunities and choices to make to get them right back into this game.
Arrow lands.
Locked up. Taken out, and it's very clear once again, it feels like Mad Lions always paint a target on the back of one of the G2 members in the early to mid game, and this time around it is Perks. Lens, of course, available this time, was able to use it to walk away, but Wunder now ready to spread his advantage from the top lane to the bottom side of the map as Shen is left farming under his inhibitor tower. Wunder can start to walk forward here. Lantern there to pull Carzzy out, waiting as long as possible before taking it.
So, okay, Wunder is... So could we very quickly look at the Shen in the top lane observers? Because I believe he should be setting up a freeze right now, and his whole goal here is to try and maintain the wave here so that it doesn't push back towards Wunder, he gets no farm, and Aroma can get back into the game. What's interesting is how Wunder now uses his time. And what we've seen is that Wunder's now roaming into the bot to help take down this tower and secure more plates for his team. And because it forces Matt into a numbers disadvantage.
Oh no, that is one big Nico meet. Oh, cool, the highway now coming out there from Mickey X. Yanko's now pursuing in, and Carzzy will get taken down.
Arome didn't have his ultimate there. He had to TP in, and now he's stuck in a very awkward spot.
Oh, he's marked up 3-4, suplex down, knocked. It's gonna be one sleepy Shen. He's gonna be one dead Shen in a second. Surgical play on the Surgeon Shen from G2.
Mad Lions are not having a good time with their teleports this series. It has been a very rough day. Obviously, Arome immediately regretted that one. As you said, Vedius, he didn't have the stand united, and if he had, maybe that situation doesn't turn out as favorably for G2 as it did, but you were just talking about the freeze, how it gave space for Wunder to use the numbers advantage across the map, and then it's just on the team to be proactive enough to punish it. Yes, if you freeze, you deny a lot of gold, but you need to account for the fact that Wunder's not just going to sit up there and watch you freeze the wave.
Yep.
He's going to have a champion like Nico that can set up those dives and still be devastating on the map.
And what's crucial is Caps went with him. It was not a 4-man playbot, it was a 5-man playbot. They committed all of their members down there because there was still a lot of plates, and it was the only way that they could force these kills and plays to happen. So they lost a couple of plates mid. Humanoid was able to get some experience back, some farm back, which is great for him, but at the end of the day, Mad got punished for trying to freeze that wave there. So really well played by G2. Now they're looking to play on a Perks.
Perks caught out the chain CC, flawless from Mad Lions, looking to burn him down as quickly as possible. Mickey there, not quite fast enough. The Unbreakable will not body block the final shot there, and he will get taken out.
Really
Still
good pick.
Constantly abusing G2's greed. That's multiple times that G2 members over the course of the series have been caught greeting for waves. In particular, great vision control also from Mad. They have complete control behind that dragon pit. They just stood in fog of war, waited for Perks to step forward to the wave and said, thank you very much. I'll take that one.
Brutal. Perks, of course, still doing fine, all things considered, just scaling really at this point in the game, but can't afford to fall too much further behind. He's giving a ton of gold over to Carzzy. Hook will just barely not connect, but Mad Lions will be able to break this bottom lane tower.
I still think it's just huge credit and compliments to Carzzy and Kaiser because they're able to create advantages for themselves without access to a Shen ultimate, a Hecarim, and a Twisted Fate. As we've been talking about, Twisted Fate hasn't gotten to roam. He hasn't gotten to use the Destiny in any other lane, so finding those picks is actually really crucial. This, however, speaking of greed...
X-Flash available, Chilling Smite on the way. No mana for Carzzy. That's going to be a big deal, but Kaiser can just play him back and use the box as well. The suplex back down, though. As they're going to try to buy a bit more space, but he cannot connect now. The rest of the team now coming in. Jankos, though, he's already used the grid. He's going to be very squishy, but they cannot quite kill him because an Unbreakable comes in at the perfect time. He's going to hit 3 members with the ultimate. No, Carzzy with the sidestep will survive, but here comes Caps. Big damage as he flashes in. 3 stacks, 4 onto Humanoid. He will get stunned, but he will go back into the tower. Perks trying to heal up Mickey, trying to keep his support alive. Big shield across the entire team. Carzzy stepping forward once again will sidestep the snare. That's going to be massive. An absolute brawl on the bottom side, but not too many deaths in the end.
Such a great play by Mickey and Perks in particular to turn that play completely around there.
And I'm kind of just reeling that more people didn't die. That was Oh, here we go. It's not done. We thought the play was over, but now it's just Mad Lion's turns. Mickey X and Perks absolutely caught out here.
Dive for your support, Perks.
No real chance to retreat on this one. Perks just next on the list. Just point and click him down. Gold card and wild cards to finish the job.
Okay. I don't think Perks had to run into the bush. I think he could have just died.
You died together.
Mickey could have just gone away. But because they overstayed, because they greeded to try and secure the tower, Mad are able to punish G2. And now they're the ones that are in position to challenge Drake, but Shadow's low. The TP coming through.
Oh god,
G2
it never
still
stops.
wanna fight this.
Wonder chasing. X-Flash used. Humanoid has to choose who he's going to stun up. Wonder will get locked up, and now Humanoid just getting run down. Protobelt as well for Caps. Can just pop forward at a moment's notice. Going to come through. Nice sidestep from Humanoid, but not quite enough to finish the job. In the meantime, it looks like Mad Lions did take down the Infernal.
So let's have a look back at this play and how this all came about. So Jankos, he sees that the position that Kaiser and Kazi are in, he thinks, okay, I can make this play happen, uses ultimate to get through the threshold, which is really good, sidesteps the hook, and is able to burst him out. Then the stun comes through, but the heal from Perks keeps him alive, along with Mickey's flash into Braum ultimate, timing just as Arome arrives, and he's taken a bunch of damage from Wonder. The minion is what blocks it and saves Mad from actually losing more members. Then the stopwatch from Mickey, the ultimate from Perks as well, and then some good sidesteps here from Kazi. A lot of cool mechanical plays here that end up working out in favor of both teams. Ends up only being one kill. But then, of course, you see Perks him like, I can get this tower, doesn't respect the Humanoid wasn't in this fight, the TP as well. And this is where I'm like, don't go in the bush.
When you're swimming with your friend and they kind of lose it and they're like, oh, I'm starting to sink, hold me up. Yeah. It's like, you're just making us both drown. No one is being saved here. I am not your lifeguard.
I mean, to be fair to Perks, Humanoid was like so deep behind them, they were gonna find me. You know what I mean? I don't think Mickey was getting out of that one.
A man can dream. Roscoe. All right, they will grab the Herald in the meantime. Of course, Mad Lions did grab the Infernal, so it's a trade back and forth for objectives, but still a 3K gold lead for G2. Remember, they are on match point. If they can close this one out cleanly, they will secure their spot at Worlds. For Mad Lions trying to bring us back to Game 5.
And so what I do think is interesting here is that in Mad's comp, they do have strong split pushing aspects, but they also have pretty good team fighting because of their ability to dive the backline. Now, of course, Twisted Fate in team fights is always a bit of a weird one because he can either be really valuable depending on his positioning or he's just very awkward.
We have a scale. You're either a nemesis or a messiah.
I mean, yeah, there's good damage. Caps is here, though. The Lantern is likely just going to keep Kazi alive. But yeah, basically what I think is really interesting is you have a dive comp, but I think that Braum and Nico exceptionally good versus dive. So I think that Mad want to avoid 5v5 fights if they can, and I think they're better off utilizing sides to generate pressure and then trying to look for picks. Instead, use the TF ultimate, use the Asher, use the Shen ultimate to try and pick off people on a side lane, and then rotate into an objective where you have a numbers.
You also have to be very careful about when you Shen ult, because it is so easy if you are running in as Hecarim for Jankos to just ult you right back out, and if the Shen is ulting in at the same time, you can shut down all of the reliable engage and team fight options for Mad Lions. I think you're so right, Betty. I think picks probably are the better decision at this stage of the game.
But I think kind of the difference in the last time that Mad Lions, or excuse me, like the reach of Senna and what Mad Lions have for them is even if the engage or the dive doesn't land, you still have great reach and control in front of you between a Thresh and an Ashe. I just think Mad Lion's composition is really well balanced and kind of everything that it can do. And even if you don't get the most successful Hecarim into Shen, like Ashe and Karzi, with the help and protection of Kaiser, can just fight you and walk you down front to back. She's gonna have great kill pressure on set.
So I agree, but I think that when you look at the range, Caps and Perks should have more. Which is why I think that, like, that's the biggest difference for me, because last time, you're right, when they were funneled into those choke points.
What front line dies faster?
Yeah,
and you have two tanks versus one.
Sure. And I think that I think that Zoe pick is what really changes a lot for me, because I think that her range is kind of unrivaled, and like, Shadow's like, I'm ready to start a fight, and then all of a sudden slapped by a bubble, and you're like, I'm no longer ready to start a fight, right? And so that's one of the biggest things for me, and again, it's also in the hands of Caps, and this is one of his best champions, so that's probably going to be one of the biggest champions that I keep my eyes on when we look at these fights and these neutral objectives that are going to be coming up in the next few minutes.
Cap's no stranger to that kind of pressure. His Zoe, more often than not, is stacking Medjai's. At this point, it is just a Dark Seal. We'll have to see if he wants to tick over to the next tier of that item. Important to note as well, Wonder with the Glacial Augment now has 2 item actives to go for, so Carzzy and Kaiser, as strong as they are, have to be careful about where they position. Could be very easy to catch them out. Kaiser consistently staying very far back from Carzzy to make sure he can use that Lantern to take him to safety. That said, Cap now potentially caught out. They're trying to get the fight kicked off. Mickey looking for that disengage. Shadow caught in the midst of the entire team, but Humanoid on the backside trying to dunk down. Cap's still alive. The heal coming in from Perks, but not nearly enough. G2 now has to run for the hills. Shadow still going. Wonder coming in. 3 stacks. Not quite going to find the 4th. They tick away. Jankos will go down. Wonder wants to find something. He's going to have to use the ult shortly just to save alive. A nice flash taunt comes in. Wonder going to be in trouble when Mad Lions grab a kill, and just like that, only 1K difference in goals.
So well played there from Mad Lions as Caps is trying. Ooh. Okay, that was a little bit too close for comfort. Caps on Zoe. Need to remember that one. Carzzy, though, playing like a madman. That is the aggressive Ashe that I like to see.
Mad are going to come out ahead in this fight as well. A much-needed team fight win as they look to secure themselves the 3rd Drake of the game. Beautiful stuff, and a lot of it just comes off the back of punishing Cap's position there. He was the one that got caught out first. He was the one that had to use his flash very early on, and he was one of the players that we were going to be watching. And because he gets caught out here, this is where Mad Lions were able to turn it into such a successful fight.
And obviously, you can be that far forward down the lane when you're playing with the Lantern just like that. And as you said, G2 trying to take the pick onto Carzzy as he's playing with fire around the Lantern, then opens them up to get engaged on by the Hecarim. But we talked about kind of the front to back fighting, and even though this fight is messy, ultimately Carzzy is not under any sort of threat and pressure right now, and he has the damage and the confidence to step forward and to cut through the tank line. Mickey and Jankos all falling down there, and then a sick flash taunt from a Rome to then hand off Wonder.
And it's important because when we talked about G2's ability to disengage any kind of fight, you talked about 2 things, Vedius. You talked about the Braum, and you brought up the Nico as well. And the Nico just was not there. You can see only 462 damage in the fight. Meanwhile, Carzzy, as you said, Frost, monster performance in the fight. Well, the numbers most certainly back it up. 4,400 damage coming out from this Ashe.
We're in for another very close game. Mad Lions fighting to take us to game 5, whereas G2 looking to secure themselves a spot at Worlds and move on to face the winner of Rogue versus Fnatic, which will be happening tomorrow. Right now, with the Rift Herald, they're using it to push bot, and they're threatening the base of Mad Lions.
So I think it's about kind of reorganizing yourself for G2, not necessarily trying to force the 5v5 of the fights, but making the most out of the siege potential, which is why anytime that they have the Herald with a Zoe is always going to be quite devastating.
Goes in, he's trying to buy space. That's so many towers taken down. Humanoid in the meantime is split pushing in the side lane, but that bot tier 1, or bot inhib tower rather, is just so low. If G2 find another push down there, it should be easy to take down. Humanoid though, getting more farm, getting more time to himself to scale up.
I mean, in my opinion, Twisted Fate doesn't get ultimately that much stronger. I mean, obviously, getting things like Azanya's Hourglass is going to help with kind of his playstyle and how he wants to play out the map as well as the team fights, but it's not like when you're funneling farm onto a Twisted Fate that he has the potential to just 1v9 a game like other hyper carries in our game.
I think one of the scariest things about Twisted Fate is his ability to take towers so quickly in a side lane. And, you know, the more AP that he has, the faster he can take those down. But I agree with you, Frost. When I look at, like, team fights, I think Twisted Fate is one of the champions that's just so difficult to play, and positioning is going to be extremely crucial. So I'm looking forward to seeing that. We've had some intense fights already this series. The kills are very even, the gold is very even, itemization very similar, very comparable across the board. I think the biggest player I'm looking at right now is Wonder, with the Leandry's done, with the Spooky Ghosts and the Frozen Hose. Everything's kind of coming together for Wonder, and he has the ability to pretty much just single-handedly win a team fight, depending on how many targets he can land that ultimate onto.
And it's going to get easier and easier for him to land if they continue to group up. Once again, the Glacial Augment makes it so difficult for the team to play against. G2, a hard team to escape, but I think, remain to a certain degree on Caps to try to find these picks, to try to find these opportunities. But with the Ghosts coming out, G2 are going to get a lot of free vision, a lot of free information. Find out that the entire bottom side is uncontested, can set up a bit of vision there. Still 2 minutes away from the next Drake. Neither team on sole point, however. This Perks just starts to poke his head over the wall and see what he can find.
And that's what we're in position to do for G2 right now, is you're fishing and you're acquiring deep vision while you wait for bigger objectives to spawn. So obviously Baron is in play, but it's not the fastest Baron taking team. It's more about playing around Fog of War or pockets of darkness where you can find those big picks.
he going to get hooked here? Immediate cleanse coming out, though, courtesy of the Summoner's Spell, but fat damage down onto Carzzy. That's going to be a big start. Shadow now immediately going to take that as his cue to get things kicked off. Carzzy still alive on the backside, but he's so incredibly low. Wonder going to find 2 immediately. Humanoid's here,
4v5.
but it's too little too late. Humanoid showing up, but just like that, he's going to get slept. Oh, no, this cannot be how it ends. G2 absolutely obliterating Mad. One small mistake, and G2 pounce on it, looking to turn it back. Carzzy finally here on the backside, but he's the last man standing. 5 members of G2 strong as they push into the base, and they might just end the game just like that, neck and neck, but G2 are poised to end.
In the blink of an eye, G2 go from being even to staring Carzzy down in the eye and being the lone man to hold the G2 onslaught as they look to end the game.
Pushing in, breaking down the base. There are no new rivalries today, no new challengers. G2 remain unstoppable, undeniable, and they will find themselves a spot at Worlds 2020 and the upper bracket match.
They are again on the blue side, so we'll have some opportunities of their own. Do you think we're going to see the same from them?
Well, yeah, Rogue has blue side, so they've got target bans, which is super important. Are they going to target the Lucian this time instead of the Evelynn, or are they going to target the Evelynn and the Karthus? Because it doesn't make much sense to just run it back and ban the Evelynn, and then you know Karthus is open. So I would like to see them ban either the Lucian, but keep the good bans of the Ezreal. I think the Ezreal ban is pretty good.
Yeah, I was going to actually ask about that too, because they've done it twice in a row now, and they're going to ban the Shen. This time, I'm interested here in what Rogue actually decide to go for, because it doesn't feel like they're the team that can hard pivot a different direction in terms of like overall team style. Like, we know they're always going to be geared toward the team fight in the game, but I still think the best idea is, again, put Finn on a tank, hard play around that bottom side of the map.
I think that if they don't ban Hecarim and I don't first pick it, I think Fnatic can run something like Hecarim or Orianna. I think this is just a good run back for them. They don't have to just tunnel vision on this AD AP kind of comp. You can always go for something like Hecarim or Orianna with an Ornn or something like a Cho'Gath in there. I think that that's a pretty good comp, so I'm interested to see if they're going to ban the Hecarim, or they're going to ban the Lucian, or are they going to ban the Ezreal.
Fnatic keep removing all these AD carries. It feels kind of bad for Onsama, but like, yeah, there's the Lucian ban. And this is really nice, because what Rogue are basically saying is they're like, Nemesis, you don't have another AD mid laner. Like, maybe they're not thinking of the Tristana. Maybe that's not even in Nemesis' wheelhouse, because if you take this Lucian, we're not going to see a team run an AP jungler or a hard carry AP jungler and an AP mid. That's kind of trolling.
Yeah, that's kind of trolling. You don't want to run AP mid, AP jungle, especially when it's a carry jungle. So yeah, I think Fnatic has 2 options here. They either run back a normal comp like they have to the regular split, something like a Hecarim or Orianna. Okay, that's why they left the Ezreal open. Or they just run back the Evelynn and they just say, well, you ban Lucian, here's Tristana.
We'll see what happens. You said you want to see Finn on the tank duty, so we'll see what he ends up with. Just a bit of hovers here, and we'll see what he locks in just a second.
I do like Fnatic. They switched their last ban over to the... Don't like that.
Not a fan.
Switched over to the Yuumi, thinking that with Ezreal left open, that pairing would be really nasty. But as soon as Yuumi's gone, I feel like Ezreal priority does drop a little bit, even though it does work well with other champions.
Yeah, the Ezreal priority drops a little bit with the Yuumi ban. It's still sort of playable. I think it's a really strong champ, but are they going to default to the Senna? That's the big question. They have the Senna, they have the Kalista, they have the Ezreal. It's their first choice. I think Rogue's probably going to run back the Kalista if it's open, because it works so well for them in the last game. So if they lock in something like Senna Nautilus here, Senna Tam, whatever it is, I think that Rogue's going to answer with Kalista.
I still just love this Senna pick, especially because the one staple of Rogue is that they're usually going to be playing melee champions top, jungle, and support, right? And when you have all these melee champions, Senna like increases so much in value. Onsama, in the last game you saw, even on the Kalista, shorter range ADC, started to struggle later on into the game when a lot of Fnatic's champions started to outrange her. So this is something I think Rogue need to be mindful of going further into this draft.
Yeah, I think Rogue have a few options here. They have the Ashe, they have the Kalista, really good champs. They have the Ezreal even as well. They've got the Tahm Kench, they've got things like the Blitzcrank. If they want to run it back, it's not the best into Nautilus, but Braum could be a good pick here for them as well. Something with team fights, a little bit of engage to follow up on the Gangplank ult end. I'm just interested to see what the Fnatic third picks here. Are they going to third pick top lane, or are they going to just bust out the Evelynn like they did last time? Say to Rogue, well, what were you going to ban out, and then just pull something out on the fourth pick as in terms of an AD mid?
Yeah, I mean, if it's not broken, why fix it? From the side of Fnatic, I also like the Nautilus as a substitution for the Thresh that got banned out. Similar strat behind it, and we've seen also being very influential yesterday. But now we see that third pick, the last one for the first round, for Rogue. What is it going to be?
I like the Akali hover. I would love that to be locked in, but
I like the hover, but when it's like
it's Larson.
Yeah, I'm like Ezreal Azir is like the mid ADC power that Rogue have gone for so many times in this split. Gives you a lot of different options in terms of scaling here. Now you're thinking of the Evelynn for self-made. I feel like you don't go for that now as Fnatic with the option for Rogue to get 2 bans against Nemesis mid champion pool. So I think you just match the Azir here.
Well, he's going to go for the Kog'Maw.
Oh, nice.
That's a pretty good matchup. You have the good poke coming out from Kog'Maw. I mean, Rogue left support till 4-5, so I imagine Fnatic might try to ban them out, but I'm sure they're confident they've got like Taric, Braum, Alistar, things like this, so they're absolutely fine on the support. But I'm just curious to see what junglers get picked here, because Set is still up, you've got the Sejuani, the Hecarim's still up, so there's probably going to be a lot of jungle bans here, and I'm thinking Fnatic's going to pick the strongest one, probably on 4, unless they just want to counter-pick jungle if most of them are banned out. I
mean, I think you're totally free to counter-pick jungle, because you already see the Gangplank up on the top side of the map. Like, Bwipo can run whatever he wants into that. He can go for the Ornn again, give the really strong scaling options to Fnatic. I would expect that Rogue banned that away after seeing that taken off the board, but we've also seen Bwipo go for the Cho'Gath in this matchup up against the GP2, which I think would be totally fine.
But I like the turn here. They're banning out Engage, which is really good. They have the GP, ban out the counters. The other counter I can think of really is the Cho'Gath, which Bwipo's been playing with pretty good success. But they could ban out champions like Sion as well, but we'll see what Fnatic bans here second. Are they going to keep banning supports, or are they going to look to ban out something like the Set?
Yeah, I actually think the Bard ban from Fnatic is really, really smart. It gives like powerful 2v2 laning for Hansama and Vander, and also that ultimate, when you think poke champion in the mid lane for Nemesis, that ulti can be really strong at catching out players on top of the GP ult for that long-range engage.
I also like it from the side of Fnatic. They're saying, we're not afraid of what you're going to pull out in the jungle. We'll have something for it, but we are kind of afraid of what Vander could do after that Blitz performance, so we're going to try and limit him in what he can go for.
Yeah, completely agree. So there's the Cho'Gath ban. So I'm interested to see what Bwipo's got here. Is he going to pick the Urgot again? It's not too bad of a matchup. I remember he really likes that matchup. Is he going to go for something like the Renekton? It's not the greatest, but is he going to pick a carry is the question, or is he just going to default to something like the Sion?
I'm thinking, special.
Yeah, I feel like Bwipo would probably go towards a tank here if Selfmade's trying to play carry. But it's really telling who gets picked for here on 4, what this style is going to be. Because if it's Bwipo, it's probably a tank. If it's Selfmade, then Bwipo is going to look for the carry option.
Yeah, I like the choice. It's good engage. Give some beef to the Kog'Maw Senna, because they're quite long-range carries. Having something with engage to follow up with Nautilus is really good. But yeah, like we said, banning out support's not going to do too much. There's quite a lot open for the side of Rogue, the Braum, the Alistar. Taric, even such like that, all 3 of them offered right there.
I feel like Taric really is not the best here, because right now Fnatic have a lot of tools like poke from really far away, and like not actually full commit to a fight.
Okay, they go for the Set jungle, so they're still thinking about support. It seems they're hovering supports. It looks like they're still thinking about it. But Pantheon will be quite aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, with Pantheon, it gives you a lot of globals, so you can try to force fights post-level 6 in the mid-game, which I kind of like, trying to force fights before Nemesis reaches his item breakpoints on the Kog'Maw, because I feel like Kog'Maw does go through some dips in the game, but with the Braum lock-in, I'm really concerned for Rogue's engage options here against the Kog'Maw and the Senna. Like, they can literally just play super late fights, never commit into it until Rogue are all half HP.
Yeah, Rogue has like a front-to-back comp here. They don't have much engage. They're hoping the Sion goes in first. Azir and Ezreal should be able to free hit, maybe use the Settle to disengage, but they can go for a carry jungle here. Evelynn would be fine, but they have got the AP Kog'Maw mid. But something like a Kha'Zix fits into this comp really well. Even things like the Nocturne, stuff like this, a farming jungler fits in really well, unless he wants to match with something like a Sejuani or something, but they're going to go back to the Evelynn.
Back to the Evelynn, and I gotta say, it just spells to me the same thing that we've seen now for 2 games in a row. It's Fnatic in their comfort zone with a couple of adaptations, but Rogue still going for the same thing. What are they gonna do?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Rogue don't have a lot of great options. This game, the early game is actually really weird, because I don't feel like either team has a ton of playmaking, and Inspired would ideally like to play around some of these lanes, but is probably just going to default to focusing on early objectives for his team. I feel like this is a draft that Fnatic really won, and I'm not convinced that Rogue are going to have what it takes to keep us in this series.
I still think Rogue's draft is pretty good. They have incredibly good scaling on both their carries, really good scaling on GP. If Set can get some early dragons, it's super useful. And I think Kog'Maw and Senna might struggle in teamfights with the GP ult on top of them. They might not be able to do too much damage, and I think Sion can get burst down quite quickly with the carries on 2 to 3 items.
Yeah, I think our worry comes from the fact that, well, Rogue hasn't been able to do that much in the early game, especially not in game 1. Slightly better in game 2. We'll see what happens. Rogue with their backs against the wall in this game 3.
And on to Summoner's Rift we go for what could be the final game of this week of LEC Summer Playoffs.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
I kind of got to say it, I'm not a fan of Rogue's draft. I feel like that they've kind of stuck with what they know, and I get it, but like, I feel like that Fnatic's comp just has an answer to everything. I feel like it scales better. I think it matches them in the lane. Like, Reckless and Hylissang should have prio in this 2 versus 2. Nemesis should be able to match and outscale with the poke. They have backline access and threat with Selfmade, and Fnatic also have a stronger frontline. And also, even with the Gangplank ultimate, when you would typically say you want to play through bot, Ezreal Braum is not an easy bot lane play that you can look to play through, and the Azir doesn't give you a lot of roaming options either. So I feel like that it's more on Fnatic to make a bunch of mistakes in order for Rogue to actually try and find advantages in this game.
Also, when you consider this Kog'Maw, Kadriel was talking about how the Gangplank ultimate could be pretty influential against low mobility carries like this Kog'Maw, as we do see a delayed invade. But Kog can actually really safely hit anyone he wants to once he has access to level 16. Even if a Gangplank ultimate goes down, it's almost impossible to zone that champion out of a fight come late game.
Right now, Selfmade has given up the fight over this blue buff. Hylissang just made it reset, and actually Selfmade could come around the corner here after he takes the first wolf. Here comes Hylissang as well. Inspired does have the smite. Vander here to defend. Ignite goes down onto Inspired. Selfmade gets it, and Inspired has to flash away. Now Vander caught out. He has to use the heal. And this has gone from bad to worse for Rogue.
That's absolute disaster. Selfmade just like, thanks for the leash. Huge credit to Hilly as well. Again, it's so important for Evelynn to get through those 2 first clears to get to the level 6. And now Ezreal also taking extra added damage.
Reckless is level 2. Last Embrace is going to catch out Vander. Now Vander does still have the flash. Reckless still has his only heal in case anything goes any further. Like, this is a diabolically bad start for Rogue.
Oh, and now Selfmade is making his way bot as well. Remember,
but wait, there's
lots
more.
Of flashes, but only level 1.
And Summer, only level 1.
The minion.
Allure goes down. Last Embrace going to land as well. Reckless continues to force Rogue out of lane. Hans Summer and Vander have burnt their flashes. Hans Summer's going to use the TP to get back into lane. But right now, Fnatic are just smacking Rogue around.
So,
Teleport.
Oh, Inspired's here as well, but Inspired doesn't have flash. Oh, Hylissang flashes onto the wall. The last Embrace doesn't land. Inspired will have the Haymaker here, but Selfmade's going to put some damage down. The Haymaker could do a lot of work here. And Rogue, Vander trying to get away. Hylissang on the front line. Inspired falls. Hylissang goes down as well, but now Selfmade with the doubles is healed up by the piercing shadow, and Summer will get the kill. Reckless will answer. A double to the center. Fnatic find 3 kills in the bottom lane.
And everything is going right for Fnatic. Everything is going wrong for Rogue, and it all starts with the invade. Selfmade with the 5-head clears his wolves because he sees the blue buff gets reset. That gives him level 2. That gives him more damage on his smite. That allows him to steal it away. That also forces the flash out from Inspired, who, after only clearing his red buff, comes towards the bot side of the map to try and punish Reckless and Hylissang, but he doesn't realize Selfmade is still here.
Oh,
yes, the flash hook does not quite pan out for Hylissang, but Inspired, nice little sidestep so that he doesn't get taunted, but it doesn't matter. While initially this play looks very promising for them, Vander's still only level 1. Fnatic have such a huge level advantage here that they're able to quickly kill 2 members, and while Hans Summer does what he can to try and get a kill back, at the end of the day, Reckless gets himself a double and a double buff to boot.
It's just disaster, because then the reset comes through, Selfmade immediately walks into his top side camps. He's not feeling too hurt by this, whereas Inspired, he gave up so much to try to get into Evelynn's jungle and disrupt him, but you already talked about, going to the wolf camp and Selfmade getting the edge off of that. It could not have gone worse for Rogue, and now they need to recover.
Look at the items already, right? So Kog'Maw freely got on the tier, right? So somewhat expected, as you would in the mid lane, but now he's going to come back, start stacking that up very early on into the game. Senna grabs the pickaxe plus the cull to the cull on Hans Summer. There is a pickaxe difference already in mid. Oh, but they're going for the play.
Reckless does still have flash, going to use it to get away. Hylissang had roamed up towards the mid lane, something we traditionally see from him, and you mentioned in the last game, Bedias, and Reckless was like just a little bit on his lonesome self.
To be fair, Hylissang is normally level 4 when he does that, not level 2.
A roam's a roam, Betty, okay?
Yeah.
The call of the mid lane as a support is always very strong.
To be fair, I quite like that from Reckless because, in my opinion, I think that if you have flash in a position like that, you should be willing to say to your support, I think the roam is worth it if I lose my flash. And I think that that's what the communication was there. So yes, Reckless loses his flash, but I don't think it's the end of the world. The wave is stacking underneath this tower. He's going to be able to clear that one out, and it's going to slowly push in their favor. And Evelyn is likely going to be pathing towards the bot side of the map. Anyway, Fnatic can even look for an early Infernal Drake if they want.
And you can see the response from Rogue right now is they're going to try to hard force this. So Vander's gone through this brushes with the sweeper. He knows that he can get inspired into the alcove or into these brushes, and they're just now looking for the wave to slowly push back to them and Vander to connect with the Winter's Bite.
Observers, can we just do a vision toggle as Inspired tries to get into this bush? I just want to watch to see if he can sneak through. Vander's going to step forward. The Hex Flash coming out from Inspired as well. Going to use that Nimbus Cloak to try and get in, but the Curse of the Black Mist is just going to keep him safe. And now in the top lane, Bwipo is 6. Bwipo is 6. They're trading back in the bottom lane. Inspired has been ignited, but Finn really has nowhere to go. Does have the flash. The chase is on. Bwipo with the decimating smash will take his man down in the top lane.
And Finn has been so exposed this series. Not just weak side top lane or weak series top laner right now. Bwipo is abusing this boy up here, and it is time and time again that he's finding these solo kills, and you just can't afford to have that happen against Bwipo.
And while that's happening, Reckless and Hylissang survive the gank combat. They even force Inspired out. And Fnatic seems to be in full control already here in Game 3.
And reminder that, you know, Inspired went down there. You said he was forced out. Meanwhile, Evelyn's just hard farming, just continuing to get farther and farther ahead.
It's basically a 2,000 gold lead for Fnatic 7 minutes into the game. Like, this is just destructive. You can see as well, level differentials. Nemesis only a little bit ahead of Larssen, but Bwipo is almost a half level ahead of Finn. Selfmade to Inspired is basically a whole level.
Look at Selfmade. He's just about to tick over to level 6. He's going to clear the blue buff. Well, actually, he might hand that one over to Nemesis. We'll see. Is he an Ender type of jungler?
No.
Or is he...
He's a Selfmade type of jungler right there.
Listen, what's more valuable, Evelyn ultimate or Kog'Maw ultimate?
Oh, I think he's going to give it over. Never mind, never mind.
Are we watching the same guy?
Yeah.
Like, did you watch the regular season?
I'm just like, he's playing Kog'Maw mid lane, a very mana
You were like, you were literally in game 3 of FPX versus GT, like, I think they got a chance.
All right, let's have a look at this. So, of course, Bwipo already level 6, applies the slow.
Did he just take his hands off the keyboard?
That looks like an AFK walk into lane sort of thing.
He was taking a drink of water. Someone checked for a spill.
It's like when I'm
Look, even
streaming,
the observers zooming in and out, they're like, I don't know what's going on right now. Like,
I think that, like, it speaks to the way Rogue have performed over this best of 5 series, right? Like, they've looked indecisive. They have made mistakes that we wouldn't have seen from them in the regular season, and they are getting slapped around by Fnatic, who, coming into this playoffs, were the clear underdogs in this matchup, but now are showing why they are so feared when it comes to playoff performances.
Selfmade is in mid lane.
And Larssen almost goes down. Selfmade can't quite get the damage down onto Larssen. Did still have the last caress, but Larssen, with the Emperor's Divide, was able to keep him at arm's bay.
He's going in again, though.
Here we go. And he's going out again. It's so difficult for Larssen.
It is, yeah.
I think the mentality, though, was still to just get Larssen's flash, which he didn't get.
Oh, ultimate! They're just like, Larssen, we hate you, and we're not going to let you play.
It's like when someone spawn camps you in any FPS, it's just like, hey, there are 5 enemies who only want to kill me. Can the rest of my team do something, please? Well, right now, Finn can't, and the bot lane can't.
Why that play was actually really important is because now it guarantees numbers advantage here on the Rift Herald. Fnatic have swapped their bot lane up towards top side. The flash in from Hilly.
Looks for the hook here. Inspired has to flash away, and Fnatic like, okay, that's all we really needed. Makes it a very easy Rift Herald for us to take. We already have the first dragon. We already have a 2,000 gold lead. We have a Manamune stacking up on Reckless. We have the Tier stacking up on Nemesis, and Fnatic have a very easy way to develop this game and to take any chances away from Rogue.
Yeah, and reminder that both these compositions have scaling, so it's not like there was pressure on Fnatic to get control over the early game and find a snowball. Just a nice little gift-wrapped package from Rogue for them as they threaten the dive onto Finn and then just deny all of this CS away from this Gangplank. This poor guy is starved out. Sapphire Crystal and Cole on Gangplank. That's embarrassing.
It's going to come down. Everything basically misses. Reckless here underneath the tower. Bwipo's going to fall, and yeah, that's just bad from Fnatic. Let's be honest. They give up 2 kills.
They wanted it. That didn't pan out at all.
I love the way Bwipo charges in and just looks to his... This is why you look left and right before crossing the street, because if Bwipo had looked left, he would have noticed Vander was on his way.
The hook went one way, the Siren ultimate went another way.
Hang on. Selfmade is in lane.
All right, Reckless just going to play a little bit past
the Q hits.
Unsummer hits the Q out of Selfmade.
Summer, his spidey senses were tingling.
Oh, Whippo, round 2? No, he's teleporting bot lane.
Yeah, he's being bot.
All right, things have been a little bit crazy over the last few minutes. Let's just reassess where we are in terms of game state. Whippo is really strong. Reckless now 2-0-2 with the Manamune and the Cull on its way. You can see Selfmade topping the gold charts as well, and Summer and Larson just struggling alongside Finn to get into this game.
Yeah, they certainly are. And I think that, again, we need to praise Fnatic's individual prowess. One of the biggest problems they've had this split is different people show up on different days. It's gone from Nemesis to Bwipo to Hylissang to Selfmade. Reckless has been the only consistent performer, but now it feels like all of Fnatic is playing at their highest level right now, and individually they're looking to pop off as Selfmade.
So the reason
reason
he was so confident doing that was he saw the oranges had just been used by the Gangplank, so he knew he could get that extra damage in. Now with the Rift Herald coming in as well, Fnatic will get the first tower of the game at about the 12-minute mark.
So the reason why they're doing this for the Scion, a Selfmade looks for to be as obnoxious as possible, is so that it opens Bwipo up to roam. His ultimate's going to be back up soon. He can look to reset. He can look to go mid. But now that Scion doesn't have to sit in lane and they can push this wave all the way out, they can look for plays. Larson going to be forced to disengage, but keep an eye on Selfmade roaming in through the mid lane.
Selfmade's coming up. Hylissang hits the wall with the hook, has been very on point if he's been aiming to be a PvE support in the last couple of games.
But there's the roam that Vedis is talking about. Bwipo is now also into the mid lane, and Larson, as he's taking this blue buff, is actually zoned away from Selfmade, though he might not know it.
And Spide's so afraid to clear his own jungle because he's like, I don't know if I'm alone, and you're not.
No, there's always someone hiding. Selfmade unable to burst Inspired through the Haymaker, but forces him out of the jungle.
And meanwhile, while all of this is happening, Reckless and Nemesis getting free time on this mid lane tower, picking up more plates. Now, I guarantee that Finn is going to try to hold that wave on his side of the lane for as long as physically possible. But while he's doing that, it means that Fnatic will have the numbers advantage elsewhere on the map.
Selfmade with the allure there onto Summer, looking for the charm. Two-shot barrage is going to come out. Tow it down to just a plate and a half remaining here in the mid lane. Bwipo pushing in the top, and as you say, Finn just trying to slowly get this CS. Didn't hold the wave quite perfectly there, and he's actually going to unfreeze it as he puts the barrels down and tries to get the push off. Mountain Drake has spawned, and Fnatic will go for it. Second Dragon of the game for them. First time this series we have seen them secure both of those early objectives.
Fnatic are looking clean right now. They're looking to make this a quick 3-0, and of course, reminder that if Fnatic win here, they will lock a spot at the World Championship. They will guarantee top 3 in the LEC as well, and they will go up against G2 Esports next week in an epic best of 5, whereas Rogue will move down into the lower bracket. They will be seeded one step further than Mad Lions because they have the higher seed, and Mad will be going up against Schalke, the team that is very quickly racing for that spot at Worlds. So Mad and Schalke, and again, that depends on the outcome here. Rogue still with a chance. The goal deficit is not dramatic, but again, I said this at the beginning of the game, I feel like Fnatic's comp outscales. I think that Fnatic's comp is going to be very difficult to deal with, and I think it's on Fnatic to make mistakes here for Rogue to be able to really claw this gold advantage back.
And you just, you really feel like we're seeing a resurgence of Fnatic. I'm not going to call it like a full, they're back to their former glory. I'm not going to say they're back to the Fnatic we saw at Athens last year. We saw take G2 to 10 games over 2 best-of-5 series, but we are seeing so much more out of them. We're seeing more decisiveness. We're seeing much stronger early games. Like, in the regular season, they averaged 29 gold ahead at 15 minutes. In this series, it's been at least 1,000 to 2,000 gold in every single game.
I think the concern that I have, though, is that we still don't necessarily know the strength of Fnatic. I think that they got to leverage their drafting advantage that they had over Finn, especially up into the top lane. The fact that I don't know, the blue side bans didn't seem to mean that much for Rogue, whereas against Odoamne, Orome, and Wonders, like the other top laners left, like you don't just get to abuse as hard as you want.
Nemesis has to flash away here in the top lane as Larson slides in. Finn with the TP is going to join the fray. The Emperor's Divide comes out, and Selfmade is having none of this.
Ooh.
Almost gets to go. Larson just dodges out from the Dawning Shadow. Rogue get their 5th kill of the game.
The hope still alive there for Rogue, and Larson doesn't pick up the kill, but oh no.
Is he gonna do it?
Done.
Like, he's at a level disadvantage. He does have Runic Echoes and a needlessly large rod. He tries to get the damage down.
Forces the flash.
Flash from Finn.
Oh, you don't blame him, right?
I think I think Finn flashed a little preemptively there. I don't know if he was going to instantly get put at the execution threshold range, but yeah, what I would say, Frost, to comment on your earlier point, I think that if you're looking at this from the perspective of the Fnatic fan, they haven't showed everything that they're capable of yet, right? And so like there's still a lot of questions around Fnatic and what they are capable of. And I think that only makes things more exciting as they go through the rest of the playoffs, because what is the ceiling of Fnatic right now? Because we've seen their ceiling before and we know that it is very high, but it seems that versus Rogue, they haven't had to showcase everything just yet.
I think it is also fair to compliment Fnatic that execution errors seem to be cleaned up. We talked about this last time, where they were forcing fights. They didn't need to force. They weren't playing around their compositions, win conditions. That seems to be very clean right now. So even though there's still some questions on some champions, some matchups, things like that, I think Fnatic fans can at least rest easy in this series that even if you lose here, you will get another shot. And likewise, you're in a position to 3-0. And your team is no longer just running it down and inting when they don't need to.
Yeah, it definitely helps when they're not face planting into every available opponent. There is a ward behind Nemesis that he didn't catch with his sweeper, and Larssen has teleport if he wants to join a party up here, but instead he's just going to be farming in the bottom lane. It's what we've seen Rogue do in the last couple of games, try and get as much CS onto Larssen as possible. But while they do that, Fnatic have accrued, that's the word I was looking for, a 3,500 gold lead, their second Rift Herald of the game, and there's a minute before the Ocean Dragon comes up. Hylissang goes a little bit too deep here, has to flash away. Piercing Shadow will heal him up. The Facebreaker coming out from Inspired, but he might go down as the Haymaker is not enough to survive through the last caress of Evelynn.
Just trying to force way too hard there, especially without needed information. The thing is that Rogue's lanes have collapsed, and when their lanes collapse, they lost the early game so hard that it doesn't matter how powerful Larssen gets on this Azir. The game's over before he gets to do anything.
So I feel a little sorry for Bwipo here, because he was coming in for a mighty flank. The rest of his team was just like, hey, Bwipo, vision control in the blue side jungle. It's very vital for us right now.
Yeah, man. You just can't get the top laners this day and age, honestly. Honestly. What are we watching right now, Bwipo? Yeah, of course, he was looking for that flank there. He got punished quite hard by Rogue. They will be able to get a little bit of gold in their back pocket, but still, 4K is the goal difference. 4 towers to 0 in favor of Fnatic. They have 2 Drakes. Even though Drake is spawning in 20 seconds, even if Bwipo can't make it in time, he has teleport as well. Fnatic just clean, controlled play right now, and it feels like that they are punishing everything that Rogue tried to do. So, very clean stuff coming out from Fnatic.
Death cap completed for Selfmade though. Now also level
18
11.
minutes.
He's level 11 on Evelynn with a death cap.
18 minutes.
Look, I'm just going to say, this Selfmade guy's pretty good. Probably should have been
Not all pro.
Remember, it is based on regular season.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. True Shot Barrage comes out here. The smite connects as Selfmade secures the dragon. Larssen was able to take a turret in the top lane. And it is good to see Fnatic back on form, you know, playing well once again. It's good to see G2 up there as well. But I will say I'm a little disappointed so far across the course of playoffs in Mad Lions, in Rogue. I was hoping this would be the split where we really saw them start to challenge. The TP comes in the mid lane, and Rogue are looking to do exactly that. Hylissang once again has stepped a little bit too deep. He's down. Bwipo comes in with the TP as well, and he's immediately shuffled back. They're left alone by the rest of his team. And Bwipo and Hylissang have tossed a coin, and it came up tails.
I was going to say, that's the Fnatic I remember.
I was going to say, I mean, like, it wouldn't be Fnatic if we didn't have a bit of Hilly and Bwipo, you know, running it down. I will say that I think the Rogue are punishing them well, and you know, we've been talking about this game. The only way I see Rogue really being able to reclaim control is if Fnatic makes mistakes, and right now, Bwipo and Hylissang keep getting caught out.
Now, the Dragon Soul is going to be available for Fnatic in 4 minutes, so there's still quite a timer on Rogue that they're kind of running out of chances here since both compositions do scale very well. And oh, that was his life flashing before his eyes right there. But a bit of a breather. I think one of the biggest issues is that Larssen is sitting with 4 assists, and Finn has been the big beneficiary of all of these kills. And yes, that does help this game plan kind of climb out of the hole that he was put himself into. But to be very frank, in terms of impact and in terms of player that when your back is to the wall and who I want all my gold on, I don't want it on Finn. I definitely want it on Larssen. So, Finn, balls in your court, buddy.
And Larssen has even gone for the Banshee's Veil second item here to try and, you know, stop
Survive.
Selfmade from bursting him, stop the damage coming out from Nemesis, but it's so easy to proc the Banshee's Veil because you have living artillery. Like, you have this ability just to hit him with one long range.
Bye, Hans Summer. Bye, Hans Summer.
I blinked. I blinked and I missed it.
Hexdrink is like I'm sorry, what? You know that meme? You know the guy that he's kind of looking and he does the blink thing? That was Hexstringer right there. It was just...
Summer's the dog in the middle of the flaming room. This is fine.
Oh my word, wow.
It's like, I used E, Hexstringer, and Flash, and I still died.
Yeah.
Should have taken Cleanse.
Every AD carry in solo queue right now is like, all right, I've got a new ban on my list. It's like...
Oh, Fnatic. Beautiful stuff once again from Selfmade, showing us just how impactful he can be on this Evelynn. And we did after game 1 say, hey, Rogue, just ban the Lucian, just get rid of it.
I mean, yeah, turns out I was wrong. You also need to ban the
Exactly.
Evelynn.
Like, you gotta ban Lucian, you gotta ban Evelynn, because Fnatic are turning up the tempo. 5 turrets to 2, 3,000 gold lead, and now have 2 minutes left on the Ocean Dragon.
At the beginning of the day, we talked about how this was going to be a series of faith for both teams. Faith in Rogue that they could finally be one of these great teams that Europe could be proud of. Not just our first place consistent team, but someone that you were excited to send to Worlds. Whereas on the other side, the Fnatic faithful being rewarded. Can this team actually have the playoff buff? The answer is absolutely. Oh my God.
Yep. You know, I was a bit of a doubter. I expected Rogue to come in strong, and right now Fnatic are turning up. TP flank comes in from Nemesis.
It's the dog versus the bird, and currently the bird is winning. It's the Emperor's Divide will stop Whippo in his tracks as well. And Larson did have to burn Flash, and Emperor's Divide to get out of that, but is able to survive.
That was as anticlimactic as Mad versus G2.
Or was this series?
Wow, you guys are brutal today. All right, fair enough. I'm just going to move us along. Fnatic still sitting with a convincing lead right now, sitting with about a 2k gold advantage. The Ocean Drake spawning in about 1 minute and 15 seconds. And with so much excellent vision control, this gives me a great opportunity to use my tool. You can see great wards all over here. That's likely that this Rift Scuttler is also going to be taken down. And Fnatic right now denying all vision, which means that Rogue, if they want to get themselves a Drake, are going to have to face check an Evelynn. And I don't know if you guys have been watching. I don't want to face check an Evelynn.
They also don't really have great champions for face checking. You basically have to send Inspired in there, and you're behind him, you're like, okay, buddy, it's all you.
It's like, listen, we get it. You're our smite, you're important, but we're here for moral support. I mean, you could use Ezreal Qs to check, and to be fair, Rogue have been able to claw back some of that vision, but it's those flanking TP awards you got to be careful of. Of course, Whippo and Nemesis no TPs, so not that threatening, to be fair. But right now, both teams contesting for that midway.
Now, Selfmade's actually on the top side of this. Fnatic might just go straight to the Baron. They have a Cog, they have a Senna, they have a lot of damage.
Absolutely what they're doing, but the same problem still exists. Rogue needs to blind face check.
Shot Barrage going to come out. We'll catch Reckless and Nemesis, but that Baron is already down. And you can see Rogue don't even know how low it is, nor do I. 8,000 HP left on it. As Fnatic now might just disengage. They can look for the unstoppable onslaught. Whippo can charge his way into the fight, but Rogue have just been able to disengage it. What did Fnatic get out of that? Well, they got the True Shot Barrage, not too much more. Whippo now stepping forward. The pain train finds its home. It's on Inspired. The showstopper coming up to the back of the line as Reckless is caught out by himself, but on the front line is Hillersang. Reckless should be able to take down Inspired. One more auto attack will be enough, and now Whippo trying to get across the wall. Summer, Finn, and Larson on the chase.
Watch Selfmade.
Damage available still for Rogue as Larson shuffles forward, but we're going to get pushed back. And that's another kill, but here comes Selfmade. Looking for Larson. Just needs that last caress. Nemesis will take the kill in the end, and Nemesis continues to rain down hell upon Rogue. Summer and Finn have got to do something very special because the Ocean Soul is on the menu for Fnatic. Selfmade still able to get in there, still able to use that passive. And you can see it's so hard for Summer and Finn to do anything, but the TP is going to come in from Rogue. It's Braum going to join the fray, but this is an Ocean Soul. And Rogue, you got to do something about it. Summer has TP as well. Good back. The True Shot Barrage coming out. Vander, do you have the smite? He's trying to shift over to it. He's just used the heal. The smite will be available. Selfmade won't go down, but it's stolen as Summer secures the Ocean Dragon. Vander takes the kill on Selfmade.
An absolutely hero play there from Rogue. Now they are starting to get cleaned up on the back half.
Yeah, Reckless turning it back with the last embrace, but now he's stepping too far forward. Is Inspired, comes in with the smite, and Reckless goes down. Hillersang's joined the fray now, and Whippo has the flank position, but Nemesis isn't there, isn't available to help out his teammate. Whippo's going to try and get away. The Winter's Bite doesn't quite connect as Larson now stepping forward. Does have the Emperor's Divide if he wants to go any further, and it looks like Rogue will just back away in the end. They got the Ocean Dragon. That's all they really wanted.
And that was it, though. That was going to be the climax there for Fnatic. If they had won that fight, immediately the series was going to end. Rogue barely survived with their lives and with the lives of this series. They managed to outmaneuver it. They survived the mid-game or the mid-lane fight, and then also steal away the Dragon Soul to buy Larssen some more time to find another strong fight. Absolutely hero play from Hans Sama to get that steal.
I think what was crazy about that fight was the positioning of Rogue. This wall that you're seeing Hylissang walk past right now made it very difficult for Selfmade to get a clean flank onto the back line, and that meant that Larssen and Hans Sama could actually just focus on a front-to-back team fight. Once they killed Bwipo, things got a little bit easier for them, but then Fnatic chased them down, of course. So a very close back and forth, 12 kills to 11. Finn still very strong on this gangplank, working towards the Leandries, and a lot of summoner spells have now been burnt, so Rogue still in this fight.
And also there's the fact that Selfmade no longer just has the massive level advantage that he's had for majority of this game. Since we've all been grouped up and it's more about these 5v5s, he no longer has the same just raw damage outburst. I'm very nervous.
Yeah. I think we all are. As Reckless steps forward, takes a little bit of a chunk from them. Mystic shot. Vander on the front line. Showstopper coming back. Reckless down to half HP. The Dawning Shadow's going to shield him up at Vander. And Healy had the flank here. Inspired forced away. Larssen stepping forward though. And Selfmade isn't going to be able to get into this fight quite yet. Nemesis and Bwipo trying to defend, but Bwipo goes down once again, left alone by his team. He's going to try and get some zombie form damage down. But Fnatic only have 3 members left alive. And as Bwipo falls, Rogue are clawing their way back into this game. Fnatic trying to do a traditional Fnatic thing as they hide in the bush, and Hans Sama taken out by Selfmade, chased down with the Whiplash, and now Larssen's next on the menu as the Living Artillery's going to come down. Finn with the barrels trying to put Nemesis in his place, but for the moment, Rogue will back away, and I don't think Fnatic are going to turn their eyes to the Baron quite yet.
All right, we've gotten quite a lot of ARAMs so far in this game, and I think that a lot of these teams they've kind of moved past setting up around these objectives and they're just looking for these fights in mid lane, but Rogue are doing a great job of just playing things front to back. They're trying to use the strong range that they do have with Azir and Ezreal to just chip away at the front line and then hopefully be able to collapse on the rest of Fnatic. But the problem is, every time Rogue try to then chase down the Kog'Maw or the Senna, Evelynn is lying in wait. The second you overstep, there's the risk of you getting executed, and Kog'Maw does such a great job of just keeping you at arm's length.
Rogue are a team that have so strong fundamentals that they'll always go back to mid lane priority. And again, everyone knows that. It's like the bread and butter of League of Legends. And so constantly Fnatic are just challenging them on trying to force mid-priority, getting these engagements and seeing who that they can pick off, what flashes they can get to make it easier the next time they look for these fights. I think that teams need to get more creative about playing these side lanes, which you are starting to see to some extent, or they're just trying to neutralize the side waves, pick up some of the free farm. But this is what I want to see. Use the power of the Evelynn, the pressure that she provides over the map, and find a pick instead of just going for that mid-priority contest to see who can move into one of the objectives, the Drake or the Baron first.
Well, we know what the next objective will be. It's a minute before the Ocean Soul, so let's take stock of where we are. 2,000 gold between the two teams. Flashes up. Only Larssen and Finn. Vander lack theirs. Fnatic only have a flash on Reckless. Hylissang's is up soon, though, and so is Bwipo, so they can use that in the next Dragon fight. Item-wise, we're sitting at 3 item AD carry for the Ezreal, 4 item AD carry for Reckless as he finishes his Mortal Reminder, 3 items on Nemesis, only 2.5. And now 3 as the Rabadons is complete on Larssen.
Yeah, that was the big thing. The fact that Larssen now has that death cap available to him, as well as the Maw completed for Ezreal. Maybe Hans Sama doesn't get deleted from a fight this time around.
I will quickly note, a lot of people ask us about Leandries on Gangplank. The tick damage is so powerful with your ultimate. You have a lot of shots coming out quickly, so you can stack up the madness. It's pretty common these days and can do a lot of work in team fights.
Notice that
Kog'Maw 16.
both teams right now posturing around mid. Ooh, that's a lot of damage onto Bwipo. Hylissang goes in.
Larssen has to get away from the depth charge. True Shot Barrage coming out. Selfmade still hanging on the edges.
And you were just talking about the Leandries on Gangplank. The fact that Finn, level 16 now, still holding on to his ultimate, saving it for this dragon fight, as the level 16 Kog'Maw is still chunking them. Finn needs to be picture perfect with this Gangplank ultimate to maximize the damage and to dissuade Kog'Maw and Senna in the back lines, because their range at this point is absurd.
Finn's looking for flank position. Finn's trying to get all the way behind them here as Vander takes down to about half HP. The Leandris is taking the cannon barrage, going to hit onto Reckless, hit onto Nemesis, and here comes the showstopper as well. Selfmade has to use the ult to try and survive in the pit, and is stolen away once again. Inspired gets it. He pays for it with Finn's alive, but Fnatic lose one, lose the dragon for the second time in a row, and Rogue are able to get out.
Ends up being a 1-for-1, and Rogue is still relevant in this game. They are making Fnatic work for that 3-0, and they want to showcase that they can still go to-toe with Fnatic. We've seen a couple of mistakes from Fnatic that Rogue have been able to punish, and I think that was a great flank from Finn. He was able to split up the Fnatic squad with his ultimate, and they were able to secure that Drake.
It was the fact that Rogue have finally gotten to the late game stage. They finally gotten to the point where everyone has their core itemization where it's turned on, and you can see one of the big strengths of Rogue is still their team fighting. So Fnatic in these first 2 games really beat Rogue and snowballed and beat them around the map in the early game. And yes, Rogue do normally also have a strong early game, but you needed to get here, and we finally did.
I think one of the biggest things was that Kog'Maw didn't have blue buff. And because of how often you spam your abilities, blue buff is really important, especially in these extended fights. So Fnatic couldn't properly utilize the poke of the Cog to its maximum extent because Nemesis had to be really cautious about how he was using his mana. I think in the upcoming fight, that's also something to note, considering he will likely have the death cap as well. Because the scary thing about Kog'Maw is, like, Azir kind of gets to a point where he's definitely very strong, and on many AP champions they get, you know, stronger the more AP that they build, but Kog'Maw, I feel like that every new item he ascends to an entirely new level of power because of how well or how much damage his ultimate can do and how well he scales with levels. So I feel like the next Drake fight, the next Baron fight, the next fight, Nemesis is the player to watch because he could do a lot of damage if it weren't for Vander's shield there. Just look at this.
It's the take damage from the Leandris as well. It just slowly works you down. Hylissang on the wrong side of the wall right now, but should be able to get back to the rest of his teammates as Rogue just try and clear out some of the vision. Fnatic setting up around the Baron. If they win this fight, you have to feel they win this game, they win this series, and they win a position in Worlds. Rogue trying to stop them in their tracks, trying to start the reverse sweep happening, but for now, Fnatic have already started up the Baron, 8,000 HP on it. Selfmade was caught out, he was spotted. Summer jumping forward. Could flash the wall, decides against it, hits another Mystic shot though, and Selfmade is down to 200 HP. If Whipper realizes, probably don't want to stick on that Baron too much longer, you don't have a smite. Selfmade, oh, he snuck all the way around. On Summer, he's behind him. Depth charge coming out, but there's the Arcane Shift across the wall. Selfmade still trying to get in. Dawning Shadow, there's the charm. Selfmade dives into the back line. And quickly, 3 players from Rogue are deleted. Last caress from Selfmade alongside the damage from Reckless will make it 4. And Rogue, they tried as they might, but you cannot stop Fnatic.
And Hansama tried to be the hero right there. He went over the wall. He was trying to find Selfmade. Thought, do I flash? Do I not flash? He waited for the E, and then the nerf really bit him in the ass there. He had to flash back against the wall. Selfmade saw his moment and ripped him apart in the same way that Fnatic have ripped Rogue apart.
Finn's TP was cancelled by Hylissang, and you have to think he's not going to have enough time to get back here. In fact, even stopping his base. Fnatic, you can never count them out. They outlast Rogue and they book a rematch with G2 next week.
Next time. Thank you all for tuning in, and let us know if you enjoyed the game or have a specific match that you want to see by tweeting at LEC. Match History, we'll see you next time. charged up. Hello, everybody. Let the game begin.
Orange, thank you.
Our teams are so good this year.
I can't believe they actually made it. Woo! What? It's what champions eat.
Beko Harvest Fresh preserves vitamins for longer by simulating the natural 24-hour sun cycle. Beko, eat like a pro.
Have a bite. It's good.
You don't have a chance against me. I can calculate 90 trillion moves in advance. Not fair. Not fair.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Honor, duty, glory. These are the principles that define us. Top, jungle, mid, bot, or support. Together, we are all summoners.
Cut! Summoners don't even exist anymore.
Dynasties of the
Cut!
In the alleys, the kings of...
Dude, what's going on with you today? Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
We are EU, and this is the LEC.
There's still no friends, huh?
League of what?
Why can't you do something normal?
How did you get past the login screen? You feeder!
You haven't got what it takes.
far as we search for the light in the dead of the night. Feel that rush, feel the tides. Can you feel this newfound change? Only yourselves are here again. Feel the rush, feel the tide. 'Cause here begins a newfound strength. Find yourselves out here. We won't be the same again. If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eye? Could you walk away this time? Do you realize, do you recognize it's never over? 'Cause we all face the fire as we search for the light on the edge of the night. Feel that rush, feel the tides. Can you feel this newfound change? Only yourselves are here again.
I don't like Mad. They're coarse and rough and irritating. They get everywhere. Not like here. Here everything is soft and smooth.
Don't f***ing touch me.
I killed them. I killed them all. They're dead. Every single one of them. But not just the Misfits, but Vitality and Origin too. They're like feeders, and I slaughtered them like feeders. I hate them!
Did you ever hear the tragedy of FLICKR Dage the Wise?
No.
I thought not. It's not a narrative the casters would tell you. It's an LEC legend. FLICKR Dage was a dark lord of the mid lane. So wise and so powerful, he could use his W to steal summoner spells, to create wins. He had such a knowledge of the dark side. He could even use his power to prevent teams he cared about from losing.
Is it possible to learn this power?
Not from a caster.
Gilius, I told you it would come to this. Fnatic and G2 are taking over.
You fool! The Schalke miracle run cannot continue. Your plot to control the region is over. You have lost.
Now, you will die!
He's a traitor! Stop him!
I have the power to save your run to Worlds. You must choose!
Execute order Null Fear.
Yeah, Felios is down, the Tom Kench is down, the show has been stopped.
Master Gilius, there's too many of them. What are we gonna do?
I have failed you, Gilius. I have failed you. I should have known G2 were plotting to take over. Gilius, Schalke no fear is evil. From my point of view, G2 are evil. Well, then you are lost. It's over, Gilius. I have level 18 smite. You underestimate my power. Don't try it. You were the garbage one. It was said you would miss playoffs, not join them. Bring balance to the LEC, not leave it in darkness. I hate G2! You were last place, Gilius. I loved memeing you.
Welcome to Berlin, Germany, home of the LEC Summer Playoffs. Round 2 has arrived. It is time for a show. The stakes are now higher than ever as Schalke and Mad Lions fight for a spot at Worlds. Now, last week we expected the rise of the new blood, but what we got was a return of the Kings. Kate.
Yeah, I mean, G2 really stepped up, Fnatic really stepped up. These teams, Fnatic kind of found a playstyle that really works for them, and I really like G2. They've really found their form from last year. Not only is it their macro, but I think their individual team fighting skills are just, yeah, it's unmatched.
Whew, yeah, individual talent is really what blew me away. I feel like Selfmade really stepped up. His Evelyn was fantastic, and Caps and Wonder, you know, move aside, Rookie and the Shy, the duo is back. They're looking to perform internationally, and they've got to start by doing it domestically. Those two had a killer performance last week.
What do you let it boil down to that once the best of fives arrived, we saw a completely different story than the regular season?
I feel like that's exactly it, Shocks. We get to see some of the veteran experience coming out from two of these teams, and honestly, I think that when we heard it from Perks, where he said, when we get to play on a single patch, when we get more time to prepare, when you have the room to be flexible and get to adapt, that's really where you get to see some of the star power of G2 and Fnatic, and we got a great show last week.
Yeah, but for Rogue and Mad, yeah, it wasn't great, and especially Rogue, I think, shocked me the most in how they underperformed so much last week and were no match for Fnatic.
Yeah, you saw Rogue throughout the whole sort of summer split. They were so consistent. The team fights were nailed, the macro was nailed, the drafts were nailed, but it just felt like in the draft against Fnatic, they couldn't really adapt properly. I felt like Fnatic threw something at them, showed all their cards, and then Rogue just couldn't respond very well.
I think that it's a very unfortunate situation for Rogue right now because they've locked Worlds, but all the fans are just looking at them in such a negative lens. And I believe that Rogue definitely still has more to show. Individually, these guys, 4 of them were on the All-Pro second list, right? That's because of how they performed during the regular season. Everyone still has high expectations of them, and I think that coming into Sunday's game, I still expect a lot more from this team.
Yeah, they can bounce back, but will they? G2 and Fnatic, however, are now in the upper bracket still. Mad Lions and Schalke are battling for the right to challenge Rogue and also a spot at Worlds, because that's what our focus is on today. That lower bracket in the playoffs. Mad versus Schalke for Worlds, and then further for the rest of playoffs.
Yeah, it's going to be an intense run, that's for sure. Of course, today's best of 5 will decide who locks in that spot at Worlds, and then we will get that race for the LEC title.
That we will, and we also want to hear from the viewers at home. Which of the teams in the lower bracket do you think is most likely to make a title run, so to go deep in the playoffs? Spam now in chat, Mad S04 or RGE. For Rogue, Kadra, I'm going to pose that same question to you. Who out of those teams could make a deep run and crawl out of that lower bracket?
Well, I would say Rogue, if they can find their form of the regular split, if they can get their consistency back and just put this whole week's of practice work into just fixing their draft, finding what they think is good in the meta. I would say Rogue, but I think if Schalke win today, convincingly, I think Schalke's going to make a run all the way to the semifinals.
See, I'm aboard the Mad hype train. I think that a lot of people are sleeping on them right now because I think they had a really competitive series against G2 last week. I think that in a best of 5, their ability to adapt is strong. And I think that of the 3 teams in the lower bracket, Mad is the one that can most likely take games off the big 2.
Well, we'll check in with the vote in just a second, but just so that we have it out there, is anyone going to challenge Fnatic or G2 in that upper bracket?
I think I need to see this week's games, but I genuinely believe Mad can. I think they can.
Vedius is a Mad believer. I think it's Rogue. I'm more of a Rogue believer if they can find their form. Otherwise, Schalke is going to come to that semifinals, and they're probably going to make fun of Fnatic.
Make fun of Fnatic. People at home, 80% voting for Schalke, no fear. I mean, yeah, the hype train, there's just nothing to be done about it. We did see a lot of great performances last week, also individually. Vedius, who were your standout players in that first round of playoffs?
Well, Shocks, I had 3, and that means I need to go over to the 3 wall to highlight my 3 talented players from last week. Starting off with the man in the mid lane for Fnatic, it is, of course, Nemesis. Now, Nemesis has received so much criticism this split. Fans have been asking for him to be benched. We as analysts have been touting him as one of the worst performing mid laners this split, but coming into playoffs, he found champions that worked for him, and oh boy, did he perform. Nemesis stepping up was invaluable for Fnatic as he helped them secure that very important 3-0 against Rogue. Of course, he's not the only mid laner on my list, because how could I not bring up the man himself, Abadage. This man has been on a tear since the Schalke Miracle run has begun. Getting a solo kill against Zazi, landing multi-man Azir ultimates. This guy has been performing out of this world, and everyone is considering one of the best mid laners in the league right now. Of course, we'll have to wait and see how he stacks up against Humanoid later on in the day, but he's definitely a mid laner to watch. My final player to highlight is a G2 player, but it's not the one you think. It's not Caps, it is, of course, Wonder. This man has returned to form entering playoffs. We've seen the rise of carries back in the top lane, and when you put one in a position to carry, he seems to do just that. His Nico performances were fantastic, and I think that he, alongside Caps, were clutch in so many situations that helped win them the series against Mad Lions. Now, we'll see if Wonder can reach his 4th final in a row as he and G2 take on Fnatic tomorrow.
They're going to try to buy a bit more space, but he cannot connect now. The rest of the team now coming in. Jankos, though, he's already used the grid. He's going to be very squishy, but they cannot quite kill him because an unbreakable comes in at the perfect time.
Fnatic, I think they kind of looked a bit shook off after we beat them last final. It's like they felt like what they were doing just could never work against us, and I think they just wanted to change it up and find a new way of playing that could actually beat us.
Submit still trying to get in. Golden Shadow, there's the jump. Submit dives into the back line.
And we always manage to find these solutions to our problems. We always just make it work. So if the meta keeps on going like this way for us, it's perfect, honestly. I feel like it's just right for our players.
A little taste of what is to come tomorrow. 2 of the most winningest organizations in Europe take each other on again. But the record is against them for Fnatic. They are 0-7 versus G2 in 2020. That's not how we want to start that best of 5.
Yeah, they definitely must have some kind of mental edge or a mental buff versus Fnatic in the end. I think G2 has just shown that time and time again, they're just the better team.
And I think that while Fnatic look great, the problem that they always have with G2 is that whenever they've got a game plan that they know works, G2 then comes in well, we've got another game plan. And we saw it in the finals in spring where everyone was saying, we were on the analyst desk, we think Fnatic's going to win, and then the Kog'Maw Lulu comes out of nowhere, and it feels like that G2 just always seem to have Fnatic's number.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe a bit of a mental breakdown there from the side of the Fnatic players, but they have to start fresh. You brought it up. You said that final, it was so much in G2's favor in spring, and they even said that kind of caught us off guard, and we suffered from that. But now, the playoff buff is activated for both Fnatic and for G2, but will it be enough?
I am hoping so.
Yeah.
I can't be
5
confident
games,
right now. Yeah, I think that Fnatic look great, and if they can bring out the performance that they did against Rogue, then I have high optimism this is going to be a great series.
That's tomorrow, but today and tonight, Schalke and Mad Lions take to the Rift in a series with everything on the line.
Next week is going to be really hard because the team that we're going to face are at a higher tier, I think, than what we faced so far. The fact that we are here is because we've been working and improving.
Get themselves a TP too, in fact, and we'll be able to get this.
Oh, and he gets a solo kill! Oh, but Doggy! You didn't even think it was possible. He just runs the man down.
Oh no, hits him once. That's going to be a sleepy Aurelia. The follow-up is there. All too easy to take him down. Cat's getting lower and lower. The shield is too little too late. Now looks like Jankos is just next on the menu. Boar for dinner. Not going to be a problem. Rome finishes that one off, and that now poised to just take the Baron. Yeah.
We all have the drive to be the best and we want to win. We just want to improve from every loss. Everyone wants to win LEC. It would mean that I have fulfilled my dream basically of becoming the best in Europe. So that would be quite nice.
Parzi has a dream, but Schalke 04 is living the dream of the miracle run. And we just pulled up the standings at the end of week 4 to show you what has transpired since then and how impressive the run from Schalke has been.
So, as you can see, it was pretty much done and dusted, right? Like, so many teams, so many players were sitting in the middle of the pack in our league, and it was crazy competitive. But Schalke were right at the bottom. We thought that it was done and dusted. There was no way that they'd be able to come back, and here we are. 8-10 is now the record that they ended, and now they're in a position to lock a spot at Worlds.
Yeah, if you go 1-8 in your first like 9 games and you make it to playoffs, obviously that's a huge achievement. I think us as XL during the regular split, when we saw Schalke sort of week 5, week 6, we're like, okay, that's guaranteed win for us. But then they came along and they just stomped us, so we were like, oh wow, maybe this team's actually pretty good. And winning 10 games in a row is it's really difficult. And the fact they've done it, I'm just so impressed.
Yeah, exactly. I love that you brought that up, because I think the hype is big. We also saw it with 80% of the people voting for it, and they're just riding that wave. And honestly, they went from a miracle run to this might be one of the best teams in the league. We don't want to go too far, but until they stop winning, what can you really say about this squad?
I mean, that's the thing. It's difficult to criticize them. Then whatever it is that they're doing, no team seems to be able to find an answer for it. They have not lost the game in so long, and I think that this is more than just about a miracle run. For me, this is about Schalke making European history. H2K did a very similar thing not too long ago, but they got knocked out in the first round of playoffs. Whereas if Schalke win here, they can lock a spot at World, and then everyone gets to go on Twitter and tweet out, where were you when Schalke was, I was here, I got to watch. And so I think I'm really excited to see if that reality does come.
I think what you said is the most important point. No one's been able to find an answer yet. It's been like 4 or 5 weeks, 10 games in a row, and no one's found an answer, not even Mad Lions.
No, they haven't. But now let's look at their opponents and Mad Lions, because with this whole hype around Schalke, we're forgetting how hyped we actually were about the Mad Lions, and rightfully so. A fantastic, mostly rookie lineup that has been playing phenomenally and experimentally all year, I should say, and could be the next rookie team to make it to Worlds. And it's all getting lost, but they deserve so much praise for what they've done so far.
Yeah, you can't take it away from them. Second in the regular split, they were holding first for quite a long time. I think that they had so much creativity and innovation throughout the regular split. They came up with so many different picks, and they brought picks to Europe, which people actually took from them and started using themselves. So not only are they just such a good team, like as a team, as 5, they're just so innovative, and they just bring up new things, which is just impressive.
Play without fear.
Yeah, I think they certainly do. I mean, earlier this split, we were comparing them to G2 of last year, and we were saying that this could be one of the next super teams that we have arising from Europe, especially from such young players. And I think that the amount that they've achieved in their very first year is impressive. And if they can lock in that world spot, I think that just that's going to round out what has already been a fantastic year for Mad Lions.
But you've said it all. They could also not get it, and that would be such a heartbreaker. But I think you have to look in the mirror when you're the Schalke, the Mad Lions players. I mean, both of them, but especially Mad when it comes to Worlds, because they had so many chances to directly take their fate into their own hands. Yep. The game versus Rogue, the game versus Schalke on the last day. So I think the pressure must be enormous, and the heartbreak would be enormous if they can't make it. All on the line for Mad today. So let's see what their coach had to say before today's series.
And thank you very much, Shox and Mac. Thank you for joining me, and congrats on getting back-to-back coach of the split this year.
Thank you very much.
It's super interesting. I mean, earlier this week you were saying how broken is it to get carried by players and stuff. But I mean, coaching is a teamwork in the end. So explain to me, how did your coaching methods work, especially with this lineup this year, you think?
It's certainly a team effort. I mean, the spirit behind that tweet is that I just feel really lucky to have all the people that we have in the staff. And I think it's kind of easy to look good with the people that I have around me, right? Like as a coach, I think I have a very specific set of requirements because of the person that I am. Like I need other people that will do certain things for me around. Like, for example, the role that Cass fills is very much like he does a lot on the preparation side. And I view my role very much as like the person who's there to provide the structure and set the tone, do the reviews, make sure the environment stays good, have all the kind of like one-to-one conversations and the difficult conversations with people. That's very much the role that I see. And I also put a huge emphasis on all of the other outside of game stuff and having like a really good work-life balance and this type of stuff. And I wouldn't be able to do that without having all the extra support that I have around me. You know, we have a really big staff at Mad Lions. We have Jake, we have Martina, our sports psychologist. We have Cass and Gita, who help doing a lot of the preparation. And above all of that, you also have Peter, who's just incredibly experienced and has been like a really, really amazing guide to me. And my first year as a head coach. And I think that that's, you know, all of those combined are a lot of the reasons why I've developed as a person and as a coach and why things have gone well for us. So I mean, I'm just grateful to everyone else that I have around me, really.
And you have an amazing team. I mean, you were mentioning Jake. I also want to follow up on something you both expressed this year, the fact that you wanted the Mad Lions players to grow as individuals more than players. So 1 year in, anything you can tell me about their evolution?
I think we've definitely made a lot of big steps. I think we started off with very, very baby steps at first because, I mean, this is a lot of our players' first experiences coming away from home in a lot of ways, right? So there are a lot of barriers that people have had to get over, mostly around kind of the way that we think about things like innovation, the way that we communicate with each other, these types of things, physical fitness, opening up their minds a bit to things like meditation. So there's been, you know, diet, nutrition, all this type of stuff. Supplementation as well, plus all the challenges that COVID brought to like dealing with stress. There's been a lot of hurdles there. And I think that these are issues that you have to learn from yourself, right? Like someone else can tell you, well, you will feel a lot better if you drink lots of water and eat well and sleep well and all this type of stuff. But until you experience the difference that it makes, it's really hard to be able to appreciate just how good you actually can feel if you've never done this before. If you've never really looked after yourself and really got good sleep and really like felt your absolute best, it's really hard to appreciate how well you can actually perform and how much of a difference that can make. And I think, you know, sometimes it takes letting people fall down a bit and being like, well, you would have found this easier if you'd like implemented some of these things, and this is why we do some of these things, right? Like when the stress gets to a really high point, you know, all teams go through rough patches, and we went through one towards the end of the split. Like in the very last week, we had a couple of like pretty poor showings. That's no secret. And you know, at that point, that's when you reiterate as a coach, right? This is why we do all of this stuff, to cope with the stress, because it's really stressful. And we're a very young team, and I'm a young head coach. So all of that extra stuff that we do, that's why it's there, right? And hopefully it comes to fruition now, and that we're in a good enough place that, you know, all of our good habits are still in place, and we're still disciplined, and we're still in our routine, and we still have all of our structures and everything in place. Because I like to think that when you come to playoffs, as a team, you don't rise to the occasion. You fall to your kind of highest level of preparation. And the preparation in this case is all of the good habits that you've built up beforehand, you know, getting good sleep for the last couple of weeks, so that actually when you're really stressed in playoffs and you wake up super early because you're stressed, then some of that can help carry you through. Or having the good habits that when you're like in the middle of a game in like a do or die situation in a best of 5, some of the structures that we've talked about day in, day out for like 6 to 8 months now, some of those carry you through because they're just automatic. And that's the purpose of everything we do.
And that's what we'll have to show today. I mean, you still have your fate in your own hands, but that may be the last chance you guys get here. And so is for Schalke. That's what leads me to my last question. What do you think of their dominance throughout the last week, and especially against SK last week?
I think SK didn't really challenge them very much, so which is unfortunate for us because we didn't get to see kind of how deep their champion pools run and see what they look like when they're pushed. So I think they had a bit of a free series against SK, to be honest with you. We'll see how that continues today.
Exactly, we'll see how they clash against you guys today. Mac, thank you very much for the interview and good luck against Schalke 04 today.
Cheers.
Thank you very much. Always lovely to hear from Mac. And as said, back-to-back coach of the split. But now it is for all the marbles. Laura also asked about last week. And let's pull up the gold graph of how hard Schalke dominated SK. Now, I do think he made a fantastic point there, Cadril, just about... yeah, the fact that if this happens as the enemy team, you don't have that much to scout because you don't have a lot of material.
Yeah, I think if you look at the Mad G2 series, Mad really got pushed. They had to come up with things that they maybe weren't as comfortable on or things that they didn't really want to show. So when it came to the Schalke series, they just 3-0 stomped them. I think 2 games in a row, they played almost the same comp, the Hecker Moriana, with just a different top, maybe same AD carry, but they really won't push that much.
I feel like Schalke also demonstrated how dominant they can really be. And I think that's one of the craziest things. Because remember, not that long ago, they were 1-8, and they were the team that we had written off. And now you see those gold graphs behind us where they are just they're keeping things relatively neutral, and then all of a sudden, straight spike up. And it's very reminiscent of what we saw from G2 last year, where the moment they get to the mid-game, suddenly they turn it on. And I think that's what's so impressive. Not to say that they play like G2, but they are very dominant in a way that no other team right now we're seeing.
I mean, you said it. You used them in the same sentence. Get your tweets ready, rather. But let's talk a bit more about Schalke and how they get that advantage and how they are able to accelerate. What do they go for in terms of compositions?
So I really like Schalke's way of drafting. They don't necessarily draft champions to win lane or to counter the enemy champions as much. You know, they don't pick 2 individual champions which don't work together, but they counter the enemies. They pick champions that work together and they synchronize. You can see the comp behind me. You can swap out most of these champions with their champion pool. You know, you can throw in a Shen Kha'Zix there, which is what they really like. You can even throw like a Renekton Sejuani in there, and it feels like their baseline support always comes from every role. So they can have like a utility mid, like the Galio or the TF. They can have a utility top, like the Shen. They have utility junglers. They have utility AD carries, like the Senna and the Ashe. So they're just so flexible in draft that it feels like they can do any style they want, really.
And I think what's interesting is, so that's the bit that I would challenge a little bit, because I would say that their style to me seems similar in every game. It feels like that they have a very safe bot lane in terms of like utility, where you often see an Ashe, a Senna, or an Ezreal. You'll often see like a scaling carry in terms of the Zoe, Azir mid. And I think that, but some of the pieces often change. So I think the comps often have a similar goal, but I think that the way in which they approach it is very different. I think that kind of highlights what Cadril is saying, where it's very easy for them to actually just change individual pieces out or duos out, but their comps often just want to do the same thing. And I think that consistency in your approach to the game helps them a lot, because they don't have to split push. They don't have to like change the way like waves are managed. Right? They can just do the same thing over and over, just with slightly different pieces.
And a good point by Mac, but they could. They just have not been really tested.
I mean,
in the
that's true,
last
right? They
couple of
could
weeks.
actually have more lined up.
We don't know, and I think this is why the series will be so interesting, because we will see more from both sides. And I think when we talk about the Mad Lions and our compositions, we also have to highlight flexibility, but in a completely different manner.
Yeah, I really like Mad Lions' way of drafting throughout the entire split. You know, they always came up with neutralization picks like the Sonar Lux. So they came up with aggressive picks like the Ivern Renekton, things like this, just things you wouldn't expect, which are really aggressive. And I think that's what separates Schalke from Mad Lions. Mad Lions can go early game, they can go aggressive, they can dive you, they can TP on you level 1, they can dive you level 2. But I think that's the thing that separates them and Schalke. Schalke, they opt more into scaling and team fighting rather than going for aggression. But I think Mad Lions definitely has the edge in the early game.
And I think that some crucial picks that we're going to be looking at are in the bot lane specifically. I think that when we talk about Schalke, we look at the Ashe, we look at the Senna, we look at the Ezreal, often safe utility lanes that are very good at neutralizing. Whereas when you look at Mad Lions, Kalista, we see Caitlyn. I think we're going to see a Lucian as well. We already see it a lot in mid lane. I wouldn't be surprised to see it in the bot lane as well. And I think that they're lanes that you can quite easily play around. And what we saw last week when they played up against G2 was Galio in the mid lane. We saw a Galio-Camille combo. And while they did invest in the top lane initially, they then brought that pressure down to bot, and they were extremely proactive. They were going toe-to-toe with G2, and I think that if any team is going to challenge Schalke, it is a team like Mad and how they approach the game.
All right. Final note on
Yeah, I just think if you look at the Fnatic series, it's a bit separate point, but I think if you look at the way the Fnatic drafted, maybe you could try and implement that into your own style, because I think that no one's really come up with an answer for it yet. The Lucian mid or the AD mid with the AP jungle, especially with Lilia being so strong, I think it would fit Mad Lions pretty well. So I'll be interesting to see if Mad Lions actually took a sort of page from Fnatic's book.
And Shadow versus Gilius, what a hype matchup in and of itself. As a small quick update, we have been informed by league management that we are currently experiencing an issue with getting players into the lobby, and we will be a bit delayed getting into our first game. We will pass on updates as we get them. We do have content for you. You know, we get paid to talk, so I hope we can do it. We're also going to see what the viewers think right now. Who will win this series, Mad or S04? Spam in chat. We're going to get to predictions already. Hopefully, then we can get into game, but we'll see. So you have some time for this. Vedius, who are you going for?
So I am predicting Mad Lions. I think that last week, the 3-1 scoreline was not really representative of how close that series was, and I could have seen a world where that could have gone to all 5 games. I love the fact that Mad Lions was willing to go toe-to-toe with every player that G2 is making, and I think that ultimately, Game 2 specifically, the reason why they lost was because they were just getting individually outplayed by players like Caps, like Wonder, even like Mickey. And there's no shame in getting outplayed by some of the best players that we've ever had in Europe. And I think that it just goes to show how capable Mad Lions is. The flexibility in their draft, their aggression, their ability to move around the map. I'm very optimistic, and I can't wait to see what Mad can do today. So I expect them to win.
I saw that you have like a screener. It says what people are voting for. 70% Schalke for now. Cadwell, what do you think?
I have to agree with Vedius on the point that Mad Lions are a really strong rookie squad. They've been strong all year. It would be really lovely to see them at Worlds, but unfortunately, I think Schalke's going to take this. I mean, the Schalke Steam train is just going full force. I think there's 10 wins in a row. They beat Mad Lions last week or the week before, I think it was. And I just think Schalke is just consistency, their macro game, and just their drafts are just better.
I think the dream dies today. I think this is it. I don't think Gilius is making it to Worlds. I think Matt. I think it's rookies. You and rookies. I think it's going to be it.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Mac can...
Juggling skills.
What's that called in English? Juggling. I didn't know. Jongleren in Dutch. What I want to get at, as we still have a little bit of time...
Wait, that's...
What?
Whoa.
He dropped on.
That was pretty good. You know, what I kind of wanted to touch on as well... Enough. Oh, man, when we get into territory where we haven't prepared, I really need to like keep these all in check, because otherwise I'll go off the rails. What I wanted to talk about was just the amount of stress and kind of pressure. And I think Schalke has really shown that it is not affecting them. They have also said that continuously throughout the interviews in the last couple of weeks on a 10-game winning streak. You've talked about the fact that it's very hard to keep that going, but they seem to be unaffected entirely. The Mad Lions, on the other side, even though there's a fantastic system in place, it must be in the back of their heads. We let it slip through our fingers a couple of times, and now we're here, and we got to play Schalke in a best-of-5. How do you think that will affect them?
Well, I think that Mad Lions, like you said earlier, they've had a lot of opportunities to go to Worlds now. This is their last chance. This is the ultimate last chance they'll have all year long to make it to Worlds, and it's just on one best-of-5. So they better prepare really well for this, because, like you said, it's the only last chance. So I think obviously there's going to be so much pressure on them. They've done so well throughout spring. They came like 3rd in the playoffs. In the summer split, they almost finished 1st, and now they might miss Worlds by just one best-of-5. So there's a huge amount of pressure on them.
I can't imagine how much momentum Game 1 would give either team.
I agree.
Like, I can't speak from the perspective of a pro, and maybe Cadra can give more insight on this, but I can imagine that the moment you win Game 1, it's almost like a weight is lifted off your shoulders, and you're like, okay, we have that 1-game advantage, only 2 left to go. Whereas the team that's lost, it's like that shot at missing Worlds is now ever bigger. We still have to win 3 games. We've got to adapt. Like, I can just imagine that must be so difficult, and I imagine that it could affect both sides pretty equally as well, because even though Schalke initially had nothing to lose, now they have everything, right? And it's that one best-of-5. They're in exactly the same position the Mad Lions is in as well.
That is so well put, by the way. They had nothing to lose, and now they have everything to lose. I love that.
I think that looking at best-of-5s, you can look at Fnatic where they show in the first game, they show their plan, the AD AP mid. You can look at SK where they show the lane swap level 1 already. I think that Game 1s are so important just because people come with plans. And if you're the team without the plan, you just go standard and the enemy team pulls out a plan and you actually win them against them in the first game, it kind of makes the team question themselves, like, was this actually the right plan in the first place? And that's where the momentum comes from, if you beat their plan on the first game. If both drafts are kind of even and like comfort picks, then the game one doesn't matter too much. But if they come in with a plan and they lose with it, that's when the best 5 starts to swing.
Super interesting. I heard that we may still have 10 minutes before we get into that first game, so we're going to keep you entertained. We also have an interview for you because earlier we spoke to Neon about what it was like playing on the LEC stage a while ago, I guess. Let's check in with him.
Okay, so the journey was very difficult, or like for me personally, I have always kind of been in LEC and I've always been hovering. I was always subbing into the last place teams, you know, and I was always like the guy who kind of subbed in but didn't make a difference, you know, in the last places. So this year I thought that it was just gonna be like all over the same, you know, but I realized that if this is gonna be me for the rest of my career, then I'm not gonna be seen in LEC like again, you know. So I honestly went all in on everything. Like every single one of us went all in and did their absolute best, whether it comes to like preparation, putting in additional time in solo queue, or just making sure the practice in scrims stays good and the atmosphere is good. Especially for me, this is huge because I finally get to show that I can compete and I am on the LEC level. And there is no one who like outshines me. That it's finally time to start showing that, especially to my family and friends, that like all this time it didn't go to waste. That me putting school, friends, and family aside was actually for something, you know, and that that I can play on the highest level.
Wow, lovely to hear from Neon. And this is kind of a side of him we haven't seen yet or heard from, I would say. And it's something, you know, you can't think about too much, you know, even as casters and when you're doing the show, about how kind of this is such a big sacrifice for every one of these players. And they have so much they're fighting against that is not necessarily out in the open, right? And especially for Neon, he's right. I mean, even a couple of weeks back when they were 1-8, it was like the Inex came in and this and that, and it wasn't sure who would get a shot and if they would even stay there. But somehow he made it work, and that's really good for him and for Schalke.
I mean, he was the only good Ashe player for a while.
Right?
Like, here in Europe, we were like, no one can play Ashe, and then he brings it out and he's like, this is how it's done, guys. And then he has a fantastic performance on it. And I think that, of course, there's always going to be a lot of weight on the shoulders of the players as you move into each split. And again, I think Kadril can speak a lot more on this than I can. But we talked about pressure, and I think the pressure is something that always sits on the back of these pro players. You can tell that they always want it. And I think today we're going to get to see which hungrier team comes out on top.
We will. I'll get to Kadril in a second. Just a small update. We have received an update from League Management. They have resolved the issue. Players are getting into Champion Select right now, and we'll get it on your screen in about 8 minutes. So let's immediately jump right onto that. I also kind of want to talk about what we've seen from him. You said like the only Ashe that was winning in EU, actually, in week 8. Also that they default to Senna a lot. What can you say about Neon's style and the role he's played for the team, and how you think it could get exploited, or they can show us different things in this best of 5?
I feel like Neon was just the perfect fit for Schalke. You had a lot of carries already, and he slipped in as a carry or a utility player, which is what the main whole idea of Schalke is. Every player can fit that role. And I think Neon, like he said in his interview, he's been on teams, bottom teams. He's not really been able to shine. He's not really been able to have his chance. But now that he can play a supportive style with a team with really strong players on it, he's really starting to shine with the Senna, with the Ashe, with the Ezreal. And I feel like he's got a bigger champion pool, but I think that the meta is really fine for him right now. The Ashe, the Senna, and the Ezreal, I think that 2 utility champions and some sort of a scaling carry is exactly what they needed. And I think that within Axe, he had more of a hyper carry play style. Yep. And I think that Neon slotting in here with the utility style is really good for them. And Neon's the kind of player who's been so high elo in solo queue for so long, many, many years. And now he's finally got his chance at playoffs. He's got a shot at Worlds. And I mean, he must be over the moon.
It's man, the story is just too crazy.
For both sides, you know?
I think, yeah. What I find fascinating is that in Europe, we have this tendency of sending teams that you don't expect to Worlds, right? Like Misfits is a good example, and probably the most well-known one, considering they took SKT to the 5 games. We had Vitality, who didn't qualify, but were a game off. They had, I think it was a tiebreaker against Cloud9 that they ended up losing. But
don't remind me. Yeah, they were like in the group of death.
Yeah, they were in the group of death.
Them,
They took down Samsung, they took down RNG, and then they, they had an impressive run. And then last year, we had Splice, Humanoid on. Of course, wasn't quite a rookie squad, but it was in a position where I think no one really expected them, and they took a game off of FPX. And I think that Europe has this tendency of sending teams to Worlds that always surprise, and a lot of that comes off the fact that we have so many talented rookies and young players. And I think that a lot of these players on both sides have not had an opportunity to showcase what they're capable of at Worlds. And I think regardless of who makes it, they will represent Europe well, and I'm excited to see what they can do on the international
Great point. I think within them also lies the hunger, because they know what their predecessors have done with a 3rd seed or a 4th seed.
yeah.
And they say, we can do this as well. Give us a chance. Well, you have to step up and take it. It all comes down to this for Schalke and Mad. Who will be EU's final team at Worlds 2020? Let's find out. One of the most unpredictable seasons we have ever had.
It's do or die, right, for so many of these teams.
If you hadn't caught it yet, Schalke is still in the race.
Ignore the Schalke Miracle Run if you want, but Schalke are a damn good team right now.
Rattling off the damage. Crouch escapes from up and Dreams manages to land the dead charge.
Worlds is the goal, and we're 3 games away from Worlds, so I'm going to focus on that first.
Swing. Here comes Helios. The railgun comes out. Neon gets the kill.
It's only natural to kick out my other coach, Mac, from playoffs, so I would rather play Mad Lions and just send them home.
There it is. There's the Hemo Blade. Odo waits for the perfect moment. That's going to pop. Not be able to do a lot more, though. Oh! He does it again!
Who's going to make it to Worlds, Reckless?
Schalke.
Schalke. Oh, you're also on the hype train.
Mad Lions, they were kind of on a downturn. If they bring back to their previous level, then I think we get a close series.
Oh, it's Carzy flashing in fearlessly, running down G2. They don't have enough damage to heal. He's healing off the dragon in the meantime. Oh my god, Carzy absolutely dominating that fight.
Mad Lions did have a few games against G2 where they showed some signs of greatness.
The damage to finish the job, the delayed snare, now the Hecarim moving in, Wonder has to run for the hill, Shadow wants to turn it, he gets Purse, he looks to Wonder, this is so much gold for the Hecarim, oh my god!
Here comes the showstopper as well. Selfmade has to use the ult to try and survive in the pit, and is stolen away. Once again, Inspired gets it.
Coming to playoffs, I thought the 2 best teams are us and G2. I guess Fnatic proved me wrong.
Reckless is caught out by himself, but on the front line is Hillersang.
That we didn't really play like we used to. I don't really care who we play between Schalke and Mad Lions. Yeah, I mean, they play for Worlds, right? And hopefully we'll prepare better this time.
Making Worlds, yeah, you must be incredibly relieved that Fnatic had such a good showing.
This tower, ooh, Finn, no, this could be dangerous. Good barrels.
Hillersang flashes in with the play, TP's gonna come in, but there's the Requiem.
They go from 0-3 to 3-0, they come out of groups. This is a team that's very hard to doubt.
Our games today, I feel like my team did so well. I don't know how to put it in any different way.
On its way up for Reckless, and the gun connects.
Selfmade has shown that he can play on carries, he can play on tanks, his jungle pathing is incredible, his stats are amazing.
Selfmade is a very good jungler when he's on a carry.
Right now he's hovering around the bot lane, he has his eyes on Hans Summer.
Hans Summer has cleansed, has flashed, Selfmade dives in, Hans Summer has no chance.
It's super exciting to see that we can still do it, you know, at the end of everything, even if we've had a tough split.
Reckless, you get another shot at G2.
I feel like it's gonna be a banger once again.
At the end of the day, I think G2 and Fnatic will perform in playoffs.
G2 has really risen in the last couple of weeks.
Space is possible to Rome is going down. In the meantime, Caps is still alive, but there's too many members of Mad left standing. Caps wants to turn it. Dash, Auto trying to finish it. Carzy goes down. He cannot be stopped in this exchange. Triple kill coming in for Wonder, and Caps carries the fight.
When G2's on a roll, they are the best team in Europe, and I don't think that's really disputable.
Is it G2 versus everyone else these playoffs?
It's Caps versus everybody else.
Once Caps started winning, he never stopped. This man is unstoppable. The pullback, will they look for the re-engage? You can tell that they're debating, but the minions are already pushing into the base. The more time, oh my god, the damage from Cap. 25 stack Magi's, he's just playing with his food, leaping in, leaping out.
It'd be a bit different to old Fnatic G2 series, where it's sort of tank junglers. This might be a full-on scrap between Jankos and Selfmade.
Going to crash this wave, Jankos making sure that Wonder's probably not going to get dove. Using Blast Cone though, he's gone for the game.
That's so much CC, now they're going to be in trouble. That is the power of this champion. The pullback, Arome now trying to run to safety. Facebreaker, where's it going to go? Jankos waiting, trying to find 2 kills.
You cannot never ever count Fnatic out. I think they can come back very strong. I want the toughest competition possible so that we can learn and be stronger at Worlds.
Mad Lions and their crazy play style and their innovative picks across the board. The anti-meta team is what they've been called.
The team is just showing versatility, adaptability, and in recent weeks, consistency as well. We don't right now know who the best team in Europe is.
If there was a year for them to do it, we've said it before, but I think this is the year.
G2 or Fnatic have won every single title in the EULCS/LEC outside of Summer 2014. Will we see a new champion, yes or no?
Hello, and welcome to the Catcher Desk. I'm Dracos, joined by Frostgrun and Ender. Whether you're at Instagram checking out the behind-the-scenes stories or at watch.lolesports.com, hopefully it's going to be a banger. This is called the Cross Post, and I was peer pressured into doing it. But now, folks, we get to get into the game, and that's what everyone is excited for. Schalke versus Mad. One final world spot on the line, and we are just moments away from picks and bans.
It's the last chance dance. Dreams will die today. Someone will qualify for Worlds. Will it be the Schalke Miracle Run? Will it be our breakout stars in the Mad Lions? And what are we looking at in draft here, Christy?
Right now, my eyes are immediately drawn to the bottom lane. It's so important for these two teams to have their supports on playmakers. Last time these two teams faced off, Schalke hit Mad Lions champion pools hard down there, and I think the team that gets the winning bot lane has such an edge.
And here's the thing, Mad Lions are on the coveted blue side. This is the side that is considered exceptionally overpowered with the priority pick because red side is so hamstrung into banning things like that Caitlyn. So what are the priority champions that we're looking at that Mad Lions want to get a hold of? It's things like the Kalista and things like the Lilia.
Meanwhile, Schalke have to be looking at stuff like the Sona, the Caitlyn, the Thresh. These were their 3 bans against Mad Lions when they faced off in Week 8, and it removes 3 of the favorite pairings of Mad Lions in the bot lane. The Sona Lux, Caitlyn plus anything else, frankly, and Thresh teams up beautifully with that Kalista power pick.
And I like it. We were running through plausible pick bans in the back stage, and it already looks like we're 4 for 4 on bans so far. But the Senate Committee takeaway from Neon, that's a big deal. He got it all 3 games in the series versus SK. The Caitlyn now taken off the board, and now the Shen too. Now that's a bit of a curveball.
Now the thing is Mad Lions are setting them up for a first pick of a Kalista, unless it's banned here. I think this is the Kalista grab, or it could be that Lilia, depending on if the Hecarim changes things that they want to go for a farming jungler. But Mad Lions would really like a Kalista versus SK matchup, and instead, a blind pick Akali. Now, we were talking about Akali backstage. Apparently, she is popping off in scrims right now, but we haven't gotten to see it. But blind pick is pretty risky.
Blind pick first pick is especially risky, and what this tells me is for the Mad Lions, this could be a flex option between top lane and mid lane. I think when you look at Mad Lions, you'd usually say Akali, that's definitely going into mid, but Mad Lions need to show some adaptability in the draft with a first pick like that.
And now the response is the Orianna blind pick, super safe since that Akali is a flex that you were talking about. She can absorb and survive in Akali lane if she does face her, and then into an Ashe to dissuade a Kalista. Ashe does amazingly into Kalista, takes a lot of power, so you then see the immediate pivot for Carzzy, grabbing the Jhin, which has been an answer.
This is crazy, just going full into the utility AD carry wheelhouse here, and I think when you're showing the Akali, having a long-range engage option like the Jhin makes Akali in the top lane a little bit more feasible if you're not going to be having some champion up there that can offer that hard engage. Jhin will help with an Nautilus to get that done.
Now, normally you would grab the Tahm Kench as the support, but the thing is Gangplank rises in priority massively right now. Not only because the Shin has been banned, but also because Shin and Jhin together, or excuse me, Gangplank and Jhin together work exceptionally well, using the Cannon Barrage and then using your long-range W to snare and snipe people out. So I expect Gangplank to either be a high priority pick out for Schalke on red side or completely banned away.
And of course, Gangplank historically a fantastic answer into mobile AD carries, and no surprise to see that we have 2 on the map. Schalke will now take that pick away, and I already love what we're seeing from draft. Schalke, I feel like this is stock standard in the context of this specific meta, especially for Schalke. On the opposite side, the Akali feeling like a real curveball, and if you're a Mad Lions fan, maybe you're hoping that this is more of that Mad Lions ingenuity showing through in draft.
Yeah, that's what we want, the creativity. Now, Mad Lions are probably looking at pinching Gilius here. Kha'Zix is going to be an answer that they could take. It usually goes really well with Orianna. Same thing like Camille, a champion that has hard engage that can land on top of you and be that successful ball delivery service.
And now for Schalke, what they ban away here could be pretty telling because the Lee Sin is a champion that has been such in Shadow's wheelhouse. Instead, looking at their last series, it's a Graves ban. And this is pretty telling because both junglers in their series last weekend were completely away from the early game. They were playing the Hecarim, they were playing the Lilia. In the case of Shadow, it was about those scaling jungle picks. And I think with an Akali, presumably in the mid lane, you're not going to be taking the Lilia, some more magic damage out of the jungle. The Graves would be the AD equivalent of a farming scaling jungler.
An interesting interesting because it does further set the expectation that this Akali could be a flex pick. With an AD jungler, you would want AP solo lanes. Akali, if she is going to be using the top lane, would be a solid AP option. So we'll see what the final choices are here. But the Lilia will be taken off the table a bit later than in the previous weeks, but will still get banned away.
Now, if Schalke take Mordekaiser here, it tells me that they want to go for the Sejuani. Sejuani's kind of the big answer. Mord acts as a good answer into Sejuani because you can take a lot of her stats away when you alter. Instead, they pivot into a strong blind pick like a Renekton. So Odoamne really trying to aggressively win his lane or force Arome perhaps onto the back foot in a matchup.
And interesting to see him go for the blind pick here, meaning that they're securing final pick for Gilius in the jungle. Not often that we see a jungler, especially this far into the draft, saving last pick. We'll have to see how much Gilius feels comfortable pivoting, depending on the champions that come through. But Arome, it appears, has resigned himself to weak side. We have seen Ornn mid in the past, but you have to assume that for now, this will be going to Arome's hand.
And I think this is exactly the right idea for Mad Lions. Mad Lions want to be playing through that bottom lane, and now we have a set in the jungle. Shadow had not played a game of set jungle all split long. They were banning it constantly on blue side. This is an anomaly to see this champion drop so low in priority, but this says Mad Lions have early game and they're here to play.
Yeah, and that's the thing. We were talking back and forth behind stage. We're like, neither of these teams play set. Set is banned away by other teams. We thought it would completely drop through, and the question was, what would Shadow play if he didn't get Lee Sin, if he didn't get the Lilia, and he's now pulled up the trump card of saying, I can play the set, and I'm here to play a gank-oriented style.
And I would love to see him pull off a lot of those early ganks, just so incredibly strong with the phase rush in the jungle. But on the opposite side, Schalke have that all-too-powerful pairing that we know works well for this team. The Renekton combined with the Sejuani is going to be devastating.
And you are going to hear this from us all series long. Schalke on one side, they love their drafts to have cohesion, to have synergy. They will always draft for the big 5v5 to make sure that their champions all work together, especially in those team fights. Whereas Mad Lions, it's about individual agency. It's about creativity and individual power.
And right now, Mad Lions' composition has all this long-range CC, and then Humanoid playing off of that to give Abbedagge and Neon a terrible time in the back. He really is going to be the big carry for Mad Lions in this team comp. Akali must pay off with this first pick for Mad.
And no doubt that it has to be all eyes on Humanoid. See both teams getting ready. Coaches now leaving the room as the entire squad prepares for the first game and what very well could be their final best of 5. It's time. Schalke No Fear versus the Mad Lions. And here we are now on the Rift. And of course, important, I think, inevitably to talk about Humanoid. Now, in a lot of the games, Mad Lions have obviously felt like a big team effort. Humanoid is a guy that has had varying performances all season long. His Orianna, legendary. His Akali in the past, a champion we knew him for, but this is his first pick on it so far this year. And when you talk about it, there's CC everywhere. But there's damage, mostly in the mid lane.
Humanoid is a player that I think really thrives when he is given a champion that, again, gives him agency, the ability to play out into his side lanes, to be in control of his own fate. Obviously, the lane phase for Akali is usually just about surviving, getting through lane phase. That obviously changes when she gets access to level 6. And then when she can play in a side lane, when she has the completion of the Gunblade, things start really opening up for her. So this should be a champion that really empowers Humanoid's playstyle, and now he just needs to be on form, that human that we were promised realized.
Exactly, and I think that one thing that Mad Lions took away from that series against G2 was that mid-priority wins games, especially when you have a set in the jungle. You are often looking to play through that lane to unlock invades, unlock roams towards other lanes. So now, Humanoid on this Akali is paired with the set in the jungle and the Nautilus. So this opens up those Hex Flash ganks in mid lanes combined with the Nimbus Cloak, which is so difficult for an Orianna to run away from, as well as Kaiser roams to get stuff done.
This is the exact pathing that Jankos pulled on Humanoid in the game 1 of the G2 series, and now he's going to try to force flash on Abba.
Wow.
There he goes.
Immediate early flash and holding on to his flash as well. Abbedagge with a lot of respect there, but that is going to cost him because the Hex Flash ganks and the normal flash ganks are just going to continue to come down in the mid lane.
And now what I want to see from Mad Lions is how willing they're willing to commit towards that middle lane, because one thing that I love seeing from Dreams on the other side when he plays this Nautilus is those early roams towards the mid lane. So with the level 2, Carzzy and Kaiser take a really nice trade down here.
big damage onto Neon. Absolutely massive that hook does manage to connect. Kaiser really threading the needle there. Of course, Ashe extending the trade for quite a long time to make sure that at least they get some damage back onto Kaiser, but for now, the push priority very clearly in favor of the Mad Lions. Carzzy quickly burning through that mana bar, but for now should be able to sustain this
And
one.
Shadow's back towards that mid lane. Abbedagge, no flash. He is a sitting duck here, but Gilius is here as well.
Gilius with a level advantage as well. They have to be careful. 2 level 2 champions versus 2 level 3 champions. Basic math is not looking good for the side of Mad Lions. 3 stacks 4, flash forward from Gilius. He's going to look to finish this one off, but he's hesitating. He doesn't want to go in. He thought maybe Abbedagge could finish it, ticking down, but will not drop.
Just gets out with a sliver of health there, but already you can see that Shadow came with a different strategy. It's no longer the hard farming style of the Lilia. It is trying to brute force those ganks, and I think he overreaches there, revealing that he hadn't taken his blue buff, losing all of his health, so even though Gilius didn't get the kill, he does get the blue buff.
Yeah, and he was able to get that blue buff with all the information he gained, as you said, but also Odoamne, with that pushing matchup in the top side of the map, is able to walk down and help him out. So one thing that I was talking about that mid lane play was how the supports can involve themselves in that type of a move, and while we saw Shadow, I think, jump the gun a little bit on trying to go for that early roam, because 15 seconds later, Dreams, or Kaiser rather, can make the rotation. I also want to point out that Dreams saw that coming and already was starting to match the move up from Kaiser, so both supports are playing with roaming in mind, and it's going to be big.
Action on 2 sides of the map as Shadow sets up for a gank on the bottom line. Kaiser fishing for the hook. He's going to land it. Waiting on the hook actually to hit the Tom Kench. Now going to fish for the pullback on the Facebreaker. Might try to hit 2, but the TP now coming in. Mad have committed most of their resources to this one. Shadow is caught out and it most certainly will go down. Heads up TP play coming in for Odoamne. Good damage traded back, but there's no follow-up, so Odoamne is going to live with a sliver of health. Ticking away, but will make it out. No! Oh, man. All right, gets the recall one more time. The Deadly Flourish will not finish it.
And the big thing, of course, was the fact that Odoamne also had the push priority into his lane, so it's not like he loses anything by making that teleport play, and then the cherry on top that he also got the first blood. He's not losing any minions being forced onto his wave, so a really nice timed teleport from Odo, and this is bread and butter for Schalke. They trust fall into each other all the time. They play as a holistic team.
But once again, we see a situation where Mad Lions very clearly trying to force early action and it turning against them. Now, credit to Schalke for showing up when they need to show up, showing up where they need to show up to stop these plays from happening. But Mad Lions are going to start to put themselves in quite a big hole. Almost 1,000 lead for Schalke already, and I personally mostly just feel bad for Arome, who's now staring down that coal, knowing that that's the countdown timer till he gets absolutely destroyed in this 1v1.
Yeah, I mean, Arome is not going to have a great time in top lane, but he's signed up for that in draft. At the same time, Shadow only has boots, nothing going for him. He's just full sending, looking for the ganks, and now both teams playing around mid.
Odo still has flash.
Shadow again caught out 1, 2, 3, 4 stacks. It's just not going to be enough. The shield's coming out, but he's just going to get walked down here. You're not going to get away from an Ashe Orianna. Will not happen. So Schalke grabbing another kill here in this early game, and I would say a fantastic performance from Gilius and Schalke, but for Shadow, just caught out left and right.
Yeah, Shadow having a miserable time, no doubt about that, but Schalke's bot lane are the real heroes of this team and those early plays, because that wasn't just 2 supports running to mid lane, that was also Neon joining into the fight, because you know Nautilus on the other side is going to be scary. Meanwhile, Carzzy's running down bot side for the CS, so it really is just Schalke playing with a numbers advantage and pushing the tempo.
Complete jokes aside, because we always talk about the miracle run, as I am setting up this point though, there is a potential that a gank happens on Abba in the mid lane, as Mad Lions are just trying to fish for anything with this wave priority. But the thing is that Schalke's reset timers are so good. Their objective setup is so good. Watch how they team up Gilius and Dreams. Watch when they reset and the fact that they deny you anywhere to attack us on the map. When Gilius finally does show himself on a wave, it's not like Shadow will have any sort of answer, because on time, Dreams and Neon will be in base, walking to the next play. The fundamentals of Schalke are why they made a miracle run, not just the meme.
And the vision control on top of that, too. The entire way up the river, not even the river, inside their own jungle, Kaiser and Carzzy were spotted out, moving towards mid. Here we go, it's top.
Level advantage, though. 6 to 5, this is going to be big. Moving right into Humanoid, that's going to be a kill picked up very easily. Going over to Arome as well. Not quite who you'd want it on, but still solid pickup for Mad.
Caster cursed them right there. Mechanical failure also from Odo right there. Not the best case scenario for that flash. Right into the waiting hands of Akali. Silver lining was the fact that it was Ornn that picked up the kill and not the Akali.
Yeah, and now for Mad Lions, it has to be either the solo laners moving or the bot lane moving to make these plays happen, because Shadow is so far behind. It should be Gilius hitting level 6 sooner. He's got that upgraded jungle item already with the smite, so now he jumps onto an Arome with no mana.
2, 3, and 4 stacks. We'll find the stun. Odoamne just a little bit too far away.
Wait, he leveled up into Rome's here.
Not concerned, but you're right. There's the level 6 now coming in. Odoamne only level 5, but he can double dash through the minions. 1-2, follow up with the stun as well. Doesn't quite get the anti-cancel, but doesn't even need it. Fury now running him down. Orome, though, just a little bit faster. Stops, waiting. Cole the Meek, where's it going to go? Walking away, and Odoamne will finish that one for the level 6.
And also with that, picking up the ultimate right there. Top laners in over-greeting for waves. Of course, Gilius did freeze the wave. Maybe Shadow gets something top.
Oh, Shadow, I think, jumped the gun a little bit right there. He had the Hex Flash, so he didn't have to use the Blast Gun to pop with the wall. They go in anyways.
Yeah, Devour's there, though.
Yeah, what I would have loved to see from Shadow, actually, is if he tried to use the Hex Flash to pop over the wall a little bit closer to the turret, get behind that Schalke bottom lane. There's no TPs on the other side, so that would have been a nice play from them if they're trying to force. And everything Shadow's telling with his play is he wants to force.
But I do want to point out Dreams and Neon taking their backs right there. I have a feeling that they are going to rotate for the Herald swap. Now, Ender, you were talking about this with me yesterday. When you start topside jungle, by the time your second jungle respawns, so paying attention to Gilius, your red buff has spawned right when the first dragon has gone down and the Herald spawns.
Yeah, and usually what this means is it'll give a slight combat edge to the team that is on the red side of the map with red buff up there. But the blue side of the map, in theory, can get a blue buff towards their mid laner. That's going to be a little bit less relevant with the Akali in the mid, because usually that would give you control over that middle wave. Instead, Schalke still with full control means Gilius gets to walk in, because remember, he stole that blue buff. He knows exactly what's going on, and he can take that away super easily.
And now you have a tempo advantage for Schalke as they're playing over the objective. I'm curious if they're going to try to force the dive on Orome, but hold on, Odoamne caught out.
Got Odoamne, but he is level 6. Damage is coming through, but Fury's there as well. He's not going to try to turn it. The curtain call is up, but because he runs, he almost sentences himself to death, lining it up for Carzzy, making sure that there's no stun nearby, and he does complete it.
And meanwhile, the dive did happen top lane. Orome used the Ornn ultimate to dissuade that. That's now twice that Odoamne, that one I think a bit more egregious, has made mistakes to allow Mad Lions to find something on this map.
And as the Herald goes down for Schalke, no fear. Looks like it will be uncontested. I think we have to take stock of this early game. It's 2-3 the kill score. Schalke have an Infernal. They're going to grab a Herald as well, so their gold lead will grow a little bit. But when we look at it, it felt like Mad were the team constantly forcing plays. They weren't working out for the most part until Odoamne started to, let's say it, overextend a little bit. But now, as we look across at the gold, at the items that are coming through, what is next?
Well, I think that right now Schalke with the Rift Herald, you see they put that on towards Neon. They love to give it to their AD carry as opposed to their jungler. So this will mean a lot of gold injected into the Ashe. That will also mean she's reaching that Blade of the Ruined King faster than Carzzy will be able to finish off his first item, which is a really nice spike for Schalke. And with all the hard engage options they have, with the Ashe Arrow, the Sejuani ultimate, even the Tahm Kench ult to be able to cheat huge distances on the map, it gives them the ability to play fight super well.
Yeah, I call this the Rogue special. You place down the Herald, you take the plates, you back, you have your Bork breakpoint, and then you rotate immediately into the dragon spawning in 26 seconds, and then suddenly you have a bunch of tower plates, you have 2 drakes to your name, you had a Herald, and it feels just really good.
I mean, even Neon now, he'll take the 4-second recall and sprint down there anyways. He doesn't feel pressured to drop the Herald right now. He still has 3.5 minutes to make some good work out of that one. So with them playing down towards that bottom side, you'll notice Schalke coordinating the reset super nicely. Gilius basing at almost the exact same time to finish off his Cinderhulk. There is no way that Mad Lions should be able to contest them at the brink.
Now as Odoamne gets the pressure in here, we've once again swapped here on the side of Schalke. Clearly not interested in staying in a 2v2 matchup, but trying to use the Tahm Kench, the Ashe, this kind of extra vision and mobility that they get from their champions to constantly be one step ahead. Now, in the meantime, it does mean potentially giving up 1 or 2 tower plates to Carzzy on the swap, but with the power of the Herald, they should still be ahead of the clock here, as well as starting up the Mountain Drake. So, all things considered, Schalke willing to give up 1 thing in exchange for 2 so consistently.
Yeah, and even more salt in the wound for Mad Lions, because Jhin is not the most successful AD carry at taking down towers, especially in comparison to an Ashe, who then also has the Herald on top of it. So Mad Lions, I feel like, have had a really rough early game. Now, part of that is designed by some of the mistakes that Shadow have made, as well as their composition in general.
So my question now is, how can Mad Lions further unlock Humanoid? Because so far, the early action that's gone well for Mad Lions was him roaming to top to kill Odo, him roaming bot lane to kill Odo as well. So it's him, I think, working in tandem with Orome's ultimate from long range to find these picks, and that's really the area that Mad Lions have to fight around.
I think it's exactly what's happening on your map right now, whereas Carzzy and Humanoid were in the mid lane. Humanoid rocks up, and Carzzy's like, you need Gunblade, I will leave. He knew his place in the pecking order, and that's really what they're waiting for. Akali needs to have that item breakpoint before Humanoid can actually be unlocked. So for now, Mad Lions need to sit tight, which means agency and playmaking is on Schalke.
Yeah, I will also say boot choices for Humanoid feel really nice in this game. Obviously, he's matched up against magic damage in the mid lane for those Merc Treads, which delays his Gunblade a little bit, but against all the easy CC options from Schalke, that combined with what he is very likely taking Legend to Nasty will make him very slippery in these later fights.
And this is so crazy. I feel like Mad still think they're playing G2, because anywhere they see this Herald go, they send all their members. They're looking for a fight once again. The Devour comes back, the dunk back down on the Tom Kench, but Dreams will make it out for now. Gilius on the retreat. Here comes Abadage, though. He's got the ball ready, but Humanoid is nowhere nearby. They're at a man disadvantage, and while Schalke may have wanted to wait on the Herald before, they can feel pretty comfortable to use it now.
Yeah, this is the disconnect we're seeing a little bit from Mad Lions now. Humanoid doesn't have the Gunblade. He had TP, but he doesn't want to fight. He just wants to farm, so Mad Lions throw a lot into that play around the bottom lane, while Abadage was willing to move down and look for a play himself. And now I think Schalke are going to continue to try and play this flip-flop lane swap game.
I mean, I think Mad Lions are fine to take the handshake on that. I think the Ornn ultimate came out as almost like the disengage Ornn ult at that point, since Humanoid wasn't going to move, and it is enough gold to kind of get him over the line. So yes, in the end, in the map game, Schalke still very comfortable, kind of outplayed the engage that Mad Lions forced on them, and now have the Herald plates on top of it. But I don't think it's a bad case scenario for Mad. Humanoid's making his back right now. He should have the item, and now things can start getting better for them.
Big influx of gold, though. Thank you, observers, for highlighting that there on the bottom scoreboard. Now 2.2k in the back pocket there. Humanoid is going to dash out there. The Shuriken Flip will take him to safety, but you can see until the sustain comes through from the Gunblade, we're just going to keep saying the word Gunblade. If you've never played Akali, you might not know this pain, but if you have, you know exactly what we're talking about. She really just becomes a champion once that item comes through. She will be so hard for Abadage to deal with, but for now, he's relishing in the time where he can just be a bully in this lane.
I think Humanoid is also waiting for the opportunity where he can forget about that middle lane. He has Gunblade now. That's going to be great for him, but I think it's hard to seek out kills in that short middle lane unless you're whittling down your opponent constantly, as Mad Lions are making a move in towards the enemy blue buff. But again, no Akali here means that as soon as Neon comes around, they're going to have to get the hell out of dodge.
And Schalke are doing a good job letting it reset while they're staggering the backs. Gilius has just been playing around with this, and it allowed Neon to take his back, buy his items now, walk back for the blue. And Abba did the same thing. He literally like looked over at blue, he's like, I guess I'm not needed, and left. Now Gilius is going to hold it for him.
Gilius has been on this blue buff for 45 seconds. Between the fighting for it and the not fighting for it, and the praying he doesn't accidentally A-click it.
I will say the amount of time Schalke spent down there does mean quite a bit. There's a wave in mid lane that it's cannon wave, so it's not going to mean a lot of miss CS, but Mad Lions used that pressure to move up towards the top side. So it's Humanoid, again, leading the charge. He's now up in top lane by himself, taking this turret solo to get that bonus money, while Arome is going to reset, go for the end, or go for the wave in the bottom side, and Shadow was able to get the red buff, which, let's face it, he's probably way happier with stealing than the enemy blue.
I think a concern is that Odo has kind of stopped the griefing a little bit now. He had a bit of a rough early game, but now just staying safe, allowing the wave to be pushed into him. He's still sitting on 30 stacks for his coal as Ava caught out.
Flash forward the hook. That is absolutely massive from Kaiser, finding the play there, but now the arrows are coming in. Still the shutdown will connect, but now Dreams has just thrown himself right into the meat grinder. Won't quite get suplexed into the tower. Mad going to slow it down just a little bit, taking their time on this engage. Dreams getting hooked once again, but that's the current call. Big damage going to come through on the fourth shot. For now, Carzzy uncontested. Fourth shot will land. Neon now locked up, potentially overstaying as well from the damage coming through from Carzzy right on time.
Someone's going to die.
But there's no one else here. Kaiser going forward, but the rest of the team is going back. That's a massive miscommunication, but what will it cost them? For now, nothing. If they were with him, maybe they find a kill, but as they back off, luckily Kaiser remains alive.
Yeah, that was a close one right there. Mad Lions, though, continue to keep throwing fights Schalke's way, and that time Abadage underneath the tower picks up the turret, so Kaiser able to find that move, showing a good pick for Mad Lions who were playing behind. Look how Kaiser waiting outside the fog of war. He flash Qs right on in here. Abadage very little time reacting. Even if he does flash out, Shadow is there on the collapse. The coordination now is showing between Kaiser and Shadow, which is so pivotal for Mad Lions playmaking.
Yeah, it was just a really nice play from Kaiser, like you were talking about with the fog. And you can see what Abba's thinking. He has flash. He's playing close to the wall where his team is. He's thinking that he'll have time to flash out of any sort of engage and back to safety, but Kaiser just with the outplay there.
But we're also just starting to see Carzzy get a lot stronger. Even just a Stormrazor starting to make Jhin a lot more of a threat in these engages and these skirmishes. Mad Lions composition, certainly something to reckon with, especially once Akali starts to come to these fights. But for now, Humanoid remains kicked out onto a side lane, being matched by Oda Wamne as Mad Lions set up for the third Drake. Very important Schalke moving to Cloud Soul, or Soul Point rather, would be a very big deal. And giving Cloud Soul to a Renekton, well, it's pretty much a death sentence for a Jhin, so need to be careful around this one.
Setup, you're looking for key ultimates like Gilius and Abadage, obviously, but it looks like we're playing for Kaiser.
Kaiser caught out. Doesn't proc Aftershock quite yet. Isn't going to get a chance to if they have their way. Trying to turn this one back. Kaiser's so incredibly low, but he's still alive, but he hooks back in. Kaiser still committing. Gives everything just for that one hook. Dreams now running for the hills, but will get taken down. It's a slow, scrappy fight.
Dreams is a goddamn hero. he saved Neon so hard.
Shockwave clean. Shadow has no cooldowns left. Carzzy with the 4-shot, but he's out of ammo now.
Here comes Humanoid.
Reload coming through, though. Gilius now has to run for the hills. Humanoid, oh, this is an Akali cleanup Dream. Dash in, where's he going to go? Can't afford to make a mistake. Just goes for the flash ult. Now Odoamne in the midst of everything. Shroud comes out. Odoamne getting chunked away. Has to use the ulti to regain a little bit of health. Sure can flip there. Abadage has to be careful. He can't afford to pull the Akali under the tower. The rest of the teams will now back off, but again, a scrappy fight from both sides.
Yeah, these fights are getting crazy because, I mean, Kaiser spent so much time staying alive, they were able to trade him out for Dreams. And then at the end there, you see a little bit of a taste of how these fights can play out with Jhin poking from long range with the ultimate, but they're just going to teleport in here. They don't want to give this up.
Round 3, baby. Ring the bell, it's time to go. Schalke arriving in force. Sejuani nowhere to be found. They do not have a smite to take this one away, and Schalke, it appears, have realized they may have overstayed their welcome. They will back off. TP, though, forced out.
Yeah, just really greedy from Schalke to try to hard force that one. They thought they caught Mad Lions in bad back resets, but Arome using the TP, and it's just a numbers advantage for Mad Lions to brute force shove Schalke off that Drake and stop the Drake roll. That would have been third and set them up for Soul, so it is a very big deal.
Yeah, there were a few awkward things there, I feel like, from Schalke continually trying to force. The first one was, of course, diving all the way for Carzzy, or Kaiser rather, because even though they didn't kill him, they effectively did with how low he was, because you can see it is this bit of a pick at the start with the Ash Arrow going down onto Kaiser, and he can't proc his Aftershock, so he takes so much damage. But here's where they go to him. They get Kaiser solo, but now they're caught out here inside, and Kaiser spins around knowing he still has the Aftershock for just a second. So Dreams trades out, even though it was 100% HP for him versus 30% on towards Kaiser, and then Schalke continue to force.
One support falling on the sword, the other one being the actual sword. Kaiser's like, I've got him. Dreams like, I'll save you.
And also, coming out of this, Odoamne held onto his teleport for so long when Humanoid went in there, so clearly he didn't want to fully involve himself in that fight, and I feel like if it was a little bit more coordinated from Schalke, that fight really would have gone their way.
Oh, now trying to pull back. Kaiser has a stopwatch, though. He can't just try to save up for this one, but he's going to hold on to it. Will not use it, but now Carzzy's just getting run down here. That's so much damage. Not quite enough to finish it off, though. And now Schalke have complete control of the mid lane. Shadow's going to have to commit a lot of cooldowns if he wants to try to get this wave out. Carzzy, of course, no curtain call. Will be coming off cooldown in just a second. Can't step back if he wants to, but they're just going to concede the mid lane tower.
So this is one of the issues that I had with Mad Lions' composition into Schalke's comp, is that they're relatively low range. You have a bunch of melee champions, and yes, Jhin does have long range, but it's not the same force of damage at this point than you would expect from other ADCs. And look at the zone control that Schalke have. Orianna, Sejuani, Ashe, it is really hard to penetrate into that without flashes or TP flanks.
Exactly, and what this means is that when both teams sort of get into a kerfuffle in the river, we'll hold that, because Odo's just jumping on too.
Missing the entire jungle. He has been forced to use ult, however. Gilius is on the way. Maybe he wants to extend this play. Shadow the easiest target. Arome difficult to lock down now, especially with how much armor he has, but they're going to push through for it anyway. All of Mad collapsing as well. Ash Arrow not going to be available, but the Hawkshot does come out. That's 1, 2, looking for 3 and 4 stacks on the Shadow. He is going to get stunned up, pulled back, and killed before he can use the Haymaker. Now they're going to try to continue the fight, but they realize maybe too little too late.
Abyssal Voyage on the way.
They're going to pull out. Odoamne running for the hills. Tom Kench now coming in. They want to turn this one more time. All eyes on Abadage. He's got the Shockwave. He can easily make this a wonderful play. But Carzzy just turning back. The hook will not connect. Kaiser now pulling himself to the middle of the entire team. Abadage locked up from a distance. Now the retreat coming out. But Odoamne, he's overextended. And Carzzy, with the 4 shots, just going to clean him up.
That is Schalke forcing way too hard, because meanwhile, you can see in the picture-in-picture there, Akali is getting so much time. The arrow goes wide, the shockwave isn't going to connect, Abadage won't even throw it, and Humanoid's just like, this is totally fine. 2-0, got 4 waves to my name, now pushed down a tower, feeling great.
Yeah, Schalke are not playing on the same page, because you have Odoamne that's full sprinting towards the enemy team. Meanwhile, Dreams goes for a very low range Tom Kench ultimate, so they could have gone for the flank. Instead, they did it very defensively while Abadage was there ready with an ultimate. So again, I feel like Schalke really dropping the ball in these 5v5s.
And this is some of Schalke's weaknesses that I think we've seen not necessarily punished to the same extent as they're on this crazy rise. And they do have a tendency to go a bit too ham, to go a bit too hero, too overforce. And it usually is Gilius who does it, but it's the rest of his team that bails it out. If you think about the last time that Schalke and Mad Lions face each other, that top lane play where Gilius just hard runs in as Sejuani and FLICKR Dogge has to pull the team fight back on his Corki, that's what happened there. Gilius threw the ultimate thinking he was going to get another pick and didn't even think that Mad Lions were collapsing on them.
And right now, I think Schalke just need to slow down and play for the objectives. There's not a huge need to actually force plays around the map because, as you said, they have so much zone control. Their scaling is going to be very strong in their hands. And on top of that, they can take control in the river super easily because of that zone control, because of all the ranged abilities that can zone away the enemy team. Like, you just drop down that Orianna ball in a tight choke point with the Ashe W as well. Like, it's very easy to push Mad Lions out of their territory.
Now Mad Lions setting up around the mid lane.
Look at how powerful Akali is.
She's very strong right now. That's Leandri's. We're now waiting for a third item to come through that Ornn can upgrade, and then she will be just about unstoppable.
So, because Akali is so strong while we're setting up for this Drake in 25 seconds, the control wards from Schalke are really important to make sure that Humanoid can't get access into the backline. Again, the zone control versus Mad Lions being able to brute force and find the targets that they want.
That being said, Mad Lions have a lot of ability to engage. Schalke go for it, though.
Carzzy, though, isolated on the side. The stun now coming out of his plans, but it's too little too late. They're going to move through. Odoamne getting a lot of health back, but he's caught in the midst of Shadow. He's now running for the hills, but Kaiser simply next on the menu. Humanoid in the midst of the entire team. The Shockwave will not connect. He needs to find a way out, though. The dash through. Humanoid now trying to move across the entire team. Can't quite get the double. The shutdown will come through for Schalke.
That's the flank.
And now here comes the Tahm Kench. Dreams into the midst of everyone. Arome now trying to walk this one off. Almost impossible, though. Orianna Ashe is not a combo you escape from. You can turn and accept your fate, or you can walk down until you die. Neon's going to grab that one. Killing spree coming through. His Shadow has to run for the hills. And once again, this game remains a story of who can force harder, and it's never moving in the favor of the team that can force.
Shadow should get walked down here. I don't think there's anything he can do as long as Neon touches him with the red buff.
He's got the zippies. He's getting out of there.
He's going to have volley.
There it is. Shadow? I don't know why I'm hyping this up. There's not a lot he can do. He'll give it the biggest punch of his life into exactly 0 people and will drop down. Odoamne happy to grab that.
Wait a second. Schalke, they forgot about the dragon. They said, let's chase down, get the smite, because now for 30 seconds, Shadow is dead. And they're running for the Baron. Gilius just came off the respawn. Abdoggy teleported in. Now Odoamne can teleport in, too. They're just going to try to force yet another fight 5v4.
There's no cleanse on Carzzy. There's no flash on Carzzy. He cannot afford to overstep here. The good news is he's Jhin. He has the curtain call. He can poke a little bit from a distance.
This is crazy.
Ult will be coming off of cooldown shortly, as well as the flash. But the Tahm Kench is going to be disastrous. But no, the Shockwave goes wide. That's going to be a big deal. Dreams has already used the Devour. They can't save anyone else. Odoamne on the backside looking straight for Kaiser, or Carzzy rather. Going to get run down, and the rest of the team now retreating. Schalke holding on, but their biggest enemy now is the Baron in the pit. They are going to be able to finish it. That is disaster for Mad Lions.
And that is such a baller call from Schalke right there to find the pick on Shadow, immediately rotate into Baron, and now Odoamne is still going.
Odoamne playing like a man possessed, and now Shadow's got to be wondering, why did I pull the Renekton into my team? Slide and Glide is going to be up soon. That's the slice. That's the dice coming in just to get him out. Double kill. Going to move through for Gilius, and Arome, he's throwing a few skills, but it's just not going to be enough.
So I want to open up a discussion. Obviously, this is a huge swing of power for Schalke. They now have the Baron. They're going to be knocking on the door, and game one basically looks like it's wrapped up in a bow for Schalke at this point. It's just about closeout. But I want to breach the topic of Renekton, because I feel like Renekton gets a bad rap in the League of Legends community. And yes, you didn't really get to see the dominating lane performance that we think about Renekton to have, but his ability to disrupt team fights and how his ultimate basically acts as a heal in the middle of a fight, that means he goes from death to basically half health again.
And it's especially these mid-game team fights too, where he can find that flank into the backside, because there's almost no AD carry that can go toe-to-toe with a Renekton on 2 items. The Blade of the King plus the Bork. He got in the backline. No one was peeling Carzzy's Jhin. Jhin gets destroyed 2 fights in a row.
And this is the trade-off between the Nautilus and the Tahm Kench. The Nautilus, of course, you can start fights. You can do it on your terms. It feels so good. But when it comes to saving your AD carries butt, you don't have the tools necessary to do it. And more importantly, if you blow them all on the Renekton, the Ashe and the Orianna are just going to run you down.
But Gilius now on the hunt, see if he can catch people out. And I think in the composition that Schalke have, because they usually also play a tank jungler with Gilius on this sedge, you're fine to go for a more bruiser top laner. And if Renekton does fall behind, he can just become a stun bot and stand on top of Neon and defend him him alongside the Tahm Kench. I think Renekton, people think about him as way too one-dimensional as a champion, and there's a lot more flexibility. It still is hard to execute on the champion, but especially with Cloud Soul, like the ability that he'll just hit his ultimate and get so much health back, Call of the Meek is so powerful. You don't need to rely on dominance for Renekton to be a strong champion.
And the last thing here, too, is that even, yes, if he falls off, the fact that he can constantly proc the stun from Gilius makes him scale much better in the game. And, at worst, in the late game, that Akali who wants to dive into your backline, your Renekton just becomes the second support for your Ashe and your Orianna. He sits there with W and he says, please come in, I would love to be a 1.5 second stun.
He just waits inside of the smoke for that 1 second you pop on out there and you're instantly going to be going down. Then you're stunned by the Sejuani. It's a disaster. Schalke, meanwhile, full control. For a little while, Humanoid was going into the sideline trying to farm up, but he's realized, too, he can't go toe-to-toe with that Renekton just yet into the game. So now Schalke have gone back to basics, picked up that bot wave. They have 3 full waves now to take full control of the enemy jungle and finish off this final inner turret.
And of course, at this point, you already said it, Frostgren, that it's looking like the Schalke finish, the Schalke closeout. That is what expected. But we check a look on the opposite side for Mad. We see what could come through. Arome working on a lock of his Iron Solari. That's going to be a big deal.
Oh,
that
huge ult.
Humanoid caught out 1-2, but still in the Shroud. They're not going to be able to find any follow-up here. 2 major engage tools now gone. Of course, next Drake still in 2-minute 40, and the Baron buff falling away, so Schalke not going to be able to get anything else in this push.
The cost value on that Shroud there was massive. That was like a $10,000 Shroud.
That was probably the game Shroud right there. He goes down. They've got a couple waves there. It can mean a whole lot. Humanoid also has some tools to work with. We just saw the Shroud be really impactful. He has, of course, a lot of tenacity to not go down in these fights, and now a stopwatch to try and, again, cause more delay in the backline, because even if he's not outputting damage, him dropping his Shroud for a couple of seconds, the stopwatch, that zones Neon away in theory, but it feels like with the amount of peel that Schalke have, that's not too much of a concern for them at this point.
And there is some breathing room now for Mad Lions. The Observer's highlighting it really beautifully here. You can see that the freeze is being set up for Humanoid. Now, obviously, with no Soul spawning yet, 2 minutes on that timer. Baron, 2 minutes on that timer as well. There's like a rest where Mad Lions are going to funnel as much gold as possible and then need to gear up for probably the most important fight that will decide, do they turn this game one around or do they roll over?
Yeah, I also feel like for Mad Lions, this is a game in which you can give over the Cloud Soul uncontested. You actually want to fight for the Baron buff, because at this point, the Cloud Soul is CDR on your ultimate as well as that movement speed. But right now, Mad Lions are contained to their base, so it's going to be a team fight where it's all bunched up. The movement speed is not going to be as big of a deal as some other potential options, so it's Baron where you must draw the line.
Look at Shadow.
Oh, man.
Medios, is that you?
Hi, is that you?
The one Lee Sin kick 60 minutes into the game. I mean, we'll see. This is the classic. We guys have Medios, but this is really the classic Hylissang.
No, look, you have 2 teleports on Arome and Humanoid. You have Shadow, who literally is just sitting there. Like, he's expecting that Schalke will go for the soul, and in 55 seconds, this will pay off. This set is literally just chilling for 55 seconds to get double TP and get, like, the Hail Mary miracle snipe here.
It's all they can do. And now, I mean, what can Mad Lions have going into this fight? In theory, Arome could try to upgrade Humanoid Zhonya's Hourglass. That is one of the options here for some extra AP and some armor. I think, like, you have to if you are going to be drawing the line at this final team fight. The problem is Mad Lions can't really get control over mid lane because they have very few wave clear options. So as long as Orianna's going to be here we go.
Oh, dunk back down. Gilius, they're going to miss the follow-up hook, though. That's disastrous. The pullback, though, on the phase breaker. Dream's going to eat him up, and now they have no peel left for the carries. Dream's frontlining for now, but Ottawamne on the way in.
Sejuani!
So hard to get away from a Humanoid now in the midst of the backline. Ottawamne getting caught out. Carzzy trying to throw down some damage, but Ottawamne will not go down quite so easily. And Gilius, the man they tried to start a fight on, is now turning it right back against them, but Ottawamne into the backside. Carzzy still alive, trying to run for his life. It's a messy fight. Neon still coming through. Neon still alive. Neon remains up. The double kill for Abbedagge, and that is disaster for the Mad Lions. That is all they have left. One more shot, but it will not matter. Triple kill for Abbedagge, and the game for Schalke 04.
And such impatience that came from the Mad Lions right there. Shadow, who's moving around, they tried to force the engagement, they didn't get the one that they want, and that was all she wrote. It is going to be game 1 for Schalke. The momentum continues.
Schalke do not drop a game. They run through the Mad Lions. Mad Lions tried to throw so much early aggression their way, but it seems like for almost all of those plays, Schalke were the team coming on top. They played a clean macro League of Legends. They played for the numbers advantage, and honestly, they're looking real good going into the rest of the series.
An 11-game win streak for Schalke 04.
Do you believe?
I mean, it's kind of hard not to after a game like that, FLICKR. We look back, I mean, anytime a game like this ends, people are always going to point back to the draft because I feel like it's always the easiest thing to identify. But also at the same time, let's talk a little bit about the execution here because this was a game where everyone was trying to force so hard. And normally in game ones of an elimination best of 5, everyone's way too scared. These teams are crazy. They're always trying to make something happen at every stage of the game.
I think it's about tempering aggression. We saw both teams kind of have their moments where they overreached, and there was also moments where you saw teams kind of hesitate. You talked about the Gilius play when they forced the jungle. So I think now it's about resetting. You kind of ran standard comps and then just try to throw plan 2.
Gonna have to find out what happens. Schalke have their eyes set on Worlds, and after the break, the analysts take a closer look at game 1. And they're gonna try to buy a bit more space, but he cannot connect. Now the rest of the team now coming in. Jankos, though, he's already used the grid. He's gonna be very squishy, but they cannot quite kill him because an unbreakable comes in at the perfect time.
Fnatic, I think they kind of look a bit shook off after we beat them last final. It's like they felt like what they were doing just could never like work against us, and I think they just wanted to change it up and find a new way of playing that could actually beat us.
Sunmid still trying to get in. Golden Shadow, there's the charm. Sunmid dives into the back line.
And we always manage to find these like solutions to our problems. We always just make it work. So if the meta keeps on going like this way for us, it's perfect, honestly. I feel like it's just right for our players.
Charged up. Hello, everybody. Let the game begin.
You don't have a chance against me. I can calculate 90 trillion moves in advance. Not fair. Not fair.
Red Bull gives you wings.
on to the analyst desk. Schalke 04 just secured their 11th win in a row, and it might be one of the most important ones of their entire season. They get off to the right foot in their miracle run against Mad Lions and lock that first game away. There is so much to talk about because it was a very interesting and telling first game. Let's start with picks and bans. Cadril, what did you think of both drafts?
Yeah, I really like Schalke's comp in general. They have like lots of synergy between the champs. They have the Ashe, Tom, and Scud in team fights. The Renekton, Sejuani works well together. You have the Orianna for that late game scaling. So I really like their comp. The Mad first pick Akali kind of threw me off a bit. I didn't expect it to be that OP. I thought it was strong, but I didn't expect that. I like the fact they rounded out with the Ornn and the Jhin and Nautilus. These are kind of LPL picks, which are really strong. But I didn't really like Shadow on the set overall. It didn't look like he was super confident on it. His early game plays were a bit questionable, and I think that his first time on set here in the LEC has not really been that good for me.
Yeah, I think that set didn't make as much sense to me.
In
honestly,
the comp either?
Well, yeah, but also just the Mad comp caught me by surprise a little bit, but what I was impressed by was how Schalke handled it, because as Cadril highlighted, I really like the Schalke comp too, but also when you look at it, it's a very traditional Schalke comp. You know,
it's just a traditional comp.
Just when you look at that, you're thinking, okay, we talked about it at the beginning of the day, right? Ashe sitting on Neon, okay, that's what you expect. Scaling mage mid laner for Abadalga, okay, cool. And then some kind of synergy kind of to round the comp out, and in particular, Renekton Sejuani. And you know, like everyone loves to debate how good Renekton is, but Cadril and I were like, Renekton Sej, such a powerful combo. And later on, we'll get to talk a little bit more about it, but in particular, why this comp is so good against what Mad want to do is because they all want to dive in. And it's so difficult for Akali to kill Neon that it's pretty much impossible in every single fight because of what this comp from Schalke does.
And that we saw later in the game. In the early stages, though, we had our eye on the jungle matchup. Of course, Shadow versus Gilius, which is hype in itself. And Shadow did not get off to the right foot here, Cadril. What happened?
So you saw he went from the early game play into mid. He actually got Abadaga's flash. So that means that the Akali can sort of get the push early. It was a really good play. He came back to mid lane for the regank. It didn't really work. He got caught. He had to flash away. Same thing happened in bot, but then he eventually died. So the whole set pick, it's a bit confusing, but I can see why they picked it. So they fourth picked Renekton. They knew they were going to last pick Sejuani with the Renekton Tahm Kench. So they thought, well, let's try and get the best jungler into it. Olaf blind pick wouldn't have been that good there. So I think just going and throwing something like a set up some early game. You have a good front line with Ornn. You have good scaling with Akali on mid game with the Gunblade. So the set kind of was a bridge, but it just felt like instead of being a bridge, it just collapsed and they just fell behind the early game.
And it felt to me like Mad ended up hamstringing themselves, and this kind of like comes back to what Kid was saying at the beginning of the day, which is that when teams come into game one, they have a plan. And to me, it felt like Mad had a very clear plan with the first pick Akali, and so far things have not gone the way they wanted. It was a very tense mid game, but then things really started to collapse.
That's a great point. I mean, it was very back and forth. Schalke got the advantage, but then Mad got it back, and nothing really was out of control until this next fight we're going to look at. 23 minutes.
So I'm going to walk over to Telestrator. You're going to come with me.
That's a surprise. All right.
I'm going to do a bit of drawing to break down this specific fight in particular, and this is really where the game opened up. So the first thing I want to draw your attention to is the positioning from both these teams. So you'll notice that for now, Mad Lions are trying to gain access into the river by utilizing their four-man group to try and force access in. Schalke are just holding the line for now. They're using Odoamne, they're using Gilius, and you've also got this three-man clump up towards mid lane. This three-man clump, that can either be used to move over towards mid lane to regain some prio, while these guys maintain some control in the river, or they can quickly collapse should a fight actually kick off. So, as we roll this one out, we're going to start this play off. So the first thing you'll notice at the beginning of the play is first Schalke splits up. So these three go and clear that wave, as we were talking about a little bit earlier on. Meanwhile, Mad see this as an opportunity to actually start off and engage. But this duo don't actually care if they're being engaged on, because this is the primary front line. They actually want you to come on top of them. So as we start rolling out this clip once again, the first thing I want to immediately draw your attention to is Kazi's positioning. Look at where he's sitting in the front line right now. This is not where AD carries want to be, ladies and gentlemen. Typically, they want to be sitting at the back here. They want to be sitting behind their front line. And what Kazi ended up doing was taking a path forward. And I'm not really sure why. my only thought was that he was worried about this three-man collapsing, and so he wanted to be in a better position. He knows that he does have Flash and he has Cleanse, so he can use these to try and get away, but as you roll the clip out, what you'll see is it's so easy for this duo of Gilius and Odoamne to actually just get on top of him and melt him down. Meanwhile, it comes back to what we were talking about in the draft where, okay, so this three-man unit of Abadage, Dreams, and Neon at the back are actually relatively safe for the time being, and what Akali wants to do is get this TP flank off, execute Neon, and if they can trade AD carries, then maybe there's a situation in which they can actually win this team fight, because at this point you can see that, well, Kazi's pretty much dead. The problem is, Akali can't actually kill him. So keep your eyes on Akali in this fight. He goes in, immediately gets exhausted, invisible. So many tools get used to try and interrupt him. While he does initially get one kill, he then gets collapsed on by the rest of his team. And after losing this fight, this is really where things all start to go wrong for the side of the Mad Lions.
Yeah, this was a terrible fight, sadly, for those Mad Lions, and well played by Schalke. And I think when you look at Schalke, you were talking about the way they play. They like to keep it even and then accelerate, because they have so much trust in their team fighting potential, as we see now in their compositions. I also want to highlight specifically Neon on Ashe. We've said it already, Ashe had no wins in Europe before he picked it up in the last weeks of the split. And I think as we follow this story, he was also a standout player versus SK Gaming. 19.5 KDA there, 83% kill participation, and he's on the same route now.
Wow, look at his DPM, the damage percentage, everything. He's been popping off in the fights. You know, when Ashe got Hurricane and the front line kept coming at him, they kept showing Akali, Nautilus, Ornn, everyone was trying to dive on him, and he was able to free hit with Tahm Kench next to him. I think Neon played the team fight super well. He played the lane phase super well, and I think the whole swapping situation they did with swapping top, pushing out, basing, going bot with the Herald was super well played.
It was. Now to come back to your opening remarks at the beginning of the show, saying the first game of the series is going to be so important. Mad Lions back on the blue side. What do you think?
Well, I'm a little disappointed from what we saw from the Mad Lions in Game 1. I expected a return to form. I think individually they were not in it, with poor positioning performances from both Kazi and Shadow. So I'm hoping now that they'll make a shift in draft. They won't first pick the Akali. They won't give the same tools that Schalke's finding so much success with. And hopefully we see a little bit more adaptation to give us a more compelling series.
Yeah, I want to see more adaptation from the jungle bot mainly. I think the Akali pick's good, the Ornn pick's good. I think throwing in something like a Lee Sin, which was open there for Shadow, would have been really, really good. And the Kalista was also open. So I think you could have put your bot lane on like a Lee Sin, Kalista, Nautilus, get way more early pressure, help the Akali get to mid game, and that's your bridge rather than just throwing Shadow on set and saying, well, see if you can do your best.
Exactly. Let's see what happens. But in any case, the Schalke hype train is steamrolling towards Worlds, but we'll see if Mad Lions can slow them down in Game 2.
Welcome back to the LEC and Game 2 of Schalke 04 versus the Mad Lions, as we see countless poor stuffed animals just run over like a weird furry game of GTA. I don't know what to say about that one. Anyway, Game 1 almost feels like it left us with more questions than answers.
Much like that introduction.
Much like that introduction.
Listen, it was so easy. We're just like the stuffed animals run over like Mad Lions were in that Game 1, which leads me to my proper segue, draft adjustments. Ender, forget him. What are we seeing in draft number 2?
Look, I want to see Mad Lions go a very different direction to Game 1. In Game 1, they went for some heavy early game out of the jungle for Shadow, but after seeing that performance, I need to see Mad Lions change it up. Take scaling in the jungle and take that first pick Kalista, play for your bottom lane. That's where your power lies.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that we need to put much higher priority in making sure that they get a bot lane that they can play through and getting Shadow on a comfort champion. We had a lot of questions because if he didn't get the Lee Sin, he went for the Volibear. Volibear is dead now. He has been nerfed out. We saw him reach for the set, looked a little bit shaky, so maybe they go back to the Lily as his fallback.
And what the question is, how do the bans shift first? That's going to tell us a lot about what's going to happen here in the game. Will Mad Lions take the Ashe away to set up the Kalista for a first pick? Caitlyn, of course, still remains permanent, or it will be expected to, and there it is.
Now, reminder, Mad Lions' previous bans were Senna, Hecarim, and Shin. Schalke were Caitlyn, Thresh, and Lux. So far, nothing has changed. Now, holding the Senna ban, I also think that there's a chance that you get a priority pick of the Senna.
Yeah, and it feels like, Neon wouldn't be the type of guy to go towards that Kalista, so it doesn't feel like Mad Lions are pressured to ban something like that out. By banning the Tahm Kench now, it will open up that Senna first pick. So, will Schalke give them the Senna, which we've seen be so strong throughout playoffs, or threaten that opportunity to run the Sona Lux?
And the one thing that I love about the Tahm Kench lane is that it instantly weakens both the Ashe as well as the Senna priority because it limits the defensive options that you can pair with them and certainly makes sure that they will not have another situation like last game where they could never burst down a priority target.
Also, Dreams is just a god tier Tahm Kench player, but we're doing it again. I can almost feel the groans from Kadril and Vedius backstage.
Wait, no, but they'll literally just send a Nautilus. Like, it's right there for them. They don't care about the Tahm Kench. Dreams looks better on Nautilus. He played 8 games of it in the regular season.
And while I agree with you, Dreams certainly cannot save the Senna as easily when there's no Tahm Kench on the table. So it is going to be the Senna. It will probably also be the Nautilus, Ender. I'd be very surprised. Instead, it'll be the Orianna. They say that you could take the Nautilus if you want.
And look, I think this Orianna is a phenomenal pick. It's the same matchup as the first game, but usually you think of Orianna as a safe defensive pick. Her E gives her resistances, armor, and MR. Usually that's great versus a mage in the mid lane. You only need the MR part, but against the Akali, she does mixed damage. With a Gunblade, she's doing physical and magic, so Orianna gets double value out of that spell, and it makes it so hard for Akali to play aggressive in that matchup.
So still not going for the Kalista, instead opting into the Ashe. Now, Ashe Senna have some really interesting lane matchups. We'll talk about it more into the game. The big important thing is the fact that Nautilus has been denied from Dreams. So his 2 best champions, his Tahm Kench and his Nautilus, have been taken away, and he usually does fall back to the Yuumi that was flashed. I don't think we're going to see Yuumi Senna, and the Braum gets locked in.
This is really interesting, though, from Schalke, because by not taking the Nautilus, the more playmaky of the supports, if you will, they're playing into a very similar style as Game 1, where they're playing back in the team fights. With the Tahm Kench, you're playing a very defensive duty. The Braum going to be very similar, and it's very hard for an Akali to get a lot done. As soon as the Frostbite gets applied, you're getting ready to look for the stun. Akali has to dip out of those fights or else risk being CC'd to death. So this makes it, again, a hard game for Humanoid to get things done in the 5v5.
And already having to deal with concussive blows, it looks like they do not want to deal with the Sejuani stacks as well. Makes playing an assassin just a little bit too hard. Graves going to be banned as well. Now the GP to follow. GP, of course, very safe blind picks and very solid matchups into the meta top laners.
So the bans haven't changed for Schalke on second priority. Graves and Gangplank are exactly what they did in the first game. The bans have changed for Mad Lions. Obviously denying Gilius his Sejuani, which means either or the Camellia and Lilia will get through. Excuse me, the
Camellia.
Camellia.
I'm a fan of that one. And Mad Lions, too, taking away that Renekton, which was the safe blind pick option for Odoamne topside. Now, for Schalke, I wonder if they would almost consider going for the Kha'Zix. It's a pick we teased a little bit in the last game. But right now, again, the staple of Schalke comps is the zone control, the range of the Senna, the Orianna Ball. All of these different options give you the ability to control space. And I think a Kha'Zix plays wonderfully off of that with his Spike Ball as well.
And it feels like they are searching for possibly the Kha'Zix. They're trying to see if it's the best option to go in. If you get a bunch of tanks locked in here, obviously he'll probably disengage from that. I would have preferred the Scion, actually, but we hear from a lot of top laners that Camille is just so powerful right now, and it also helps with something that the Schalke composition is lacking right now since they don't have Sejuani, which is that engage.
We'll keep our eyes on the Camille, see exactly how Mad Lions want to respond this one. Arome, of course, no stranger to the champion, was able to have some pretty solid performances against Wonder on it in his series last week. But now the Mordekaiser will be the answer. Is a fantastic champion into the Braum, instantly takes away the Unbreakable, stops anyone from applying concussive blows. So some very theoretically strong interactions from the side of Mad Lions, but the final pick, I think, has to be the fan favorite here, as it is Shadow's Lee Sin.
All right, before the draft started, I said I wanted to see Shadow go to the scaling options. The Lee Sin, though, I'll give him a pass because this champion, he makes work. He looked completely out of sorts on the set, but the Lee Sin was the signature pick of the Mad Lions this summer split. So Shadow, again, with pressure to make plays in the early game, now he has some good tools to work with again on this Lee Sin.
And that's the Skarner. If you guys don't watch Global League of Legends, Skarner is popping up everywhere. It is no surprise to see him make his reappearance in this best of 5. I expect to see him continue to show up throughout the playoffs, definitely at Worlds, so get used to watching the purple worm wiggle.
And get used to paying the QSS tax, too, if you are the Mad Lions. This is going to be a rough one, too, for Humanoid, who wants to make plays. The Lee Sin, too, low-range champions that need to get on top of you to get stuff done. Also, very squishy, so that CC is going to be deadly.
Now, I want to quickly put the magnifying glass on Mordekaiser here because he is against a tank jungler, which means that if he ults the Skarner, he'll get all those resistances and can come out super tanky right there, as well as try to limit one of the disrupting factors in a 5v5 team fight. I think the Mord pick can be really important here.
Have to keep our eyes on as we get ready for Game 2. Mad Lions versus Schalke. Who will come out on top? Here we are moving quickly into Game 2. Adaptations coming through in draft, but not necessarily the ones we expected. The Akali remaining the priority for Mad Lions, but maybe this time it will pay off. Keeping our eyes as well on the bottom side of the map. Ashe plus the Nautilus. Tons of playmaking here for the Mad Lions bot side, where Schalke on the opposite side may have to play a little bit of the back foot.
I mean, you see Senna and Braum, and it's just so difficult to break those two champions, to force them out of the lane. The nice thing about an Ashe is because of how her builds work, the fact that she can make repeated backs, constantly be grabbing long swords because she is itemizing into Blade of the Rune King, means that she plays really aggressive into the lane. But it's kind of this give and take about how much damage actually gets to stick, because obviously Senna will just kind of heal it all back, and that's kind of where I'm curious how it's going to break. Will these lanes just neutralize each other and Ashe and Senna just sit in lane phase for so long? Or will Ashe be able to bully out Senna, get better back itemization because of how she can build, and take advantage of this early game?
Yeah, and you know, on that first back, if she can get a Vamp Scepter, that's going to negate a lot of the healing coming through from a Senna. Now, one thing that we didn't get to see Mad realize in the first game that I want to see now with this Nautilus is Kaiser early roaming. You talked about with Ashe, with her volley, it's really easy to control the wave in the early stage of the game. And what I would love to see is Carzzy go for one of those cheater recalls we're always talking about, where on the third wave, you stack up the second and third wave with the cannon to go back to base. And what that's going to do is open up Kaiser to look for a roam to mid lane. Again, they're playing aggro in this 2v2, but I want to see Kaiser and Shadow look to attack that mid lane, which was such a focal point for Mad Lions in game 1.
Also the fact that Lee Sin starting top side of the map, so he should be able to have his red buff when Kaiser does get unlocked there, if they want to try to sync it up with the jungler and the support being unlocked with the priority that Ashe and Nautilus are creating in the lane.
Yeah, I do want to point out, though, that early on, Schalke were looking for the level 2 gank, or warding against level 2 gank. You just saw ward right to the north of mid lane die out from Schalke. There was also one right underneath it to spot Shadow going straight from his red buff towards mid. Now Abadage has a ward himself, too. He's going to ward that top side. He'll still be a little bit vulnerable from the bot, but you'll see he'll hug the top side of his lane to play towards the vision, and that should negate pretty much any gank opportunity if he stays in that pocket.
Of course, we cannot forget how crucial some of these early ganks were in mid lane in the previous game. It feels easy to forget given how long, how intense that game was. But remember, the initial gank looked so good for Shadow. The follow-ups got progressively worse. If one of these ganks is successful, if the Akali gets ahead of the clock, gets a Gunblade early, this becomes a very different game. And Mad certainly have all the tools to get her ahead.
And actually, Shadow has just gone for the full clear. Most people do think about Lee Sin as just kind of like the hard ganking champion. But you could actually just go for all full clears and just rush to level 6, because the level 6 is so powerful. As I start to set that up as a possible option for him, you do see him slipping into the river to look for Crab. And now he's kind of debating, okay, we have priority, I can grab the Scuttle Crab, or do I want to try to get involved bot lane? Obviously, Schalke with the ward.
Yeah, the thing is with most junglers, you're able to clear 5 camps before the Scuttle Crab spawns, so pretty standard to go for the Crab and then pivot into either a gank or your camps, but they're still going.
Step on the hook, but the Ignite comes down. Neon just going to flash out of that one. Dream's locked up. No level 3 means no stand behind me. He cannot leave back. He's going to be forced to flash out. Shadow potentially on his way to a double kill. Has to be careful with all the blows.
No.
Clean sidestep from Neon means that will not land. Shadow burning so much for that.
And the fact is that Gilius saw him on the ward, so he did the Krug camp. Gilius now has Shadow try to hard force, losing his flash with a brilliant sidestep from Neon. Just huge credit to this guy. He has been so clean for so long. We don't necessarily always get to sing his praises, but just a small sidestep like that burns so much from Shadow.
Yeah, it definitely causes Shadow, you know, now he doesn't have the flash, makes the next gank that much more difficult. Arome takes a big trade up against Odoamne. It is worth pointing out, though, that Neon loses so much off of that bot lane play. He might as well have died because now he's down, he's doubled in CS as Gilius looks for Arome.
Shadow's on his way.
Waddling his way through, getting the Nimbus cloak to flash away. Gilius going to continue to flash in, though. Very risky. He just desperately wants to finish it, but no! First blood for Shadow. Big misstep for Schalke.
And there's the force. Now, Gilius has been forcing in both games so far. Wasn't punished for it as hard in game number 1. Is really punished for it in game number 2. Wow, good guy Shadow. He knows that Arome has the TP. Doesn't take the CS there.
I would say stick around for 3 more minions.
I agree.
Jungle, but sure. I mean, I feel terrible for both these junglers. Literally between 2 towers, and they can't make those kills connect. Really rough stuff for Gilius, but I think Shadow recovers a little bit after burning his flash initially. I will say that there's a lot of craziness going on, but the big thing is not really about the kills that did not go through, but how the CS is now going to be mismatched between the top and bot lanes.
25 to 34 is going to be massive. 34 to 26 in the bot lane in favor of Mad. Odoamne should be feeling pretty comfortable as well because that lead is only going to get bigger. He now gets to catch this entire wave as the lane will not quite reset, but should be pretty close to even if he's just going to full clear this one out. And feeling quite comfortable as well. As you can see the Cole coming through. So Odoamne, once he gets 1 or 2 items under his belt, is going to be very scary, and he's well on his way to getting there.
And I feel like at this point, they kind of missed the window to really punish Camille into the lane phase. You should try to get her down low and then look for the all-in engagement after that. But now she'll be able to really choose if she wants to fight you or not. Even if you do have the advantage, she could just like dash away from you sitting on the Cole. It should be a pretty easy lane phase. And I think Odo's kind of out of the red here.
Yeah, one play that is pretty successsul though with the Mordekaiser, even against Camille, is you just drop that ultimate down as like this giant snare because you can only
wait for other people to run
and then Abadag, or Humanoid rather, runs all the way up towards the top lane, waits on top of the little ball that spawns, and then you look for the kill. So there is stuff to play with.
Here goes Kaiser.
Concussive blows have not been procced, however, so Kaiser's going to be able to walk away from this one. Gilius in the area, just shadowing, just hovering, a Shadow himself, maybe fishing for a play, trying to catch an even man fight. Lee Sin obviously very strong at this point. Double longswords to the chilling smite of Gilius. Should have more raw combat stats. Now fishing for the play. The TP now coming in. A lot of attention down to the bottom side. Dream's going to be sacrificed here. Neon sent under the tower. Humanoid level 6. But will not commit for the play.
Ooh, Humanoid not getting anything for that is definitely going to feel bad for him. As soon as that wave gets pushed into the mid lane, he's going to lose out a lot. But still, Mad Lions play proactively, set up that gank, and punish Dreams, and they should be able to convert into an objective.
Yeah, I think that's why Humanoid immediately ate up Karzi's entire wave, is now setting up for the potential dive. Dreams is walking down. He'll be here in about 15 seconds. So Mad, yeah, I think they want to rethink this one.
Yeah, but they're all over the place, right? You know, Kaiser's hex flashing over the wall, Shadow was running towards the dragon, Humanoid was looping back around. Like, they could have looked for a dive right there, but again, not exactly. They're not all on the same page calling we're going for this dive. There was a bit of split decision making.
Now we keep our eyes on the mid lane as well. Abadage, as you said, pulling ahead in CS. Arome Odoamne, I'm just going to keep mixing that up. Odoamne can you just pull further and further ahead. You can see very comfortable in this lane matchup. So difficult for Arome to bully him out. The Conqueror, it's going to feel real good in those extended fights, but Camille just weaves in, weaves out, gets that grass proc. And Arome just really not getting the chance to extend the trades. That said, we're keeping an eye on the junglers as well. Level 6 now for Shadow means the potential to make plays is massive. Gilius trailing just a little bit behind. Once he grabs that, it should be a pretty easy point-and-click setup just about anywhere he wants.
And supports, too. We see the bot lane from Mad Lions reset. Now Kaiser looking for that rotation towards mid. Shadow did finish his Warrior Enchantment as well, which is a huge spike on that Lee Sin. You already saw he had a pretty big gold advantage over Gilius. So this is the opportunity for Mad to play for the Herald. Now, because Karzi is going down towards the bottom lane, I mean, I think think Shadow could actually just start this one up by himself, but Schalke could show up and push them off.
I think the important thing is the fact that Odo's playing with Teleport and Arome and Humanoid don't have it. So instead of trying to contest the Drake, they know that they can get tempo and numbers advantage by pulling the lane swap. So they swap Neon on Dreams. They now have the Teleport on Odo. And if they want to try to force this fight, they'll have numbers advantage and be able to swing from there.
It's also important to note that Carzzy has to be quite careful in this matchup. Odoamne level 7 to his level 5, Carzzy tipping over to level 6 would make things easier, but because he's such a low level and cannot lane on his own, Kaiser's being pulled down to the bottom lane. Now this could turn against Odoamne if he overstays his welcome, but for now it's 2 members committed to the bottom side just to deal with Odoamne. Ulti now coming out, the damage now coming through, but a clean flash out from Shadow. He can't kick over the wall to try to make it out, but the concussive blows are going to lock him down. But no, still alive for now, smiting to heal up in Shadow. The great escape, can he do it? Pulling away as Humanoid tries to find it. Shadow somehow makes it out.
I mean, yes, it's the great escape, and I guess maybe he dissuades Schalke from starting that, but if he dies there, that's a massive disadvantage for Mad Lions. He kind of revealed where he was. I was just about to compliment Schalke on the swap as well, knowing that Shadow would probably be topside jungle because it's for the blue spawn, but that could have gone so sideways for Shadow.
Yeah, I mean, you can call Shadow Houdini, but he's the one that tied himself up right there. That was completely his fault, playing around the Herald, going in without a team in the area. So Schalke will still be able to pick this up. I think Shadow's correct play now is to go and trade for the Mountain Drake on the bottom side of the map.
See, that's the question. We expect that Mad Lions in this position wouldn't just try to contest the Herald. They would say like, okay, Schalke, you have TP advantage. I'll go bottom and either continue to punish Odoamne on this Camille, which Mad Lions are now starting to do, as well as trade Mountain, but they're slightly behind the play.
The thing is, Arome can dodge any dive by pulling it into a 1v1 underneath the tower, so it's actually pretty good for Mad Lions to stay with these split lanes because Arome can freely farm under the tower, whereas Odoamne has to step all the way back, not be able to contest the plates at all, and lose a whole wave.
And one of the concerns that Schalke are now going to have to deal with as the TP is used into the top lane trying to reset the lanes is that Ashe is dangerously close to Blade of the Rune King, whereas Neon, much slower build path. Yes, can complete items earlier, but should be much weaker relatively in one-to-one trades. And with all of the tower plates going into Carzzy's back pocket, he is well ahead of the clock on this Ashe. As now we see the Death Realm coming out. Odoamne potentially in trouble, running to the edge here, trying to get a little bit of healing back. Grasping a Dying proc, waiting on it. Now going to use the ult to dodge, and will jump out there. Gets the stun on the escape as well. Shield now coming in from the center. Arome desperate to finish it, but the Obliterate will not connect.
Look at the teleport.
Oh, here we go.
No flash on Mordekaiser.
Amatagi, though, definitely not the immediate threat that I thought we would be seeing. Now the Shockwave is going to be big. Hookshot, wall dive, the flash in, the pullback, not enough, and Schalke will grab the kill.
That was just so nicely played there from Schalke's side of things. Odoamne on the jukes to escape using his ultimate to dodge probably the killing blow with that Q coming through from Arome, and then the flank TP from Abba. Big plays from them.
And meanwhile on the map, I need to hold it because Shadow, here he comes.
Level 7 Lee Sin versus the level 9 Ori with no mana. Red buff proccing, 1 auto, 2 autos, trying to finish it. Conqueror now coming through. He wants one more, but he's not quite fast enough. Top lane looks like nothing's going to happen here. Shadow making it out as well, but here, oh no, here comes the arrow. Walking through. Dreams, what can't he do?
What a support! An absolute legend here.
A national treasure.
Amadage is going to make it out. Humanoid, though, potentially in trouble in the mid lane as Gilius waddles very menacingly towards him. All right.
Okay. Oh, we're never gonna get stuck.
Hold on. No. They're just laning. They're just laning. Okay, 2K gold lead for Mad Lions. 2 kills to 1. They've got a tower now. They've got the Mountain Drake. This is looking like a much better early game. But what does it really mean?
Well, it means that Mad Lions are in a better pace because this composition does need to explode the game a little bit. This is a mid-game team fighting team where you have a lot of players with individual agency to take 1v1 fights. You have, you know, the Mordekaiser ultimate to split up these fights and get really aggressive with things. You can force with the Ashe arrow. So Mad Lions need to take this advantage, go into the next Drake, look for a fight, collapse on side lanes, and attack through Arome, or attack towards the lanes of Humanoid and Arome.
Now, I had questions about where the Herald was going to go down. You can see that Gilius is now shadowing under Neon and Dreams. Obviously, unlocked the first game. Neon didn't get the Herald in the second game. It is sitting in the jungler's pocket. And I actually expected him to use it top with Camille and give her plates. But I think with all of the shenanigans, they've now decided to pivot on the plan. And Schalke are just trying to hard force find anything to set the Herald down. Things have gone a little bit sideways to how we thought the next 5 minutes were going to go.
All right, so as we take a breather, let's talk about Skarner waddling around the map, because as you can see,
I like to call it a wiggle.
It's a little bit of a wiggle, you know, shaking the tail, but he's not rocking the Predator that we so often see on the Skarner. This looks really odd to a lot of people, I feel like, because it's so much harder to force plays with the Skarner. It makes his gank presence way less felt. We're going to watch that Shadow.
Because here comes the arrow. Will not connect, but Shadow now jumping in. It looks like the entire team will pull away, though, as the arrow does not connect.
I need a replay. I'm pretty sure that just split Dreams and Neon right in the forehead.
Like the arrow went through them?
Well, that's what it looked like.
It looks like it was a mile away to me.
Oh, I saw Dreams like shift. I need the replay. I blinked and missed it.
Oh.
In my perspective, that was about to be a solo kill. In Neon's perspective, he was just fine. Gilius, though, now being contested on the buff here, going to get kicked right back. That's the Wombo combo fans have been waiting for. The duo coming through for jungle mid. Gilius now running for the hills, blocking away for Dreams. But Humanoid going to grab that one. Gilius cannot waddle fast enough. Humanoid more than happy to grab that kill.
Yeah, it's a really nice punish there inside the jungle for Mad Lions. Also gives them so much pressure top lane to break down the turret plates on that one and trade for some that was picked up in the mid lane for Schalke. I will say, very quickly, it's Phase Rush for Gilius on the Skarner, which of course gives him much better ultimates because now he can get that move. Come on, Humanoid!
Pulled back. Ooh, shoots him with a gunblade. Now should be able to walk away from this one. Depends though. Blue buff there for Habadage. Slowly but surely running him down. No, Humanoid, there's no way out of this one. The flash out to safety. Habadage just going to Q him and walk away.
That was ambitious.
Shadow. No ultimate.
Here we go. 1v1s. Constant 1v1s. It's not League of Legends, it's Mortal Kombat. Every time we get the chance, Shadow will, though, walk away.
This has been a wild game.
Yeah. And important to take stock, because last game, while there were a lot of wild plays early, it did feel like it slowed down a little bit, whereas in this game, it feels like a lot more wild plays, and those wild plays are just going more and more in the favor of Matt. Schalke getting a tower back, and a mid lane tower nonetheless, that's a big deal.
Oh, here's the arrow.
Okay.
But it's still a 3K deficit.
How far away was it?
Whee.
I don't know what you were watching.
I blinked, like I said, I had my glasses on. You're right, it was a mile away.
It hit his own bot lane, I guess.
Zoning arrow.
Here we go.
Odoamne taking a bit of time here. Can obviously use his ultimate to go untargetable for a brief moment, and will use it now. Senna ult now coming in, but Odoamne is just going to get absolutely dunked down. Will not be able to grab anything there, and Humanoid now going to grab his 3rd kill of the game.
I think an issue that Schalke are having as Mad Lions are basically just beating them to the punch on a lot of these skirmishes is that it's really hard for Senna to contest with Ash's wave clear. And so because Carzzy is able to force waves so much faster, he's getting faster resets than Neon is. And that means that Ash is joining up to the plays more. I think he's doing a great job of throwing his arrow in Fog of War, even if it doesn't connect, just forcing that invisible pressure. So far, a much better early game performance for Mad Lions as they basically ran back the same strategy, save the Jhin for Ash trade.
And in terms of confidence in a best-of-5 scenario, losing game 1 on a first pick Akali when no one else is first picking Akali looked really bad. Running it back in game 2 for many fans probably looked even worse, but now that he's turned it around, you're seeing why they prioritize this champion. Now that Odoamne is getting run down, you're seeing why maybe they like the Mordekaiser matchup, but now as I say that, Gilius is waddling menacingly in the jungle. Mad Lions now on the retreat.
Okay, he definitely missed that arrow.
This is the collapse, though. This is going to be a 5v4 or 5v3 in theory.
Gilius has to be careful here. Rome level 11 is very big. Carzzy isolated. The knockup is going to come through. One stack, going to find 2, 3, and 4. Look at that. Carzzy will be sacrificed here. But
no, turn on him.
Rome. No. Odoamne is going to grab that one. A bit too close for comfort. The pullback under the tower, though. The obliterate. The delayed CC. The flash out will not cancel Kaiser's recall, but definitely a little cute there.
Still, while Schalke do manage to pick up some of the kills, and I think more importantly, actually get the flash and heal off of Carzzy, which will not be back up for that Infernal Drake, and it is 3rd one, so I think that's kind of the long-term most important plan. Humanoid, 3-in-1, has the big items for Akali, still getting a lot of this solo EXP and solo time over there, as well as Shadow in the mid lane. So if Schalke for this Infernal fight can punish on Ash not having this flash, I think then this is worth it. Otherwise, I think they're actually just wasting a lot of time here, throwing multiple resources and not getting anything on the map.
Yeah, the arrow not connecting is a really big deal. That's, you know, a second or 2 of extra CC time that's very likely to kill on Odo. And then notice, your Akali's in top lane, your Lee Sin's in mid lane, so it really is just 3 people, knowing that Schalke were in the area. Now we're going to talk about Gilius finally. He has Phase Rush on Skarner, and look how fast he's going to yank Carzzy out of, like, that's what it's about. That's what it's about. It's about getting people a really far distance in these team fights and not playing proactively. So again, Schalke are trying to absorb the engage of Mad Lions. Mad Lions are trying to fight at all costs.
And the gold lead no longer 3K. Of course, there are still 2 dragons. It is still 2 towers to 1, but only about 2,000 now between each of these teams. Habadage seems very comfortable in his individual 1v1. Additionally, Odoamne continuing to scale up. Now has their Trinity Force completed. Should feel much more comfortable in a side lane. But against a 3-1 Akali, I don't think anyone is really comfortable in a 1v1 setting.
The dive is potentially coming out here as we're watching the map movements. As you can see that Oda-Wamne and Dreams finding their way down here. And Mad Lions don't have anyone near a Rome. Kaiser's trying to get down here.
No flash on Dreams, no ult either. The concussive blows are going to have to get things started. Kaiser's in the area as well. Rome, if he fishes for this one, though, is going to step forward. Dreams leaping over the wall. Now it's Oda-Wamne Dreams versus Abadage. So Abadage and Rome are now in the death realm, but the sidestep is going to be massive there. Now they're going to come out on top of that one. Abadage wins the 1v1. Shadow, though, with a kick flash to make his way out. But because he dies in the animation, will not kick back into the rest of the team. Shadow now going to be in trouble. Oda-Wamne knocked out. The Trinity Force not enough. Too little, too late. Double kill coming through for Shadow. Make it 3. No, this time Carzzy's going to snag one of his own. Neon moving in onto the backside. Has the heals, and Gilius might be fast. He might be pulling Carzzy into him, but it doesn't look like it's going to be the right choice. They will let Schalke walk away, but Mad Lions just continuing to win out.
It's just not the same power when Senna shows up, so they immediately throw that one away. That is why you get Shadow, Lee Sin, Kaiser now flashing over the wall and catching Gilius again. Here comes Shadow on the flank.
Gonna be big. Neon gonna try to do something, but he's just too weak. He's just a glorified support right now. The heals are going to be important. The flash out to safety. Shadow will not overcommit here. Does not have a ward to hop to because he has the Herald, so that stops any further playmaking.
And this whole time, Humanoid was pushing in the top lane by himself. That was a 4v5 effectively. And the amount of time Arome buys with this ultimate for the rest of his team to come down here. Kaiser, Shadow, then Carzzy at the end. It's huge. Shadow also lands every Q, it seems, here on Abadage. His flash is a little bit extra. He was going to one-shot him anyways, but he does follow up on Odo after.
I agree with you. I think it's the miscalculation of how long it would take to kill a Rome, and then also the outplay of Shadow's mechanics on the Lee Sin that really paid off here for Mad Lions. And the huge benefactor, like you were saying, is Humanoid at the end of the day.
And also, I mean, Schalke are just going to be missing and wanting for damage when Abadage has to use his ultimate in the forced 1v1, when Neon isn't able to enter the fight, and when Odo is running for most of it. This is a comp that needs some more time before they can come online.
And the salt in the wound on top of that is its third Drake that spawns in 30 seconds, and now picking up all of that kill gold, trading those really important flashes. Now the fact that Carzzy doesn't have flash doesn't mean as much because Gilius and Odo also do not have flash. They can't punish the Ashe that hard. This is a huge win for Mad Lions.
And now they drop Herald in mid lane. They can nuke that tower while also pushing Vision in further. As Shadow's on the flank looking for the collapse. I don't think Schalke can contest this Infernal Drake. They're going to have to give up the third, which puts so much pressure on them for the rest of the game. Even if they were to pull it back through team fights and make it close, there is always the risk of a Lee Sin Smite steal because his combo with Q plus Smite is always going to deal more damage than Gilius will inside the pit.
And the adjustments, again, I think we have to praise Mad for seeing what they need to do in the draft because the Tahm Kench appears to have been the biggest factor, the Ashe as well, because Neon, who was an absolute monster in the previous game, has once again been relegated to what feels like a glorified support, just pushing waves, just catching at this point. He does not do enough in these fights to match Mad Lions.
The individual performance also, Shadow in particular, I think is a big standout. So yes, I agree with you. Taking away a Tahm Kench to allow Mad Lions to have agency and to flex a little bit on their opponents is a big factor. But you also have to say that Schalke are making some head-scratching maneuvers. That really clean macro that we saw in game number 1 has started to show some cracks in game number 2.
Yeah, and we have seen this from Schalke in the past. I mean, even when they played against Mad Lions in the first, or in week 8, rather. Like, they have these scaling compositions, but they still like to fight you. They still try to make plays, and they're going to try to do that again here with Humanoid in the top lane.
Pull back, the Shuriken flip will ferry him out to safety. Now gets to buy a bit more time, moving forward into the TP. Some fancy footwork coming for Humanoid. He's going to stick in this shot as long as possible. Gilius is going to pull him back, but now Arome's in the midst of everyone, but it's still just a 2v4. Maybe not what they're looking for, but Humanoid still manages to make it out. He goes golden, he cancels out the ultimate. Kaiser going to step forward to try to body block. Humanoid is still alive. Now that's a Houdini you can be proud of. Shadow moving in with Kaiser as well on the backside. Meanwhile, Arome fishing for a fight, buying just a little bit more time. Neon not doing the damage necessary to get anything done. Abadage running for the hills, the double kill for Shadow. And meanwhile, here comes the Ashe on the bottom side. Carzzy looking to play cleanup. One volley, one slow. That's all it's going to take to run down the rest of Schalke as Carzzy runs forward here, and Oda-Wamne, the last man standing.
That was a 4v5. Carzzy only got involved on the very back half of it. The Ashe arrow did not connect. That was a huge play for Mad Lions.
When the fights get messy, get scrappy, get nasty, Mad Lions will come out on top. Their champions thrive in these situations. The chaotic nature of this draft is helping them out. The individual playmakers are stepping up, and Schalke are looking all out of sorts.
And the turnaround from game 1 to game 2 is fantastic for the Mad Lions. Always a question with younger lineups. We've seen Mad Lions keep it together in losing situations before. They went the full 5 versus G2, but could they do it again here against Schalke, against the Miracle Run memes, against the Bandit expectations? Well, they're holding on for now. They're proving good on the Sakali first pick, and it's looking like Mad Lions are set to take this game 2.
Now, I know everyone's going to be focusing on Humanoid here for how long he's able to stall this out. Obviously opens up by dodging the shockwave. That's going to hurt. I do want to talk about Orome on the back half of the play because he zones Skarner out of it for so long, then also kills the Skarner, getting the tanky stats. And then he turns around and he basically just zones out everyone from Schalke. He's like a one-man wrecking ball crew on this Mordekaiser on the back half of the fight, while Shadow and Kaiser and Humanoid take care of the first part.
Yeah, he pops out of that death realm. Schalke, very confused, collapsed on both sides. And also, Humanoid survived that whole ordeal using the stopwatch, and then Kaiser coming in clutch to keep him alive. Humanoid and Shadow, they're all landing their movement abilities. And
He'll never hit one.
Okay, to be fair, he got the flash. That was as good as hit if the flash was not
No,
there.
I get it. That was like the best arrow, but I'm just saying, I don't think he's hit one.
Also, respect to Carzzy because he was just a half second off of landing the arrow on Odoamne's TP in the last fight.
All right, we're going to have to hold that thought because it looks like Humanoid is going for the 1v1s. It's going to be tough for Odoamne. He gets the shield from the adaptive defenses as well as the additional shield coming in. He's going to leap forward, but he's not going to find the stun. Humanoid now trying to retreat, though, but Neon's going to run him down. Big shutdown for Neon. That's going to be massive.
That is a big deal here for Schalke. Give them some breathing room on the map, but still, I mean, that's the Baron buff that went to Mad Lions. Now losing 40 seconds of that, they're not going to be able to knock on Inhibitor.
Yeah, at this point, Schalke are just like, okay, as long as the inhibs stay up, we live to fight another day. We try to roll the dice in a minute 30 over this Infernal Soul of all things. That's going to be the last stand for Schalke, but a much better performance for Mad Lions. The game's not completely wrapped up yet, but you can see the confidence returning for the players in form.
And the concern, of course, is Camille gets more items under her belt. How long can Carzzy stay safe in these fights if they find a full 5v5? And as well, Humanoid cannot afford to keep making mistakes. I'm already ready to pronounce the game over and done with, but if he keeps throwing his life away on a side lane, things are not going to go so well for the Mad Lions.
I don't think the issue is necessarily deleting Carzzy because there's too many carry threats on Mad Lions' composition. I think the bigger issue is that there's no way for Schalke to play really slow in these fights, which is where Senna really excels, because they don't have the tanky stats necessary on Skarner. They have no front line, really, and multiple members of Mad Lions are just going to play a 1v1v1v1 and rip you apart.
Exactly. I think ideally for Schalke, you're trying to play the team fights in a 4-1 style where it is 4 people grouped up and then Odoamne diving onto a Carzzy. But until Odoamne gets the Death Stance, he is not tanky enough. He will not survive long enough in the backline to cause real threat. Because in theory, even if he's not killing Carzzy, just removing him and giving the rest of his team space is going to be a lot of value. But again, until the Death Stance comes through, it's not going to be enough.
And look at Schalke. It's 12 seconds before this Infernal Soul spawns, and Neon's on the top side of the map. I think they are just waving the white flag, and they're saying, there's no way we can contest it. Like, let it go. We have to try to fight on inhibs.
But it's also Lee Sin, who is incredibly fed, and Akali, who is also incredibly fed with an Infernal Soul. And these champions are already getting their Zanyas. They're already paying the QSS tax for Skarner, as well as a lot of the CC that the rest of the team can bring to the table. So things are certainly not getting any easier for Schalke. 7k gold deficit on top of the Infernal Soul. Baron just 2.5 minutes away. It's going to be do or die for Schalke in the coming fight.
I mean, it was between a rock and a hard place. I kind of like the call from Schalke. They were not going to win that fight if they ran in, so I guess they're thinking, like, I guess we look for the miracle pick. At this point, you want to start creating pockets of darkness. You want to rush Abba to that death cap, and you're just hoping that Mad Lions make a massive mistake and face check into something disastrous.
Yeah, I was going to say, you could also just hide inside of your base, and that anywhere outside your base is going to be incredibly dangerous. I mean, Schalke, they do have good tools to stay on for a while, mainly because Mad Lions Siege, not going to be great.
The wave clear is really strong for Schalke.
Yeah, Schalke have good wave clear, and Mad Lions only have one ranged champion. So Mad Lions need a Baron buff to actually break down some towers and use that in all 3 lanes with the Robe and Humanoid splitting up around the map. So it really does feel like it's 2 minutes away unless Schalke makes some really egregious error and get picked off here.
And at this point, the items are mostly completed. Obviously, we have the needlessly large rod for Abadage, but otherwise the Death Stance just finished for Odoamne, as well as the Lord Dominic's coming in for Neon. So they're not going to get a lot stronger in the next 2 minutes. It's just about finding that pick that you mentioned, finding that opportune fight. Gilead's potentially being able to pull someone back who does not have a QSS. So the number of viable targets continues to shrink as the game goes on.
And meanwhile, as Ender was pointing out, you know, it still is relatively hard for Mad to force unless they find picks.
Big shockwave, but it's not going to amount to too much. Abadagi pulled back, knocked down, and knocked out. Running for the hills here, trying to stay alive, but will get burned down in the end. Mad Lions now kicking the fight off. Humanoid just tearing through the entire team. They don't need to wait for a Baron buff. If they can just 5-man dive the base, Mad Lions absolutely feeling it right now as they're going to move in and break open this inhibitor.
What I wanted to say is that it's hard for Mad Lions to siege unless they force the pick, and then as I say it, they literally just like all put their face into it and just steamroll through Schalke. A masterclass game 2 from Mad.
That was just nasty. Diving underneath these towers. They saw they'd actually split up Schalke. There was 2 in top, 2 in mid. Mad Lions run through Schalke in game 2.
Massive performance from Mad Lions in game 2, turning it back, bringing the series to 1-1. Mad Lions will not go quietly, and Schalke will find their win streak broken.
And they stuck with the same game plan, really. They still put high priority onto the Akali, and this is going to be our question. You know, what champions will define the series? Will you have to be forced into an Akali ban, or do you say, we beat it in game number 1, we can beat it in game number 2? How do we make our adjustments as the series now looks to go the distance?
And look, Humanoid played the same game. His performance in game 1 was not bad by any means. The pivotal difference to me was Shadow. He's on Lee Sin, the comfort pick. You know his Lee Sin is going to be insane, and when he's able to step up in the early game, Humanoid will be allowed to shine.
We've seen Mad Lions now pull it back from a loss. The question for me is, can Schalke do the same? We're gonna get more insight on game 2 as Mad Lions tie up the series.
Do the Dame.
Do the Dame. Yeah. And they're gonna try to buy a bit more space, but he cannot connect now. The rest of the team now coming in. Jankos, though, he's already used the grid. He's gonna be very squishy, but they cannot quite kill him because an unbreakable comes in at the perfect time.
I think they kind of looked a bit shook off after we beat them last final. It's like they felt like what they were doing just could never like work against us, and I think they just wanted to change it up and find a new way of playing that could actually beat us.
Submit still trying to get in. Dawning Shadow, there's the charm. Submit dives into the back line.
And we always manage to find these like solutions to our problems. We always just make it work. So if the meta keeps on going like this way for us, it's perfect, honestly. I feel like it's just right for our players.
Orange, thank you.
Our teams are so good this year.
I can't believe they actually made it.
Woo!
What? It's what champions eat.
Beko Harvest Fresh preserves vitamins for longer by simulating the natural 24-hour sun cycle. Beko, eat like a pro.
Have a bite. It's good.
Charged up. Hello, everybody. Let the game begin.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LEC Summer Playoffs. Mad Lions, they bounced back with a crucial win, and the first time in 12 games, Schalke's Nexus was destroyed. We have a series on our hands, and if you don't believe me, we do. I could use a close-up right now. Nobody's going to read this from there. That's all right. Anyway, let's talk about picks and bans. As we ended the last segment, you guys said, I do not want to see a first pick Akali out of the Mad Lions. They still went for it, but which adaptations did we see that made this work, Kadril?
Well, I think the Akali first pick in the last game, it did have some impact. I think the main struggle they had was the jungle support and the AD carry. I like that they switched it up. They went for the Lee Sin Ashe Nautilus, way more playmaking, way more engaged, way more utility in the game. I would have liked to see a Kalista, but the Ashe really worked as well. And the whole draft plan was good. They banned out Tahm Kench to force the Senna pick. Then they knew that the Tahm Kench wouldn't be able to be picked, so they just instantly locked in the Nautilus, taken away from Dreams. So now Dreams is forced on a Braum, which is not the best champion you want, especially with something like a Skarner. I think the jungle pick was really off from Schalke as well. The fact that they took away the Camille on 4 just because of the Renekton ban, I think picking jungle would have been a lot better. Counter-pick top, because you basically led to a losing top matchup, a losing jungle matchup, and a really difficult bot matchup. So
yeah, I agree with Kadril. I think he hit all the main points, and I think that for me, one of the biggest things was we got to see what happens when Schalke doesn't safely get through the early laning phase. One of the biggest advantages I felt like Mad had was that they had a winning 2 versus 2 bot that they could actually just get advantages from. And while Rome struggled a little bit in the early game, he was able to pull that back later on into the game. And I think a lot of that came off the back of another fantastic Lee Sin performance from Shadow.
Absolutely. So Shadow picks this Lee Sin, and you know this is in part because it's good for the comp, but also this is his pick, and he knows what to do on it. And I think this top lane play was so crucial because in my mind, if that goes the other way, you're in a whole different space of mind as Shadow.
Yeah, he went for an early bot gank, didn't work. He gets the first spell onto Gilius, and again, he just catches out Gilius again. So, I mean, the fact that he can get his Lee Sin a couple early kills in the early game, I mean, we know Shadow's Lee Sin is one of the best Lee Sins in Europe. It's his most comfortable champ, and I love the adaptation. The fact that, okay, the set didn't work out too much, let's put you back on Lee Sin, let's get you back on the comfort. And yeah, he hit every Q in almost every fight, and that flash kick was a bit too much, but I guess he just had loads of damage.
It's probably habit at that point, right? You know, but I think that it was much needed as well. After game 1, he picked a champion that we haven't seen him play yet during the regular season, and it was a difficult game for him. So put him on something that he can have success on, something that he feels comfortable on, and oh, look, he has a banger. So now his confidence is going to be riding high. Same for the Mad Lions. Game plan didn't work out game 1, but it seems like the mental wasn't greatly affected in game 2. So it's good to see that they are staying strong. Now the weight falls on Schalke's hands.
Yeah, they bounced back tremendously. Verius, you also wanted to take an in-depth look at that top lane fight in 22 minutes, which really sealed the deal for Mad.
So people thought that I only needed that to do the Drory tools, but I brought my little computer thing with me. I name him Al. Anyway, so this top lane play, what Kadril and I wanted to draw attention to was humanoids. Now, we're going to slow this one down as I start this one off, right? So you're going to keep an eye on Humanoid and how he's sidestepping beautifully absolutely everything. So Cavedrel, why don't you run us through this as we're going to play this one out?
Yeah, so he actually uses E to dodge out the Orianna ult, and then he has the E tagged on the creep, so he flies back, and he sees Gilius running at him with the ult, so he instantly ults back onto Humanoid into the bush, so now Gilius lost vision of him, and now he's running back into the bush. He pops the W, so he's still not able to use the Skarner ult. He's basically stalling time here. Dreams is trying to collapse on him, Avdaga's trying to collapse on him, Gilius, the TP's coming out. You'll see Otto Amne is going to flash on him as well, and he essentially, all he's doing is buying time. Eventually he gets ulted out, the Sen ult comes down to save him a little bit, but then he ults away. Camille flashed on him, he Zhonya's the Camille ult as well, so
yeah,
he basically got 3 ultimates.
That's the craziest thing for me, and again, I still want you to keep your eyes on Humanoid down here, because you'll notice that you've got 3 people, all of Schalke, hard committing to this play, and they're like, okay, as long as we kill Humanoid, this play is still going to work out in our favor. But then as we roll the clip back out once again, you'll notice that, hey, look, he flashes out at the last second. And now you see that Schalke's stuck in this really awkward situation where they're all clumped up in this while the rest of Mad are coming. And note, if you have a look at the minimap, Kazi's not even here. This is a 4 versus 5 play that Mad's actually able to come out on top of.
Yeah, and he basically, there's 4 ultimates down for Schalke. They're all stacked up, and Humanoid's really, he's basing here on Out of Fog of War, and he's going to TP back into the fight. Now Schalke, they've got no fighting tools left. They have no ultimates. It is a 4v5, it's sort of in their favor, but they can't really win it. Shadow comes in, cleans up, the TP comes in, and that eventually leads to Neon's death.
Yeah, and I think a wonderful game out of the Mad Lions. And individually, you know, when you're a Humanoid, you get that Akali again, and now you absolutely make it work. You're winning fights when not even all your carries are there, and this is exactly what they needed to bounce back. They were on blue side. Now Schalke is on blue side, of course, because that's what they picked after losing that game. Now, talk to me, Verius, about the mental game. You already said, well, Mad, hey, bounce back, fantastic. Schalke has seen that defeat screen for the first time now in 12 games. How is that going to affect them?
Well, this is the thing, right? I think that one of the big advantages that Schalke have had is that they've been on this constant win streak, but now they've suddenly been stopped in their tracks. They're the ones that have to adapt. They have to find a way of dealing with this Akali, and now we get to see how deep is that champion pool. Do they only have one style, or is there something else that they can bring out against the Mad Lions?
Yeah, I mean, Schalke, first defeat in 5 weeks. I don't think that's going to hurt them too much. We'll see if they have adaptability here. Can they adapt in the draft? Can they adapt to a loss? I think dropping the Skarner pick is really important here. I think the fact that you're on blue side, you can have target bans, so I'd love to see an Akali ban, a Lee Sin ban, something like this. I mean, you saw the series with G2, they were banning the Lee Sin on blue side, so picking up some of the tools that G2 used against Mad Lions on blue side would be really important here. I would love to see Lee Sin ban, get Shadow off comfort again, because he really looked sort of out of the game with Kaiser when he's not on a comfortable champ. But when he's on a comfortable champ like Lee Sin and Kaiser's on Nautilus, they look really good together.
Yep, they do. We'll see what happens. It was a big change in momentum for the Mad Lions, who are looking to get to match point after this.
It said coming up next, but what it really meant was coming up now. Hello, welcome back. It's Game 3, currently tied 1-1 between Schalke 04 and Mad Lions, and a massive turnaround for Mad Lions in Game 2 on the back of a standout performance from Shadow on that Lee Sin.
Yeah, also credit to Humanoid there. Some slick Akali moves. Now, that said, it does mean that Schalke have side selection. They have selected blue side. Now, with that, as Cajal just said on the analyst desk, you can start throwing out the target bans. You can take away Shadow's Lee Sin and try to see again, roll the dice. Can you play anything else right now if Lee Sin's gone and Volibear is nerfed?
And what I want to know is I think it may be an Akali ban coming out early because the last 2 games, first game Mad Lions didn't pick the Lee Sin at all. Second game it went all the way down to that second phase. So Schalke might think they can get away with the Lee Sin ban in the second phase, but we're very likely going to see the Lux again, the Thresh again. But now they don't need to ban away that Caitlyn. That responsibility falls to the Mad Lions.
And we also now get to answer the question of what Schalke's priority pick is going to be. In the past, it has been things like the Senna. They can go for the Ashe. They're not necessarily a Kalista priority team. Or if the Hecarim falls through draft phase, they have been known to first pick the Hecarim as well.
Interesting. We'll have to see what both teams want to go for. For now, bans remaining relatively the same, all things considered. The Lux going to get banned as well as the Thresh, Shen. And I'll see how Mad Lions want to follow this one up. In the past, the Hecarim has been pretty standard here.
And if we see the Hecarim come through for Gilius, then we could get into the, well, they're going to ban that one away. I was going to say Shadow could go down that scaling jungler route. But again, if the Lee Sin is open, I actually think this would be the time for Mad Lions to pivot into an earlier jungle pick. So you take your bot lane on 1-2 and potentially look for that Lee Sin on 3.
So there's the Akali ban that you were talking about, Ender. Do you ban Caitlyn here?
Yeah.
Okay, so I was actually going to be really curious because Mad Lions historically were the team that kind of left the OP, they left the Varus open and they had the counter. And I was like, have they figured out the counter to Caitlyn, or is she just too busted?
Caitlyn's a little too OP, I think.
And the question for me was, do we see the Kalista priority here? Touted by many as the S-tier bottom laner that demands a first pick, but with Ashe still up and available, instead it is going to be the Senna, so we're seeing the run back to a certain degree of the bot lane compositions, but now Shadow's Lilia, not an early game playmaker, but a farming jungler for Shadow.
This is a very different look for Mad Lions, and it all comes down to the fact that Akali is banned away. So when Akali comes in, Shadow has to play an early game aggressive jungler. Now that it's going to be a Lilia in the jungle instead, this opens up physical damage mid laners for a human that we want to see him on.
It does mean that Dreams is going to get a hold of one of his comfort picks like that Nautilus, and also the value on Cleanse just skyrocketed. When you have an Ashe and a Lilia in a game, running that summoner spell is going to get like so much bang for your buck.
Does Gilius want to match the scaling in the jungle? We'll be Abadage on the Azir now, and this is bread and butter teamfight composition for Schalke. You know, we were talking a little bit backstage about the value of the Senna pick, and against Mad Lions, where they were playing a very skirmish-heavy style, Senna did not really get to shine. But as we see two compositions that appear to be much more focused on the 5v5 team fights front to back with an Azir, I think that means Senna's value is going to raise up. If you can put some beefy tanks in front of her for her to sustain up throughout a fight, that gives you so much power in the 5v5.
And I like that Kaiser is willing to match here. There will be no Braum pick for this Ashe. Instead, it'll be the Leona. More engage options on both sides. Two players who love to roam, both equipped with the tools necessary to do so. But while both these teams, or both these first 3 picks have shown us a lot about the compositions, bans are going to tell us more. The Kazakhs being taken off the board and taken away from Gilius.
Because Shadow is running an AP jungler, I think that there's emphasis on banning the Lucian away from Humanoid. We went and we peeked into his champion, or his solo queue, and he's been spamming a lot of Lucian. Obviously, it was revealed with Fnatic and their best of 5, where they were constantly running AP jungler with an AD mid laner, and that's why you see that. It's with Shadow on AP, what AD mid laner does Humanoid now have if Lucian's gone?
And if you want to go to another AD carry, the Tristana does pop up as a champion that can be pretty good in lane and also outrange that Azir much later into the game. But I think Schalke do need to go on gangplank duty here for a ban. When you see all the engage in playmaking around the bottom lane, you need some physical damage up top. I think you gotta remove the GP.
I mean, I agree with you, but I feel like we are going to see Humanoid probably pull out a Tristana.
A Galio. Okay, so this, again, it's a very similar idea to the
Camille Galio.
Yeah, it's like, because this removes the Camille Galio opportunity, but also Galio playing around an Ashe ult and a Leona. Like, you know bot lane is going to be such a focal point for Mad Lions, and that's peak Mad Lions gameplay is when they're playing through Kaiser and Karzi.
And additionally, we also saw how strong the Camille Galio combo could be for the top side, how much better it made Arome as a top laner when he had that setup. But now with the GP as well, this is going to be a difficult life for both Abodage and Neon in these late game team fights. The Cannon Barrage, an immensely powerful spell. how do Schalke actually respond here? The Shen's still banned away. Hecarim taken off the board as well. Nidalee would be very bold. Historically a Gilius pick, but definitely not something I would expect to see him play in 2020. Instead, it is going to be the Lee Sin.
Yeah, we were chatting with Kadra before game. We asked him if Gilius was a Nidalee player, and historically he was. Maybe we see it come out this series, but now he's going to try to flex with the Lee Sin. And with AD, the thing is they need engage, and I would like to see Camille, but Gangplank is such a pain in the ass that I think that they have to opt into the Ornn for some long-range engage, but I do feel that Schalke are missing some tools in their composition.
Yeah, right now they have team fight options, but I do think this Lee Sin is a little bit out of whack with the rest of champions. I think Schalke are saying, Gilius, you need to act as the bridge, you need to be that early game playmaker. When you see a Lilia on the other side, Lee Sin gonna have a better time finding gank opportunities, but a lot of these lanes for Mad Lions going to be hard to influence. I do feel like a lot of solid laning options here for them.
But just similar to last game, I feel like it's all eyes on the Lee Sin because while Schalke have incredible scaling late in the game with the Ornn items, with the Azir-Senna duo, Lee Sin is the bridge that carries them through this early game unscathed. And when you're looking at an Ashe and a Leona and an Orianna GP when we hit that level 6 mark, bot lane's gonna have to be careful. That is a very easy lane to die.
Yeah, you are not getting out of that one. The global abilities are gonna make it so easy for Mad Lions to cheat plays around that area. So this could be a game where Schalke look to get out of that bot lane around that mark and play for Herald.
Yeah, and on the other side, I think Mad Lions are going to just take complete control of a lot of the river control as well as the push priority in a lot of these lanes, which they have a farming jungler. They should be able to create enough space and enough time for Shadow to farm up and get to those big 5v5s while Leona just runs amok on this map.
And now it is time. Both teams tied at 1-1. Who will move up to match point? Schalke No Fear versus Mad Lions, starting now.
Galaxy far, far away.
Now this is pod racing. Let's get to game 3.
What? Did you know that was coming?
I may have seen the observers before this one and figured out.
That's
Wait a second. And we're going through time.
Back to live, Ender. Ender really wanted to draw again on that top lane play. He's going to hold that thought. Flawless execution, observers. We let you down on our end, but that was some hyperspace action.
Look, they broke the space-time continuum, okay? We actually just went back in time trying to save Schalke's miracle run.
I'm done with both of these jokes. Let's focus in on what's going to happen in this game. Ender, take it away in jungle pathing.
All right, jungle pathing. This is one, so I think we'll focus on the Lilia first of all, because I think Lee Sin, pretty basic at this point into the game. A lot of times Lilias will like to start on their Raptor camp on the top side of their jungle and blitz through those AoEs up there, which is why I think we're looking for Schalke to go for a late invade. But Shadow is like 5-head giga-braining this one because he's also looking for the late invade and there's no ward on it. So he's just gonna steal away the blue buff from underneath Gilius.
Like ships passing the night. Oh no, we've turned around.
All right, we're going to talk about your vocabulary and 5-head Gigabrain later, but for now, we see the 1v1. Gilius getting caught out here. You do not fight the Lilia at level 1. That is not a winning proposition. They will reset the blue buff, but important to note, Gilius has lost Flash at level 1. For a champion who wants to get something done in the early game, that's going to be a big deal. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, look at the fight coming out here. Dream's just getting run down here. Kaiser lower cooldown on that Q means he just keeps running forward, keeps picking fights, and Mad pulling very far ahead in that trade.
This fight going so well for Mad Lions is actually a really big deal, though, because what Gilius would love to do is take his red buff and then sprint into Mad Lions jungle, but as you can see, there's already a ward around there. There's a ward on the blue buff, too. So now Gilius, he has to look for a level 2 gank in the bottom lane, otherwise Shadow is going to be able to counteract him in the pathing.
But reminder that Mad still have all of their summoner spells, and Schalke do not.
Wait for level 2.
Big investment. Kaiser stepped very far forward. Aftershock procced it will fall away shortly. When it falls away, Kaiser's going to be incredibly squishy. Has a bit more resistance with the W coming in, but Gilius now caught out. He's not going to be able to find anything.
It's all gone wrong.
I mean, 2 summoner spells you pick up, but now Shadow's coming in as well. He can just move into the jungle and take away the Krugs. There's not going to be any response, or he can come down to try to extend the play, but the Ashe is just continuing to slow them all down here. Has to be careful coming into this tower, but that's going to be Dreams dead. First blood for Carzzy, and an amazing start for the Mad Lions.
Carzzy and Kaiser just dunked on Neon and Dreams. That was huge. And then as soon as Gilius wasn't able to execute a level 2 gank, that was disaster. Like, there was nothing that could be done there, and the fact that the dive then happens is just like the cherry on top. That is a whole shit sandwich for for Schalke.
Yeah, on the other hand, you know, it's great for Mad Lions. I mean, they love to do this, right? Put Kaiser on a less common champion, give him the counter pick, and they take that and they run with that there too. Shadow does the whole around the world through the jungle, taking Gilius' blue buff and literally then ganking bot lane. That was the next thing he did. It's just crazy.
Ender, I don't know a lot about jungle, but what I do know is that there are 5 camps up for Shadow right now, and he's level 3 right now. So Gilius, Giga Brain 5 head.
Listen,
Giga Doomed 3 head, Ender.
No,
Does
I
that
said
make sense
Shadow
to you?
was
Shadow is, yes, I know.
Yeah,
but now
yeah.
Gilius is on the opposite end of the foot, where I don't know how Lee Sin comes back from that.
Yeah, well, he doesn't, because the thing about these farming junglers is once they get an edge, Lilia will just sprint through the jungle, clearing her camp so quickly, and then that hyper scales you into getting that early runic echoes, which then makes your killing even faster. So the only answer when you're playing one of these early game junglers is to then double down on the, actually we're going to continue to play around this lane, where now there is going to be a flash missing and a heal.
Oh no.
Okay. Not gonna connect.
Okay, right before that happened, that was unfortunate from Kaiser. You actually had the hawk shot from Carzzy used on Gilius's Raptor camp to give Shadow information that he wasn't here and that he could actually go farm that if he wanted.
Shadow's trolling though, going for this bot lane play, because look at this. Now Gilius runs into his top side. He gets the red buff. I think if I'm Gilius, I get a little greedy now here too and go for the Krug camp as well and try to get that one away very quickly. So this is going to help get a lot of these early game qualms gone now for Gilius, who can then play for the top side Scuttle Crab into his own Gromp, and then the rest of his camps are going to be respawning. So this has really made up for a lot of the pain early.
I mean, obviously, like a game of inches. If Kaiser does land that E, then maybe it's a completely different story. You pick up the kill in the bot lane, you then rotate into Gilius's Raptor camp. Suddenly Gilius isn't having the same edge, but like you're saying, mis-execution allowing Gilius to kind of peek back into this one.
Yeah, every gank has a cost, and in this case, the cost is letting Gilius back in the game. Of course, still at an XP disadvantage. But meanwhile, in the mid lane, we check in. All things relatively even as expected. Interesting enough, bot lane feels like the big catalyst for action because top lane, it's Ornn, it's GP. We've been here for what feels like literal years now in this top lane duel and are kind of just waiting for level 6s to come through, to start to see the Ornn ults come out, to start to see that GP ult come out as well. See what Orome wants to do, and if it is the bot lane dives that we talked about in draft.
Yeah, and I wasn't paying super close attention to the top lane early on, but it looks like Orome was the first one to go back to base, and I really like doing this on GP. When early in the lane phase, you over-trade so that both laners use their teleport, and then you have that global, now Orome is level 6, and you can play around Kaiser so well.
Kaiser and Shadow continuing to group up here. This is massive. Obviously, the game 2, one of the things that went right was that Kaiser and Shadow were finally on the same page after a very difficult game 1. So continuing here in game 3 is a good look for the Mad Lions.
You see Leona everywhere in the LPL, and it's usually to contest early river control, which not necessarily the same thing with a farming jungler. I think it's just about the long-range reach and oppressive lane control that Leona and Ashe can have in this situation. But obviously, if Kaiser's teaming up with Shadow and looking for ganks on mid lane, he's also leaving Carzzy alone for solo EXP, which naturally very important for Ashe. Means that she can kind of catch you out of guard, get in early level 6, as Odoamne starting to take some chunks out of Orome, but obviously at this point over time, Orome will start to come back into the lane, being able to heal up on oranges.
Have to keep our eyes though on the Summoner Spellbook, because the Ignite has now been brought in. Odoamne knows that he has the potential to all in here if he can land enough abilities. Mana bar starting to balance out as well. He's going to be able to grab the Honey Fruit there, but we'll keep our eyes on the bottom lane as the hook is not going to connect. Dreams will land the root though, and Gilius showing up for moral support. Sadly, has not quite been able to find a really solid gank opportunity yet in this game.
That's the play, though, where I feel like in the last game, Gilly sort of hard committed for that one, and Schalke, I think, learning a bit. Let's hold off the brakes. When we misplay, Dreams obviously queuing a minion right there. They do not need to overforce because they have so many good scaling options. You just don't need to barrel down and overcommit to these plays.
What I'm actually really curious about is Mad Lions choosing not to go for the swap here, and instead just running back towards the bot lane with Carzzy and Kaiser. You would actually expect Neon and Dreams to swap at this point, especially because level 6 is going to be coming out for Carzzy really soon, and the lane is that much more dangerous to be in.
And I think the big thing here is that in the world of PvE and tower plate trading, Gangplank ult is just significantly worse. It clears a wave, but maybe it just shows us even more that Mad Lions are looking to dive and kill champions rather than play for the map objectives.
Yeah, Rome has used his ultimate, so it does mean there's not immediate pressure coming down onto Schalke. But one thing we do see when Kaiser's on a Leona and Dream's on a Nautilus, it's running down towards that mid lane and looking for the play. And the first support to get back to base is the first support back on the map. So bot prio is a big deal for setting up plays with your team.
Yeah, and checking in on the resets from Neon and Dreams, they did start to walk towards mid and top lane, but as soon as they saw a vision of where Carzzy was, they immediately ran it back into the bot lane. So it looks like Mad Lions are dictating as Gilius.
There's going in, the ultimate immediately to come out. Rome now on the way in. Gilius now being lined up here, but the ulti coming in will only connect on one, and Gilius just on the fast retreat here. Doesn't even want to mess with the 3v2 in this case.
I was going to say, it looks like Mad Lions are dictating where the lanes are being set up here. They are just deciding, we're not going to go for the swap, you are going to respond to us, and now they're starting to rotate all of their players since Carzzy has shoved the wave in and is walking up bot side river.
And the whole fallout there of Shadow being able to pick up the Scuttle Crab, now the Rift Herald too, is Kaiser being back on the map first. He didn't just quit at mid lane and then go back down bot lane. He's playing with Shadow. I think this is so important when you have a farming jungler, a champion like Lilia who can't make a ton of aggressive plays on her own. When you put her next to an aggressive support that can find long-range engagements, that gives you the options to play a little bit aggressively in this early stage of the game around objectives like Herald and the mid lane.
And this is where you can start to really punish a champion like Senna because she doesn't have the same push priority that an Ashe will have. So there's going to be less opportunity for Dreams to find big windows where he doesn't have to be in a wave, he doesn't have to be next to Senna, and he can try to match Kaiser's roam potential and be just as effective.
But for now, they've got pressure on the bottom side, and Lee Sin and Azir are in the area. We'll hold that thought, though, as Odoamne gets a little bit frisky on the top side. Observers, if you're baiting me again and it's a wet noodle fight, I'm a little upset. But now the engage coming out on the bottom side of the map. Carzzy just going to kick things off with the arrow. In comes the Lilia. Where's she going to go? Already one dead. They're going to fish for a few more. Kaiser just continuing to run forward. But meanwhile, in the mid lane, the battle between the two mid laners. The slide back, Abbedagge fishing, but Humanoid's going to be forced to flash out. Abbedagge holding onto his flash for now. 3 Sand Soldiers, but no tools left to set them up. Both sides will back away, but flash advantage for Abbedagge.
That was an intense fight right there in the mid lane. Both sides dodging abilities. Unfortunately for Humanoid, Abbedagge has mobility in his kit, so he dodged that shockwave on his own and stays alive. But Mad Lions did make a really key move around that bottom lane, playing off that level 6 that Carzzy got to because the support was never in lane.
Kaiser also should be very close to level 6, and Arome has teleport that's just about to spawn, as well as his ultimate. So there's also going to be a lot of confidence for Mad Lions to continue to play very aggressive cross-map.
And Shadow has just picked up the Runic Echoes too, and Gilius still waiting to finish off the Warrior. It doesn't even matter when he finishes that Warrior. Yeah, it's obviously a lot of power, but I mean, AP junglers, when they get this Runic Echoes, they clear their jungle so quickly. So you now expect Shadow to start building up a CS advantage. It's already 10, he's going to sprint through the rest of his jungle, and that's going to eventually turn into more than just the level lead you see it as right now.
And talking to other LEC pros about Lilia, the thing is like, not only does she sprint through her jungle really fast, but at some point she can also then just mean that you have priority in the mid lane because she sprints through her jungle, she stacks up her Q, and then she walks into mid lane, she starts spinning on that wave, walks into bot jungle, and it's like you start to lose in the farm game between the junglers, as well as the push priority in the mid lane, allowing your team to move faster to everything.
And the really unique thing about Lilia's kit is that, yes, she's an AP jungler, so she clears each individual camp quickly, but because she can keep 5 stacks for passive constantly through the jungle during a full clear, she has a billion movement speed. Like, she is actually so quick moving from lane to lane to lane, and can use that to set up really nice ganks as well. If you think sort of like Talia passive when she was in the jungle, how she could hug a wall and get into a lane very fast and surprise you with the amount of mobility she had, Lilia operates in a very similar manner.
Now we'll have to see. Not clear if Lilia was spotted out there. Shadow now on the bottom side. Neon could potentially be in trouble here. Important to note, Arome does have ultimate.
Yeah, ultimate and teleport. Again, we talked about it. This is why Mad Lions want to play cross-map right there. They feel very confident with the tools that they have. So Neon and Dreams just need to be really defensive, as you're probably going to see that. A lot of fishing with arrows and a lot of fishing with, what is it, sleepy balls from Lilia?
Yeah, she's orbs, balls, I don't know.
What is it? What's the ability name?
I have no idea. All I know is watch out Eep. That's the only one that matters.
That's the one that does matter.
He literally plays Lilia.
I play Lilia, but I just call it the ball. I said I'm throwing a ball, I have ball in 7, you know, and that's how it's done.
Called Swirl Seed, Ender.
Swirl Seed.
That's a worse name.
I'm going to call it the
just
ball.
had 3 different people jump in my ear to say Swirl Seed. Thank you, LEC production.
Swirl Seed.
Simultaneously. Well, the plate's going to go down by the side. That was Carzzy picking up one plate on the initial push in when Shadow arrived, as well as the extra 2 coming in from the Herald. So gold just continues to be fun out. And once again, we have Mad Lions with an Ashe who is ahead of the curve on itemization. Blade of the Rune King going to make her quite strong, and Arome still with ultimate available. Neon and Dreams have to be sweating here. Good news is Gilius is on the bottom side, but will it be enough if Mad decide to go for the dive?
I guess kind of the only silver lining that Schalke have in this position is
That's
that...
the ball!
That's 2 balls.
Oh, is that if...
And there's not even Cinder in this game.
Stop. I can't. Is that if they tried to force the Drake, Gilius could go for the steal, because Lee Sin obviously still has a lot of power of that, which is why Mad Lions pull it out, even standing on the back of the Ocean Drake. They'll secure this one with priority. 2 balls, really?
Yeah, but that's what... You're the one making it weird. All right, continuing forward. 2K advantage coming in for Mad Lions. Of course, they haven't finished a tower yet, but they've taken a lot of plates, as well as the 2 kills, and 2 dragons too. So looking at it, it is going to be Cloud Drake. Won't be the biggest deal, all things considered, but the ultimate cooldown is going to matter a lot for Humanoid, Arome, and, well, actually everyone, but still not nearly as good as something like the Ocean or the
thought Lilia was obnoxious before.
You wait till she gets that Cloud Soul. That is going to be wild. First turret will go to Carzzy, and they force with the ultimate too. I like that play. Just fishing with the ulti right as the turret goes down, see if you can find something. They don't in the end, and I think Carzzy with no mana probably wouldn't have continued the force.
I think Carzzy's really fortunate that Ashe is a very powerful champion, even without her ultimate.
It's true. Especially now she has the Blade of the Rune King, goes back to base. We're working on the Runans, of course, and I think this is going to be a big purchase for him too. As soon as you get the Runans, you park yourself in mid lane, you're always going to have push in the middle lane. That sets you up to play for those objectives super nice, and the Mad Lions already on a quick track.
I love that he went back and essentially bought 4 daggers between the Berserker's Grease and the triple daggers.
That's a way better way to do it.
This man's going to be attacking fast.
I like this.
Rome here to clear out the wave quite easily. Neon actually going to take a decent amount of damage in exchange.
Like Gilius will pop to you.
Yeah, but there's also just hard to dive a Rome right now. Of course, he has no ultimate, and that's going to be a big deal, but the swap's already coming out. He's moving in. When's he going to use the oranges? Has been knocked up, is now set up to get knocked down. The move forward, it's a little bit sloppy, but Gilius gets there. The kick flash, that's going to finish the job, and Gilius will grab the kill.
Still really slow setup. I agree with Ender. I think that they were kind of on the wrong page of getting Gilius over the wall, which now means that Mad have had tons of time to set up for this dive.
Oh, knock up, and the ball is going to hit, and that's going to be one Sleepy Forge God. Unstoppable now, but certainly not unkillable. Near flawless dive from the side of Mad Lions.
Really nice control there. Now Humanoid, Gilius is rushing towards him. This is a 2v1.
Scoop back, that's going to be 1 tower shot. Now the pull back in exchange though. Gilius running in, looking for something. That's 2 low health members. Gilius, no kick available though. Does not want to pull the trigger. Humanoid just barely getting out.
Look, if there was not that one pesky melee minion underneath the tower, that was a 3rd turret shot, and that was a kill for Abadage right there. That was so close to being such a major move on the guy who has now twice looked for that full lethal all-in against Humanoid and comes so close.
Oh, I thought we were going to look at the melee minion.
Now we're going to look at Dreams not stepping next to the wall for poor Gilius.
So this is what we're talking about. Dreams uses the Hex Flash of the wall, and if he allows Gilius to get over there faster versus the time that it takes him to walk around that wall, you get to start this play on Arome that much faster. Yeah. Meanwhile, check your mini-map. Ashe and Leona are stacking the wave. Lilia is walking over there. They're getting the Rift Herald, and it just allows Mad so much setup time.
And the difference is, if he gets the W of the wall, he doesn't have to burn the flash as Gilius. Now, of course, they will end up getting this kill on Odwamne. I will say, Odwamne dealing meaningful damage to the minion wave means the tower push had to wait for that next wave, I feel like, to, you know, fully bolster up, and then this play in mid. It's just the... It's the one melee. It's the one melee that tanks that first tower shot, because it's just now that Humanoid picks up the aggro, so there was time for it to reset and give a 3rd shot, which would have dealt the killing blow.
And just a game of inches continues to be the story of these mid lane 1v1s, while the rest of the map just seems to be pretty consistently on fire in one way or another. But Mad Lions, once again, in a game situation where they are pulling ahead. 3K in their favor, fishing for engages. They're going to miss the ball. They're going to miss the arrow. Abadage going to get pulled back, though. Humanoid manages to find his, and that's going to be a clean combo. Schalke baited into a false sense of security here, and Shadow going to grab the double on the back end of that one.
That was a huge play for Humanoid. That was almost disaster for Mad Lions, but using the Shockwave offensively and defensively to protect his team as Dreams is initiating, massive.
Yeah, and then Kaiser's ultimate to stun up too and set up for the kills there from Shadow. Huge, huge deal for him. He's able to run down there and steal away the Krug camp too. This is what I was talking about. When Lilia starts rolling, she does not stop. Let's check it out one more time here, because it is the arrow that goes wide at the start, but then it's this ultimate into the Leona ultimate. That is complete devastation. Schalke got destroyed.
Absolutely obliterated. in that exchange. And if I were Schalke, I would have felt good too. You dodge the first two major forms of engage, you dodge the Swirl Seed, you dodge the arrow, you feel like you've got a fight in your favor. But as mentioned, beautiful play there from Kaiser and Humanoid pairing the ultimates together. And now Schalke are in dire straits. They do scale very well. Ornn is level 12. They're getting closer to those items coming through, but they cannot afford to fall too far behind or they will just get blasted in the fights to come.
The thing is that Schalke's composition does do well when people try to dive into the back of them, but with Mad's comp, because you have the long-range reach of Ashe's range, the Leona ultimate, and the Gangplank ultimate, I don't think that necessarily really matters. I think Mad have plenty of tools on their composition to still get into the backline, to reach the Azir, to reach the Senna, and then have massive damage threats on virtually every single member. So I really like this iteration of Mad's draft much more than what we've seen earlier in the series.
Yeah, I think all the AoE they have in this as well just makes it so hard for Schalke to fight, especially if they're playing well. Shadow, he's so fast on the Cloud Rift as well.
Look out,
Jukes away there. Watch out, Eep, and Dreams lose the flash for it.
The stain in your voice is beautiful, Ender. Pull back though. Odoamne going to be forced to walk away from this one. Big damage coming in for Humanoid though. No MR to speak of on Odoamne. Humanoid doing a good job pressing tab, checking the items, knowing that he can go for that exchange and just absolutely monstering Odoamne.
This is 2 times now. We've seen Orianna in a side lane against top laners. It was against Mordekaiser last game. It's against Ornn this game. And how devastating she can be because they don't have a lot of gap closers to deal with her. And her zone control, when you're on point as a good Orianna player, is just free. It's so free!
And it's really important, right? Because Humanoid picked the Akali twice. We saw one bad performance, we saw one fantastic performance, or one performance where he didn't get off the ground, right? Now the fact that he's pulling out the Ori, there's been some close trades, but now that he's bullying in the side lane is big. On the opposite side for Abbedagge, I'll say he's been having a relatively quiet series. He was an awesome, consistent Orianna in both games, but only in this game have we started to see the flashier side of Abbedagge. And I think if Schalke are going to win out, it's going to be a lot on his
Check this out.
Now Arome going to get kicked back. Gonna move through. The Sandstormer's already set up though. Abbedagge is really out of cooldowns here. He does not have the tools to follow up on that one.
Doesn't need the tools, he's got the damage. There was no way that Gillies was gonna chase through that. That's also a level 12 Gangplank, level 13, kind of the big power point for him when he gets to pull out all his little barrel tricks and start grouping up in a 5v5. But for now, Mad Lions, they're in complete control of the map. They're exactly where they want to be. They're funneling gold into all of their power carries.
It's just so free. I mean, they now have the Spellbinder on Humanoid. That makes his ultimates ridiculous. Karzi's going to be working on that Infinity Edge. And on the other hand, like, Lee Sin, his prime has passed, right? Like, he peaked early, he peaked in high school, and now it's all downhill after that. The rest of his team is scaling up, but he can no longer make plays on his own, and he is a glorified kickbot for the rest of the game.
Now, here's the thing. We are going to be setting up for a big team fight pretty soon, but I didn't expect Schalke to fall apart after a single loss in a best of 5. I was like, that's fine. You can shake that one off. It's 1-1, good series. But after falling down 2 games, I think that's when you actually start to question when you lose momentum and how Schalke kind of shake that one off, especially losing from blue side.
And while there have been so many fantastic high moments in this series, there's also been a lot of blunders from both sides. You think back to Game 1, the story of both sides overforcing. Game 2, Schalke overforcing a bit. And when you're on match point, you cannot make mistakes like that. Falling behind in an early game situation where the opponent is 2-1 up on you is a death sentence if the enemy team is willing to play, well, quite frankly, as good as Mad are playing this game right now.
And we just haven't seen Schalke tested in this scenario, whereas Mad Lions, they've been losing all through the back of the split. They have gone through the gauntlet.
Wow, this is the only time that's been a positive. Mad Lions, they got so much experience
Listen,
losing.
I'm a big glass half full.
Right now, it's looking completely full for Mad Lions.
I trained them for this moment.
They are on a roll here, and I do feel like so much of this, I came into this series looking at the 2 supports as the primary playmakers for both of these teams, and I feel like in these wins and in this early game for Mad Lions, it has been Kaiser leading the charge from the 2v2 in bot lane at level 1, at level 2, and then moving around the map, escorting Shadow to get an advantage by taking Scuttle Crabs and the Rift Herald. It has been such an advantage for Mad Lions. And when Schalke play these team fight drafts, I feel like if Dreams isn't the first one to the punch, it becomes hard to move.
Oh, this is big. The cleanse now coming out. Good force.
Yeah, obviously taking that cleanse away as Kaiser was fishing for the ultimate. Shout out to that ward that you can see right next to the little Logitech. Thank you, observers. That's what gave, is that Karzi's first arrow of the?
No, he's hit other.
He's hit other.
I'm sorry.
At some point.
He's 3-0. Like, they arrowed in bot lane when they were getting all those kills.
It's true.
Connected, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, connected.
Important distinction.
EU Ashe has been a meme for a long time. I'll say...
well, what's cool about playoffs is it's kind of starting to shift, right? Because regular season EU Ashe was abysmal.
We just needed some warm-up time.
Neon got the first Ashe win of the split, and it was in week 8. I think it was against Mad Lions too.
Oh god, it's so sad. Well, Carzzy certainly paying him back double at this point, as this could be very well his second Ashe win in a row in this series. And looking at it, 22 minutes into the game, 40 to 35. If they find a few picks here, they are going to be pretty comfortable to start the Baron, but Abbedagge will not go quietly. Not going to set up the tower yet, but the pushback onto Humanoid. Humanoid just walking around him, but now Shadow on the backside. This will be big. Humanoid, though, taken down right in time. Abbedagge has to run for the hills. He's going to be sleepy. Gillia's trying to body block.
Get Odo!
Denying the follow-up, buying time for the mid lane. In the meantime, the rest of the team falling apart. The GP in the midst of everyone. Neon trying to get to the gun. The heals are coming through right on time. Schalke managed to find it. Mad Lions overforced, and Abbedagge finds his moment to bring the game back around. He's trying to do it, but no! Shadow on a killing spree will deny him. Neon now on the chase, so this is massive for Schalke. They need to keep the fight going. Neon chasing down Orome slowly but surely. Shadow now running. The movement speed is there. The side steps are there. The chilling smite is coming through, but it's too little. It's too late. Shadow will drop. Schalke doesn't look like they have the members for the Baron, but they'll take a massive fight in their favor.
But what are you doing? That overforce from Mad was... What?
This has been a problem of Humanoids throughout the split. When he gets an advantage, he gets cocky, and that was overconfidence if I have ever seen it going on to Abbedagge. Now, credit where credit is due, Odawamne absolutely
Smashed
rolled
the back
Mad
half.
Lion. He got a 3-man ultimate into a 2-man knockup off of his E. So watch this at the start, because Humanoid's out here by himself. Abbedagge doesn't connect to the ultimate, but again, it does not matter because of this Ornn ulti from Odo. It is massive.
The 3-man knockup right there as Odawamne is just making sure that Mad Lions cannot collapse with enough time, and another engage by Dreams.
Hook, Neon throwing a Q across 3. That's going to be big healing. Now Kaiser split from the rest of the team. Orome has to run for the hill. He's been locked up. Where's the follow-up? Where's the follow-up? GP will manage to make it out. Now Neon out as well. Dream's going to go move forward. Abbedagge in the midst of everyone, but he has been locked up, but he's going to get taken down. Carzzy showing up right when it matters most. The Ashe throwing down so much damage as the Orianna and the Leona will grab the kills. And here comes Shadow. That's going to be one sleepy Nautilus. That's going to be one easy Baron, and just like that, the ball is back in Mad Lions' court.
Gilius, why are you on the Dragon? Your team needs you. That's a one-team fight. If Lee Sin is in the fray, if he's in the mix of things, they win that one. Lilia was not on the map, but Schalke did not have the advantage coming in. Him going to Dragon, yes, you get a Cloud Drake. Whoop-de frickin' do. Your team just lost the team fight and a Baron.
Shu is now on the other foot, though. Mad Lions completely shake off the overforce up into the top lane. They turn towards the Baron, they pick up the team fight, and they are right back in this one with full momentum and speed ahead of them. That was a bit of a fiesta 2 minutes. We came out on top, but it's okay.
Me and Ender are reeling. Ender is personally furious as a jungler, and the good news, I will say, glass half full, Ender, don't hate me, is that the Cloud Soul is not an option for Mad Lions. The Baron buff in the massive teamfight win is,
I think
though.
what I'm actually really curious about, because we came out of it directly into a replay, there must have been just a really good pick from Mad, and it wasn't, I'm going to assume, it wasn't Schalke starting out the fight, but being caught out of position. They were probably setting up for the Drake, and then Mad Lions saw their opportunity, but we came out right into the team fight.
I mean, from what I saw, both teams were sort of committing to the 4v4 in the mid lane, and clearly Gilius is thinking his team can win, and it was such a close fight. It really just would have been one player would have been the difference, and now Mad Lions have the momentum. Again, they don't care about getting the Cloud Soul right now. They are in the lead, but Schalke want to punish Humanoid.
It's going to be big. Shockwave comes out. Ulti will not connect. Rome now running down.
Here comes Kaiser.
Arrow will connect onto Dreams.
Look
not
at
the biggest
Kaiser.
priority target, but he's so squishy. He has to proc Aftershock, and the Gargoyle Stone Plate comes out too little too late. Kaiser now running in. He's going to lock up Gilius. The ball will connect. Neon's going to be sleepy. That's going to be massive. Carzzy now running forward. He sees his prey. He sees his target, but they turn it just like that because Abbedagge shows up just in time. He steps back, though. He can't afford. The Shurima Shuffle will not come out. He's just trying to retreat for now. They're holding on. Mad Lions continuing to push forward.
The long-range engage is just devastating coming out of the Mad Lions. Carzzy on point with the arrow, followed up by Orome, and then the flank from Kaiser. They smash Schalke right outside of their base, and now the base is broken.
That Schalke have just kind of run out of steam a lot of their composition. You can see that they've lost control, or at least vision control, of a lot of their jungle, and so they're just getting flanked from super deep, getting caught trying to pick up these waves. And it's devastating when you get caught on a wave by the enemy team who has Baron.
Moving in, and Mad Lions continue to pull ahead, and starting to look dire for Schalke. This has obviously been a very difficult game, and it could turn into a very difficult series if they find Mad Lions at match point, and no doubt fantastic performance from Mad Lions, but Schalke fans have to be sweating.
But that's the thing, though. The Mad Lions fans are like coming out of the woodwork. We've been waiting for this Mad Lions to again show up, and they looked lost in game number 1. Game number 2, Shadow gets his Lee Sin. Now game number 3, he's on to his Lilia, so showing that he does have another string to his bow if the Lee Sin is taken away from him, or if the Lilia is left open in this case, since Lee Sin was picked after, and we're finally seeing this breakout star European team fight for that last world spot.
It's crucial to give them some confidence because for the second half of the split, it was a bit of a downward spiral, but this is them punishing Schalke after they miss. Check it out. The arrow comes through. It's Katniss Everdeen right there, landing that one onto Dreams. And then the GP ult to slow down as Kaiser comes swinging in from behind. It is just a thing of beauty watching Mad Lions collapse and punish a Schalke that were 4 members in the bottom lane with Abadage stranded up topside.
This is dangerously close to just being game over. Now, the good news is Carzzy overstays his welcome just a bit, as does Shadow, which means it delays the play a bit. Abadage is able to hold on, able to stop them from pushing in for too much more, but at the end of the day, Mad Lions still dominating the fight and with absolute control over the top side of the map right now. The map just continues to shrink now for Schalke 04 as they're holding on as best they can.
Yeah, look at the itemization across the board for Mad Lions. They're going to feel really confident to continue to fish with non-committal CC.
Good news, of course, the ornaments are now coming through. Rabadon's Witch Crown? What the? I can't keep up with the actual names. You've got Super
Rabadon's Death Crown. I got that one.
Death Crown. You got Super Yomu's.
Yomu's Wraith Blade. Yep, got that one too.
Oh my God, you can't remember
On fire.
Swirl Seed, but you can remember this.
Look, I have selective memory when it comes to League of Legends.
And it's fine, but the point is, Schalke are getting, I think, relatively much stronger, obviously all things considered, but Mad Lions just continue to pull ahead in the gold, and now they're going to be in a position where there's a Cloud Drake up, and if teams don't take it immediately, it could be up at the same time as this Baron, and that'll be big.
That might actually be the best case scenario for Schalke in terms of if they want to have a fight that their composition kind of wants to take. It's unfortunate because they're also like a champion down with the Lee Sin, also level 13 to Lilia's level 15. But Mad's ability to just make instantaneous picks is pretty high.
Here we go. Potentially caught out. Eyes on the Ororame. That's going to be 4 members.
Gilius!
Massive. The shutdown as Gilius finally finds his angle on the backside. He's going to lead back to the rest of the team, but Carzzy remains untouched. Now stepping forward, flashing over the wall, trying to get something done. Goes golden just in time, but that's just going to do it. There's no room for this Ashe to maneuver. Shadow trying to turn this one back. He will take down Neon, but no. Schalke just moving through. The tanky members, the last one standing, but all eyes on Shadow. He does so much damage, and now it's the battle.
He's just running in circles around Oduwamne. You gotta go, but there's nothing you can really do. Shadow, wait for it to tip.
The knockup, just moving.
Yeah.
Might not have a dash, but he's
the brittle's
so fast.
gone. It's all over. Run him down, Shadow.
It's the mental game.
Quick. The Swirl Seed, though, not coming through. Shadow.
He has no vision inside of the bush. So Oduwamne could have been sitting there ready to W and then auto-attack him. Shadow is now sustained up. This is crazy. He's just gonna go back. He should have this Cloud Soul, no problem. Gilius is spawning up, but Oduwamne, unless he commits a teleport in here, which actually wouldn't be the worst idea. You could look for the TP with the home guards. You can run down Shadow.
See how fast Shadow's going. He's stacking up all this for now. Scryer's Gloom coming out. Shadow incredibly low.
That's a counter TP behind. That's Humanoid who has ultimate.
Let's go. Round 2. Ring the bell. Humanoid now running in.
is going to teleport in too. Everyone's joining the fight.
Oduwamne in the midst of everyone. He will not find a knockup. He's now trying to retreat. Unstoppable use. Kaiser coming in, but Abadage is going to be able to be careful. The perfect CC here, and Abadage going to get shut down. No, he pushes him back. He's holding on for now. He wants to finish off Shadow, but he can't do it. Gilius now moving in. He's kept the dream alive. The rest of the team now needs to back off, though, because it's Arome on the backside. Schalke just going to get picked to pieces. In comes the Ashe. Gilius trying to finish the kill desperately, but Shadow, he's just prancing around. He can't be stopped. The double kill coming through.
This is it.
It's triple kill. Mad Lions will bring us to match point in a bloody brawl around the Cloud Soul.
The base is open. Neon doing his best to try and hold on, but the super minions are there. Mad Lions are 4 members strong inside of the base. It was a chaotic 60 seconds, but Mad Lions continue to come on top and are going to bring themselves to match point.
Finally fighting on their terms, on their footing, with their comfort picks. This is the Mad Lions that people have wanted to see for the entire back half of the split, and they are now looking at match point.
Mad Lions will not fall to the miracle run. They will keep their hopes and dreams for Worlds alive as they move up to match point versus Schalke 04.
Mad Lions are just 1 game away from qualifying for Worlds, from moving on in the LEC playoffs. Humanoid looking to get back there after a year, changing the team around and bringing in 4 rookie players to back him up. Mad Lions have constantly impressed throughout this year and are now looking to seal the recognition they deserve.
And this is the question on our minds, is that we've seen a Schalke that's been winning constantly nonstop. What happens when they hit a speed bump? Now, in this case, what happens when they hit 2? Can they come back? Is this the team that has the fortitude to take us to a full 5 games, or do they crumble here in this match 4?
And it's so devastating for Schalke because they always get so close, and I just have so many questions. What form are they going to appear? They have another opportunity to get blue side. And after the break, Laura is joined by a special guest as Mad Lions are on match point.
Yeah, that would be the thing that I was supposed to read. Cool.
Nailed it, Frosk.
Good job, Frosk. What can't you do?
Throw a pen.
They're going to try to buy a bit more space, but he cannot connect. Now the rest of the team now coming in. Jankos, though, he's already used the grid. He's going to be very squishy, but they cannot quite kill him because an unbreakable comes in at the perfect time.
I think they kind of looked a bit shook off after we beat them last final. It's like they felt like what they were doing just could never like work against us, and I think they just wanted to change it up and find a new way of playing that could actually beat us.
Submit still trying to get in. Dawning Shadow, there's the charm. Submit dives into the back line.
And we always manage to find these like solutions to our problems. We always just make it work. So if the meta keeps on going like this way for us, it's perfect, honestly. I feel like it's just right for our players.
Disappear, I'm your eraser. Aim the cut just like a razor. Murked up in this world, my place. I got all the boys on me. I got all the lines on ring. Knocking dead, turning heads. I got all the eyes on me. In your face, caught up to the rock. 유행 선두자. 원하지, 맘 못 찾아나. 애가 찾아나. You like roll, 할리우드 go. 난 알지, I know. 준비해, cause I like the ball. 멈추지 않아. 만날래, 그게 like a bag. 그거 말고 bye. 믿어봐, 그만큼 크게. 고 high 100% 덤비지 못해 죽여주잖아 나는 boss 간지 with the sauce 원하면 줄게 I'm doing damage when just how I planned it I do what I want best. Look at the gold, all on my chest. Look at the gold, call it a flex.
Welcome back to round 2 of the LEC Summer Playoffs here. I have Dan with me, joining me to talk about the game. Thank you, Dan, for coming.
Hello, how's it going?
Going super well. Thank you for joining us. Did you enjoy the series so far?
Yeah, it went a little bit different than I would have expected. I thought that with Mad Lions being a little bit shaky lately, I think Schalke would take it, but it seems quite competitive. So yeah, it's good to see that it's a still
series.
really competitive at the moment. Yeah, exactly.
It's a competitive series, and that's all we want in the end. And I mean, I was talking to Mac before this series, and he was telling me that Schalke versus SK last week, we didn't get to see anything from Schalke. So here against Mad Lions, which weaknesses were exposed from Schalke, do you think?
I think maybe it plays a little bit on their mental, because Schalke hasn't lost a game in a really, really long time. So them losing a game might have been like, oh, we can actually lose. So maybe that's a little bit of a factor. I also think that whereas Schalke has had really solid drafts, I think Mad Lions' draft was pretty nice. I think also the level 1 from Schalke this game was obviously not that great, because they lost both sums on their AD carry. That means that they had full bot lane control. Leona could move to Herald. They got they got the first 2 Drakes because of that. Then they got the 3rd one, and then they could just bait them into any fight. So it was more of like the early game, which went really bad for Schalke, I think, which was their biggest weakness. But yeah.
All right. Well, we just saw the draft with the pick orders right now. I would like to see it again for 1 sec, because there's been a shift, I feel, in the picks that we've seen. I mean, last week, we saw a lot of Lilia very early in the draft. So far, we didn't see the champ. It's actually the first time that we see her, and she was picked in first rotation from Mad Lions here. So why was Lilia a good champ, especially in this situation and on second draft rotation?
I'm not entirely sure. A lot of people think that Lilia is really strong. Other people think that Lilia is not that strong. I believe that because this is more a series that's supposed to be, I mean, it's like a playoff series. No one's going to pick anything crazy. So you might know that there's going to be 2 tanky champs at the very least. And I think with Lilia, you really need that, because she does like percentage-based damage. So if you know more or less what the enemy is going to pick, and you're going to pick something a little bit front to back, I think Lilia is always good. So maybe they had that in mind, or maybe they just think Lilia is just really, really OP. And I think Shadow just is one of those junglers that really likes to innovate. So I think it's more like a stylistic thing.
Well, when I look at Mad Lions' draft here, I feel like they had more options, whether it's global play on one side lane with GP. But when I look at the Schalke composition, one thing that strikes me is the damage. To you, outside of Aberdagger, who was supposed to deal damage? Like, what was the idea with Schalke composition here?
I think front to back is just exactly what you want. But that's the problem, right? You can only do one thing, and that's fighting front to back with the Senna heals, because you actually have more sustain in like a long fight, so it should actually be good. But seeing as you lose 2 Drakes, and then you lose the 3rd one on top of that, that means that you're always gonna get baited into like choke points to fight for a Drake, and you're always gonna get baited into some of the bad fights, because Mad Lions actually has all the map control. So then it becomes really difficult to fight front to back, because you're always you're not gonna be the one that decides where to fight. So then it's kind of hard. Then it looks like you lack damage, even though the draft on paper is actually pretty fine, in my opinion.
You summed it up really well. I mean, the early game here for Schalke was a really bad point for them, and I feel like Gilius needed to be the link that will take the team from the early game to a stable mid game, which didn't happen here, which makes me want to talk about Shadow, because I feel like throughout the series, Mad Lions has been performing well when he was performing well, and I feel like here with Lilia, he did exactly what we wanted him to do. What do you think, Dan?
Yeah, I think the first game you could really see that he played not his greatest game, I would say. I think it really showed when he's not the one that makes these early plays, when he doesn't really, when he's not the one that really leads the game, then you can really see that Mad Lions is like struggling a little bit. But usually when this guy shows up, and he usually does show up, like on his Lee Sin is obviously like the cleanest on the server, and now you can see with his Lilia, and you know, like this guy's just crazy good. So whenever this guy does well, the entire team just does well, and you can really see it. Like, and those stats are really insane as well. So yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
I can't say anything bad.
And I don't think, I mean, he did an amazing jump, but I don't think he did it himself, right? I mean, he had Kaiser with him, going with him in the jungle, making all these plays around the map. So is there anything special we can take from the way Mad Lions play as a team on the map here against Schalke?
I mean, I would just say that everyone's just on the same page.
Yeah.
Like, they're just the typical friendship team, you know? Like, even though they're like rookies, I feel like a lot of the calls that they make, maybe are not correct, but you see that they're all just on the same page. Like, if one guy's flashing in, I see 5 people flashing in, and that's like a really nice thing to see, that they're just all like on the same page. Everyone trusts each other, and I think that that's really what brings this team together.
It does. And I mean, this is the Mad Lions we've been waiting to see since the beginning of playoffs. And I mean, here they're on to match point. I know that Schalke will be playing blue side in game 4. Any expectations in this game 4 from the side of Schalke then Mad Lions to take the series?
I think Schalke can bring it back. I think Schalke have come so far, and my prediction was that Schalke wins 3-2, but I think Mad Lions is just on paper just the better team. I think Schalke just came in with a lot of momentum. Now is the time to see whether Schalke can actually ride that momentum to the end or not. If I were to say on paper, yeah, Mad Lions will win, but I've spoken to Dreams when they were 1-8, and I was just joking around a bit, and he just looked me dead serious in the eye, and he says, we're gonna win. And that's, I think, that winner's attitude that I really saw when they were like 1-8, like getting stomped by everyone, to just coming all the way back. It would be sad to see them go all this way without winning, in my opinion.
I agree. We will see who wants it more. In the end, it will come down to this. But Dadan, thank you very much for the interview, and have a pleasant off-season. We will see you next year. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll take a short break, and we'll come back in a few minutes for game 4 of this exciting series. See you soon, guys.
LEC Studio. The Mad Lions are on match point, just one win away from Worlds 2020. This could be the end of the Schalke miracle run. It could be that all-wanted redemption for Mad Lions for the last weeks of the split, as they can secure that Worlds spot that they have been jonesing for. So let's get into these picks and bans, and as we do, Caterol, talk to me about kind of your focuses. Which picks are we really looking at for both teams?
Well, Schalke took out the Akali last time. They've been handshaking on this Ashe Senna trade, but I really think that Ashe is winning out in most of these games. It has way more engage, way more ability to kind of swap around the map, start hitting the top tower, whereas Senna can't really do as much. The wave draw on Ashe is really strong as well, so I think Ashe should become a big priority for Schalke here. It could be questionable whether it's a first pick and then just kind of target the Lily or Akali. They've been targeting the Shen Hecarim all game, so they might go back to that, but we'll see.
I'm thinking about this Tahm Kench ban as well, because I think that if Mad don't ban Tahm Kench, that I can see a world where Schalke first pick the Ashe, and then they Mad Lions can't really pick Tahm Kench away because you can't just blind Tahm Kench, and then Schalke can get a safe Ashe Tahm bot, and then they can actually continue to play towards top side. I think a lot of it just comes down to whether or not that support pick is actually taken off the board.
Yeah, I mean, standard bans coming out here. Lux, Thresh, that's what they've been normally banning. The Hecarim Shen, so you expect Mad Lions to last ban Caitlyn. They take out the Leona, so that could be a Nautilus first pick.
But Akali's also open. So I'm curious as to how that shifts the priority as well, because we already know that Mad Lions is more than happy to prioritize this. But now you're kind of hamstringed into banning away the Caitlyn, which means that the Tahm is open and there's the Ashe pick that you're talking. Yep.
Okay, so they want to shake hands on the Nautilus Tahm Kench, but I really like that they picked up the Ashe. Now, Mad could respond with Kalista, but it's not the best matchup. Ezreal's also open, but they could also go for the Senna themselves. They haven't been in this spot in the series yet, so it's interesting to see what they pick up on AD carry. And I would like to see them pick up the Orianna again, or even the Akali if you might want it.
The problem is if they lock the Akali here, then the Tahm Kench comes out and they have the same problem that they had in game one, which is that they can never actually kill the Ashe. So I think part of the reason as to why they left it open, because they were saying, we're more than happy to play into this. And if Mad Lions now lock in Tahm Kench, I think Schalke have options to be able to play around it, because they could just go for the Ashe Nautilus themselves. So I think this was pretty smart bans from Schalke, because you then limit the options, while also giving yourself a lot of options for the bot lane.
Yeah, and Gangplank's also up. We've seen that's been a little bit of a high prior here for Mad Lions, so they might look to third pick that. You could also see the AD carry coming out here, so it depends if they want to go for the Senna. They're just going to take the Nautilus, so you should expect a Tahm Kench here from the side of Schalke. And a match on mid, do you think it's going to be Tahm Kench Orianna again?
Probably, right? Surely, because like that's what they did in the game one, and that's also what worked really well. And now it comes down to...
Hovers.
Sylas is known as a counter to Akali. You can take the ult and you always win 1v1. But the Orianna is always safer. And in Schalke as a team, they love the scaling. They love the team fight. So I would much rather the Orianna come out here.
We'll see what happens. Abadaga has been a strongholder for the team, and Orianna is no slouch.
And the good thing about the Nautilus is you don't have to go Senna. You could also go something like Kai'Sa Nautilus if you want really good engage. The Ezreal is semi-fine as well. And you could also go Kalista. So Kalista Naut, you got Kai'Sa Naut, you got the Senna as well. So 3 really strong picks beside a Mad here. You might even see them pick Gangplank here and go AD carry on 4.
Yeah, my only concern with Kalista is I think that Ashe's slows, they typically do very well into Kalista's passive, right? So every time she tries to jump in, you get that. And I think like Senna's more of what I expected. It does mean that Kai'Sa's more likely going to be on the carries this time around. And I wonder if Mad Lions will go for more of a 1-3-1 style comp. Not that they can't team, like Camille is the immediate pick that I think of, right? So I would consider Mad, maybe they leave the Sejuani open. Do you know if Shadow is much of a Sejuani player?
No, not at all. He won't pick Sejuani, I think. Right. So I expect them to ban out something like the Sejuani Renekton like they did last time.
Yeah.
I'd like to see Schalke respond with maybe like, the GP ban, so you're going to say. So the Renekton ban probably comes out, or something like the Camille. So it's probably going to be Shadow on Lee Sin again, I hope. I would really hope to see that unless Schalke ban it out. Because normally Sejuani counters Lee Sin, so the Sejuani ban is really useful for the Lee Sin blind pick. The only real counters, to be honest, are already set, but I don't think Gil is a big set plan.
And don't you think he would want to go for the Lee Sin even though it didn't work out last game?
Well, I think that's the whole idea. I think if Mad Lions take it away, he's forced on something like a Rek'Sai maybe, which is not ideal against their comp. The Sejuani is down, the Ornn is down, so it all depends if Schalke want to take away the Renekton or if they want to take away the Camille.
They might even do the Skarner again, Schalke. If you're Mad and you pick in Lee, like I understand early, but later on to the Akali, and you'd have stronger 5v5, I think, depending on what you round your draft out with.
Yeah, I think the Skarner doesn't really work. I think Graves is kind of a good pick if they pick Lee Sin as well. So they do ban out the Renekton. So I think Lee Sin Graves could be a trade-off here. There could also be a Lilia pick from the side of Mad Lions if they want to pick a Camille on 4 and go Lilia on 5. But obviously the double AP mid jungle is not really the best thing you want to go for here.
Yeah.
So the Lee Sin could be good, the Graves could be good, but also picking Camille or something is really good because you've got the Renekton down. The only champ that's up into Camille really is Mordekaiser.
Yeah.
Yeah, for people wondering, of course, you'd say, well, we saw that Evelynn last week, but you're with, you have the Orianna in the mid lane, so it's not as optimal.
All right, so they're going for the Lilia, it looks like. So Shadow on that champion once again. Of course, as Kadra was talking about, you do have the double AP in mid jungle. It means that...
I like this. I like this response.
Yeah, I agree. I think it gives you a lot of power, strong dive as well.
Yeah, you don't... I mean, I would like to see a tank in the top lane now from the side of Odo. There's something like... Okay, they go for the Lee Sin. I still think they need some frontline in top. I think something like a Sion could work. The Lee Sin-Lilia matchup, as far as I can see, Lilia is sort of favored. You can do these level 1 shenanigans where you invade. You can out-farm him. I think if you get some good counter ganks off, like we saw in the G2 series on the Lilia into Lee Sin, you kind of fall behind quite quickly as Lee Sin. But they're going to go for a triple threat comp, which is kind of new for Schalke.
Yeah.
They're going for a lot of damage here. They're going to look for TP flanks. They're going to look for kick flanks.
A lot of this, I feel, is just to shut down the Akali as well, because whenever that Akali tries to dive in, there's so much crowd control that actually just makes Akali's life miserable, and I think we saw it with the Renekton Sejuani to make the Akali's life miserable, and I think the same thing happens again here. So you can just reply with the Camille.
Okay, well, we've got some change, and I think Schalke have been pushed. They've showed us something different. What do you think on the whole?
I like Mad Lions comp a bit more. They have the 1-3-1, they have winning sides, they have really good push over sides. They've got the Senna ult for the as a global for the side lanes. Lilia is a much higher tempo jungle than Lee Sin, unless the Lee Sin can get some early kills. But I like the whole Schalke's idea is try and get Lee Sin in with a kick here, try and kick the Senna in, try and get Kennen on the back line, maybe an Orianna ult on the Lee Sin for some kind of synergy there. And they have the Ashara for engage, so they have got the decent engage. The only thing Mad Lions lacks is that engage, unless Nautilus can get a good hook or Camille can get a good flank.
Yeah, I kind of prefer Schalke's comp, personally. I think that it's much easier for them to start fights because you then have the flank from Odo Onmei or you have the Ash Arrow to start things off. I think Akali's going to have a really miserable time with exhaust on the Tahm Kench and the amount of crowd control that's going to come out from the Kennen. I think the biggest determining factor is how much early game investment we see towards the top side of the map.
We'll see what happens. Mad Lions need to win just one more to find themselves at Worlds 2020, but Schalke are not out of it yet.
All right, welcome to match point. Mad Lions on the cusp, finding themselves a spot at Worlds. But as level 1 potentially fizzles out, we'll hold that thought. Hi, this is us at the desk. We're chilling. Potentially waiting for an all-out 5v5. We've all been watching LPL recently, so you shouldn't be surprised to see this one at level 1.
I think they're just going to place the wards on the Raptor camp and disengage.
Yeah, so what this does for Shadow, we just saw the Lee Sin Lilia matchup, which had some level 1 shenanigans going on, of course. But if Shadow wants to start on his top side jungle and go for the Raptors at level 1, Gilius, the very common path would then be to go his red buff into Mad Lion's blue buff. So by having this early vision, it will reveal what Gilius is trying to go for early on. Now, Schalke don't have any vision of their own jungle. That's why they're teaming up together to reclaim territory here, but it will be a trade of sides of map here between the two junglers.
All right, for now, just a vision game. No immediate follow-up at this point. But I think as we move on to match point, the stakes always continue to raise. It's already an elimination match, and now we're on an elimination game. And I think it's important that we look back kind of on Schalke, because people know the Miracle Run, but oftentimes they don't remember the rest of Schalke's history.
They don't remember that for the last 2 years, this team, this organization, has been within one best of 5 away from going to Worlds. In 2018, you see, they lost to G2 in the Gauntlet, in the final round. They also lost to Fnatic in the finals. Both of those series would have pushed them to Worlds, and just last year, the same thing happened. A 0-3 loss to Splice in the regional qualifier that would have pushed them that extra mile, and now they find themselves with Mad Lions on match point.
Yeah, and in the same breath, however, Mad Lions have been in this exact position again, a single game away from Worlds against Rogue in Week 8, and then also against Schalke themselves when they had to go through Mad Lions when Mad Lions wanted the win. So yes, it looks like it's all uphill for Mad Lions, but they have been here so many times as this breakout squad, and can they finally take that last step and qualify themselves for the World Championship?
It's a big question. they'd be building on a long history of rookies making the LEC to Worlds run. You think back to Misfits in 2017, the Vitality of 2018, 2019. Admittedly, we took a little bit of a break, but now here in 2020, Humanoid, a roster rebuilt around him, taking all of these players with him to Worlds would be a monumental achievement. But it's not over till it's over. And for Schalke, you heard it from the desk, their composition just feels more straightforward, more reliable, easier to pull off, and that's going to be a big deal in a do-or-die match.
Yeah, one of the big picks I was looking at coming out of draft is Odoamne's Kennen. This is a signature pick for him. It goes back a little while, but when their backs are against the wall, he's turning towards it. And I think this champion does very well against Camille in the lane, has to look out for any sort of ganks because Camille will set up very nicely for those. But his ultimate is going to be such a problem for the divers of a Camille, the Akali, the Lilia. All these picks need to be close and personal with you, and that Kennen ultimate will deal so much damage and set up the rest of his backline to pump it out too.
You almost only get to see this ever in best of fives, but there are like pocket picks for people, and then there are, forgive me for the word, but there are legacy picks for people. And Odoamne on his Kennen is one of those things. And like you're saying, when your back is against the wall, when you need to be the performer, when you put your hand up in draft, you say, give me this champion, coach, I can get it done. And Odoamne has had a great series. For all of Schalke's shortcomings, his Ornn almost hard carried the last game there. So I'm looking for the Smeb Kennen play here from Odo.
All right. I do want to draw very quickly some attention to the early jungle pathing from Shadow, because it's very interesting. I want to go through what his actual clear was, because he started on his Raptor camp, very common on the Lily, went 1, 2, 3 into his Wolf camp, and by that point, his Raptor's already respawned. Now we've got a gank in mid from Gilius, but Humanoid will step out here. But what this does is it enabled Shadow to get the second clear of his Raptors super early into the game, then pivot down into that bot side Scuttle Crab. So small min-max there of the experience will be a big deal for him.
Yeah, we'll be devoured here. Dream's going to take a lot of damage on the backside. Tom Kent's level 3, pretty hard to lock down. 3 stacks coming through, but he will not be able to chance to find the Devour. Cooldown not available. Shadow now moving in, but he could walk face first into Gilius. So it'll be a big deal here. Conqueror available. Shadow going to be in trouble. Going to try to zoom his way out of this one. Gilius knows better than to be too aggressive on the fight.
Now, while the camera was kind of panned up to what was happening between Gilius and Shadow, if you guys missed it, Neon did burn his flash because Kaiser threw out the Q, so there's no longer the flash on the Ashe there, and potential kill set up next time around.
It has to be so frustrating for Gilius, though, because he is the winning early game jungle matchup. He wants to fight, but his bot lane consistently, multiple games in a row, is getting beaten out in these 2v2 situations. So he jumps onto Shadow, hoping his team can follow him. His team is low HP, low mana. They must back away, so he has to go back to clearing his jungle. And now we are again in a position where it is Kaiser first back to base, first back onto the map, and has the option to look mid if he wanted to. It is these types of plays that have consistently given Mad Lions the edge in this series.
And you can already see Kaiser kind of rushing down, possibly to place that control ward into the Pixel Brush. Naturally, getting control over River is going to be super important, but like you were talking about, he's slipping in for this mid lane gank, walked over a ward that our observers have showed us. So Abbedagge smartly playing towards the top side of his map before Kaiser gets bored, and is now walking back towards his wave bot.
And of course, a good ward to spot him out. He's not even going to see the corpse of the ward as he walks away. If he walks back to that bush, he will see it now. But we're seeing a bit more aggressive play here. Kaiser potentially getting baited in as Abbedagge is playing very fearlessly, but he has his jungler and his support beside him. Love the timing.
Everyone's just coming over here. This is a good response from Schalke. Schalke realize they need to get stuff done here with the Lee Sin in the early game. So I actually really appreciate this maneuver from them, coming immediately out of the reset into the Dragon. But hey, Mad Lions here to contest. Kennen has TP though, and the level 6.
Odoamne is even resetting for it.
Have to be careful here. Gilius going to grab that one. 2 more souls for Senna if she can move into the pit, but will not get the opportunity. Shadow now running forward, a bit recklessly if I do say so, but Karzi fearless on the approach here. They are going to be able to lock up Dreams. That's so much damage coming down. Dreams forced to flash out to safety. Gilius with the ward hop over the wall. That sucks. Losing 75 gold on the control ward as well.
Yeah, but some tempered aggression actually coming out of Schalke there. You know, the previous Schalke that we've seen this series probably would have tried to go for that play, but instead they smartly take the Dragon, like you're saying, Lee Sin trying to make use of the fact that he is an early game jungle by forcing that play and then disengaging from it rather than overreaching their hand.
And we know that Odoamne has a huge voice for the team, so obviously his lane was getting frozen against him, so he wanted to TP up into the top lane. Also didn't have a great ward to move on to. While that was all happening, Shadow was able to actually walk in and steal away the Raptor camp. You love to see this on Lilia. If you're playing Lilia, this is exactly what you want to do to build up that advantage for yourself. And now, the even better part of this for Shadow is because his mid lane just got pressure, his bot lane has been consistently winning these 2v2s, he has control over the Scuttle Crabs. He's snowballing himself into level 6 and upwards and onwards now with the swiftness boots as well. He will be be able to go anywhere on the map.
And while he may suffer in combat stats, the big thing that you talk about with this champion is clear speed and how once you start getting ahead, you just honestly keep getting ahead. How quickly it multiplies between the movement speed on the passive, now the movement speed on the Swifties, and a fully completed jungle item. He's going to be clearing like lightning. Still a bit away, though, from that item. Getting closer and closer to level 6, however, and that means eyes on Gilius and the kick. It was not the most fantastic early game performance we've seen from Lee Sin. In fact, might go so far as to say it was a bit underwhelming, but eyes on him this game to see what he can do. He has a lot of setup CC in the bot lane and in the top lane to get fights kicked off.
Kaiser again with the early reset. You can see that Carzzy had the wave frozen. It's now slowly pushing away from him. It allowed his support to unlock himself. And the stat or base stat boss in Nautilus, where he just slaps you with his base stats, is unlocked and moving around on this lane.
It's just, you love to see it coming through from Kaiser, and it's exactly what you need to get done. He's effectively acting as both the support and the jungler in this early game. The Shadow just sprints around clearing his jungle, while Carzzy sat in the bottom lane, so he's able to pick up multiple waves, push that all the way in. He's now ticked to level 6, so that global ability will be able to impact a fight on the top side of the map and is a lot more reliable than that Ashe arrow chucking that across the screen.
3 waves, solo experience, and a plate. That is a big feels-good moment for Senna.
Oh, check this out. Humanoid's walking down bot side. They know that Tahm Kench up in the top side jungle, so Humanoid, they want to dive this one through.
Yeah, the dive with the ult there. It's going to feel really nice.
Not in the bush. He has heal, but no cleanse. Now he's going to get locked up. Humanoid just waiting, though, taking his time.
There's no minions, so the minions aren't drawing tower aggro. Now they're here, and Humanoid wants to go.
Oh, he can just push his buttons. Just run him down. It's going to be a montage moment. Neon trying to sidestep, but there's just not enough left. Humanoid now running to the tower shot. Oh! Oh, no, that's bad.
That one's not going in the montage.
No, we'll leave that one out. I think, so Humanoid was holding on for a really long time. I think he wanted Carzzy to pick up turret aggro because he knew he was going to take a bunch of damage, but had the option to try and drop that with Flash, I do feel like. So it will be a 1-for-1 trade and all the CS losses and overall net win for now.
Yeah, and obviously on the other side, that means Herald time there for Gilius. It's also a lot of free time for Orianna in this mid lane. You guys can use the eye test here, decide kind of what you really think about this dive.
Yeah, so Humanoid pulled the wave so that the minions could get in here. And then Carzzy picks up the turret aggro twice, and Humanoid's not hitting. So that's actually really Humanoid dropping the ball there. I think he might have been walking backwards to proc the passive and get that little extra bit of damage, but didn't want to commit with the ultimate for that one, which would have made it a whole lot cleaner.
Was the penguin for Neon, or was it for Humanoid?
Both?
Hats off.
Potentially both. Now we see another engage coming in, but Dreams is now out of CC. Swirl Sleep, though, goes wide. The Q, the flash in. Now that's going to be one Sleepy Ashe, one Sleepy TK. The follow-up is there. Neon goes down. Dreams simply another name on a list. Shadow is merciless here on the bottom side. That's the double kill for the Lilia.
That was clean. I know, like, Shadow picks up the double kill, but that was clean from Kaiser. He just, like, threaded the hook right before the minion wave crash, snagged out Neon and Dreams, and set that completely up. Meanwhile, again, though, Gilius has Herald. They're still getting plates for Odo, and Odo's like, please stop griefing bot lane.
Please, I'm just holding on over here. Bot lane doing good for Arome, though, who's just going to play carefully around this one.
Okay, here we go.
Swirl Seed, here comes Bambi.
Is that actually going to land? You've got to be... You've got...
Whoa, okay, observers.
Holy, my heart.
Arome looks
Here's
like...
Humanoid.
Gilius, the kick. Gilius is going to 1-for-1, but then Humanoid shows up. What?
This game is a mess, and it is Mad Lions that are cleaning it up.
Yeah, it's certainly looking good. Abadage may want to get something back here, but this champion, not a whole ton of agency unless Humanoid just opts to stick around for the 1v1.
But there's no ult on Akali, so that's why he's going to feel really confident. I think he can just safely wave clear this one and walk it out.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping he was going to try to kill someone, but you're completely right.
Yeah, there's Akali's not going to be flipping around a lot here. Okay.
All right. Okay, should we do that thing where we take stock of everything that happened? Because I'm at a little bit of a loss. This has been absolute chaos, and it feels like we're once again in a situation where Schalke are just falling incredibly far behind in the early game.
Yeah, again, you have this Lee Sin pick that needs to make plays pay off, but Kaiser's been too active on the Nautilus, and here it's even Humanoid roaming up towards the top lane, so we'll see. Arome knows that Humanoid is on the prowl, and that's why he plays aggressive.
But also, Abadage knew that Humanoid was rotating up as well. Like, Schalke have full vision of this. He, like, watched Akali walk in front of them, and they still try to force the play.
Honestly,
this is reeks of desperation.
But also very good from Arome. I have to give credit where credit's due, although good from Gilius as well, as now Shadow's, well, dancing around him.
I am sorry, God. How could I ever doubt you?
Dreams going forward for the aggressive. He's done playing the defensive support, but now the big damage is coming in the shield as well. Neon's going to be in trouble. Shadow on the backside. Dreams continuing to step forward, continuing to bully, but Arome walks in, taps him down with the blade legs, and Mad Lions continuing to pull ahead.
Oh, it's still such a mess. We're starting to see the cracks in the armor here.
It's Mad Lions are continually coming out on top of these fights, and the kills are going exactly where they need them. That's the most devastating part for Schalke, is that you now have 2 kills on a Camille, 3 on a Lily, and a 2 on an Akali in the mid lane. These are the champions that will push the tempo in the mid game, that will constantly search for fights and win every 1v1, 2v2 on the map.
It also means that playing the side lane, like, that is over for Schalke. You do not get to play the side lane anymore between an Akali and a Camille. So there are so many more opportunities now for Mad Lion, as you're talking about in that mid game, for them to just split up the map, divide and conquer how they see fit.
Ooh. And obviously, Schalke are doing a good job. They've got 2 Drakes back, they've got a tower, the gold isn't completely falling away from them, but I think you said it, but I mean, the gold is exactly where Mad need it to be right now, and Shadow is truly terrifying. We continue to talk about how quickly her jungle clear speed ramps up, but she's at that point. She's got Runic Echoes, she's got Swifties, she's stacking that passive, she's zooming around the map, and this is a champion who's going to get Leandri's way ahead of schedule, is going to do so much damage in the coming fights, and I guess it's on Gilius to turn this one back as Arome could potentially get caught out, but just difficult times for Schalke.
It's the fact that with Shadow and how quick he is moving around this map and then, you know, setting up his numbers advantage for his team, you then have to have Schalke on the other side hard force something, which is what they're doing now.
Hookshot wall dive is going to get interrupted mid-flight. The Hextech Ultimatum now going to come out. He's going to get kicked out of it. But Humanoid's here in the meantime. Sadly, a little bit too little too late. 5 members from Schalke, though, on the bottom side of the map. Meanwhile, Neon's going to be left uncontested, and the rest of Mad Lions get to run into mid.
Humanoid still, I think he's trying to cut the wave here. The rest of the team could look to turn on to him.
That's the recall. He's stopping.
I mean, Odoamne has ultimate. I don't know what Humanoid is doing.
He's denying them so much. Look at Senna.
Yeah. He's getting pulled back. The rest of the team just going to use the ultimate. They're going to clean up, and no one else is pushing in the mid lane. Humanoid's going to flash out. What? Running. How long on the shuriken flip? How long on the shuriken flip? No, he dodges the sidestep. He moves back. They miss the kick. Kaiser's now coming in. He can step forward to body block. He's taking his time. He's walking out. Are you kidding me? Humanoid, no. One more auto. Dashing out, but not going to be enough. That's the shutdown on the Akali. I will ask again, what is happening?
Literally broke their ankles. Now the thing is while Humanoid makes the massive outplay in dodgeball, the observer showing it right there, Carzzy got so much time up into the top lane to just do whatever the hell he wanted. Like, Schalke, they forced the play on bot side. Yeah, they pick up a kill, but they wasted so much time playing around with this Akali.
Yeah, I mean, Carzzy, I actually just want to check out the gold after this replay because it feels like Mad Lions are getting it everywhere they need. And this is an unfortunate dive because I feel like Odoamne had the opportunity to commit on Humanoid with his ultimate. If he pops his ultimate right there, because Arome was dead right off the bat, I think Schalke could have instantly turned on Humanoid, at the very least got his flash, and then he wouldn't have been so bold as to try and cancel the recall. But that's exactly what he's trying to do, is he's trying to interrupt the recall so that Carzzy can continue that push uninterrupted in the top lane. But then he's just pushing that turret up there. How does Humanoid actually get out here? Because he spends so much time in the Shroud running away. Schalke don't expect him to go to the left. They
thought he went to the brush.
It's a disaster. Then the Q doesn't connect. Gilius tosses that right at the same time. I think Humanoid was channeling a Z, so Odo does pick him up at the end, but so much time, 20 seconds plus, spent running him down, while Senna, who's not a fast turret pusher by any means, is able to chug, knock down the turret.
The old brushy. Civ HD alive and well from Season 3 now to 2020.
That gold is not good in the bot lane.
No, Ender, it is absolutely not. Volume is far behind Ascena. We actually, I don't think I've seen Ascena ahead of an Ashe yet this series. This is the first time this actually happened. Usually it's Ashe and we're talking about, ooh, she's got Blade of the Rune King, it's way ahead of schedule, you're using the pressure, and now things are going to be very difficult.
Now, all credit to Carzzy. Obviously plays now both sides of this matchup and has won it, but I'm going to say probably Kaiser. Probably a bit more to do with the support matchup rather than just the Senna versus Ashe there. So Carzzy's going to get a lot of the praise here. He's very far ahead, but I'm really feeling it's Kaiser.
Now, for the Schalke faithful, we've said, you know, ever since they started going on their win streak, they could carry through any lane. They had so much flexibility. This game, it is Odoamne. You just saw he had a massive advantage. He is so pivotal in his lane and in the team fights. If there's any player to rest all hope on that Schalke can push into a game 5, it will be his candidate.
And this is the strength that AD talked about.
Look at Humanoid on the flank. Oh boy.
Maybe massive.
This is the fight. Kaiser's going to engage.
Back.
Odo is level 11.
As long as Kennen has ult, the call, he's going to have a very hard time going in, unless Shadow can find the sleep.
Look at the sleep!
is there. The rest of the team now following a beautiful ult. Dreams is going to try to find the shutdown. A roaming to the back line alongside Humanoid and Abadage doing decent. Odoamne in the backside in the meantime fighting Shadow, but he will go down. Mad Lions cleaning up at the team fight. Arome running for the hills, and he's still alive. Mad Lions out-execute. Schalke are not strong enough to survive the onslaught, and Mad will turn to the dragon.
There are just too many threats from the Mad Lions. Odo does his best to finish off Carzzy, but there's still Arome. Oh, Abadage shows shows up and takes down the Camille, but still it is just one kill while Mad Lions go to the Drake.
Yeah, all of the early game plays have paid off for Mad Lions right there in a very scrappy team fight. Like you're saying, too many threats, too much of the pivotal gold have gone into the right hands, and now Schalke are just trying to hang on.
Oh no. That is one fast little fawn. Shadow running down. Swirl Seed will not connect. Kaiser goes right into the wall. Maybe not the ideal target, but now here comes Humanoid. Dreams running for his life. Humanoid extra movement speed in the Shroud, but has to get his way out of this one. It doesn't look like it's going to happen. The stun comes through, and that's going to do it. Odo will finish him off.
Odo is the true hero here. Like, yes, killing the Senna in that last fight wasn't necessarily the key target that you want. You're still looking for that big 5-man ultimate, but picking up the kill on Akali there, the teleport running back in, this little cannon is trying so hard to pull this back together.
He's going again!
One of the most better members on the team. He's not having it. Oh, Shadow just runs just
teleport.
Out of range. Oh no. Odo Wamne, no. Have you bit off more than you can chew? He's buying time for the ultimate. He's got a little bit of time here. It's counting down, ticking away. You can see in the upper right-hand or left-hand corner of your screen. Slowly but surely, Odo Wamne waiting on the ultimate,
on the
waiting
way
to dash out of this one. Dreams can save. Hookshot, wall dive. The dash
what
forward,
did
the
you?
Chronobelt. Oh, he's out! I can't believe it.
No Senna ultimate. There's going to be no snipe here. And saving Private Odo Wamne, he gets out.
Dreams is the greatest wingman of all time.
He shows up to the bar. He's like, listen, this guy's got a yacht. He's got a Porsche. He just saved some orphans. Their name are Schalke.
Oh, man. I left the key on the table. All right, here we go. Let's watch this fight again because this is a one fight for the Mad Lions. And I think it is Shadow showing up. I think it's a Q flash into the double sleep here. He hits both Neon and Abadage, the two best targets you can possibly hit. Dreams does a good job of keeping Neon alive. And then it's just the backline. It's 3 damage dealers diving in towards Schalke. That's too much to deal with, and Humanoid's damage is ridiculous.
And as good as this fight looks, it's important to note as we go further what happens here, because Abadage hits the Shockwave on the Camille and the Akali. They both go down to 30, maybe 40 HP. When there's a death cap factored in this equation, Mad are going to have to be much more careful about the way they engage. And well, since Abadage killed Arome in the end,
let's watch it again.
Let's just one more time.
You walk at the man, recalling in mid, and then you hit him with all your stuff.
That was rude. It's rude twice.
It's greedy recall. I'll give him that.
Yeah.
Okay. What does it mean? Who's got summoner spells?
Well, there's a lot of flashes.
Neon and Karzi and Humanoid, and that's it.
Abadage doesn't, though.
It's true.
Gilius does. That's important. Odo Wamne doesn't. Also important. Okay, so it's going to be much harder for Odo Wamne to actually find a flank here because he doesn't have TP and he doesn't have flash. So I actually think that Schalke need to sit tight a little bit unless they can snipe out with an Ash Arrow and kind of wait for those big pivotal summoner spells.
I mean, Schalke are 3 minutes away from a potential Mountain Soul, which would be huge for them. Haven't been able to secure many of those Drakes this series. Will the sleep come in? It does. And Aroma, they don't know he's here.
Triple sleep, massive ulti across the entire time, but no, still Odo Wamne doing so much damage, still trying to find a way out. Are you kidding me? The cannon ult will turn the engagement. Now Humanoid wants to play cleanup. This is going to be easy for him. Running him down slowly but surely. 1,
Bambi.
2, looking for a little bit more. Gilius simply next on the list. That's going to be the double snare.
That's
Gilius, no! Not like this. The triple. Abadage wants to turn it, but it's not going to happen. Hats off from the Pengu, the ace from Mad Lions.
And a perfect setup there right into a Baron. That might be the nail in the coffin. That might be the end of Schalke right there. By their own greed, overforce into the top lane and fall perfectly into Mad Lions' waiting hands.
The game was dead even. Schalke had just come out after a losing fight and clawed back. They had control over the jungle, but it was Arome sitting in that bush, not revealing himself, and then Shadow setting up that genius sleep onto 3 members. That E right there, that ball does it all. It's just massive, followed up with the rest of the team.
Sniped out, then the follow-up damage from the Senna. At this point, Abadage is trying to race towards his team, and Humanoid gets there first with the teleport.
And the thing here that we see is that the cannon ult, yes, it buys a little bit of space for Schalke, but when the cannon ult isn't killing Humanoid, Humanoid gets to run rampant across this entire fight. He is too mobile, he does too much damage, he is too hard to deal with when that cannon ult is not there for Schalke.
Now, naturally, the game might not end, and I don't expect it to with Mad Lions getting this Baron. They still have a lot of towers to push through, but it should mean that there's no Mountain Soul for Schalke here. You can use a lot of the Baron priority and the danger that if you do wipe a team fight, that it's extra punishing, but Mad setting up for a flank.
I mean, Humanoid just went Rabadon's straight after Gunblade. He is feeling himself. He wants to fight.
And you have 2 stopwatches on Bambi and Akali there. Those will be pivotal in the next team fight if Schalke do decide that they want to try their luck and contest this Drake.
On the other side of things, Odo Wamne's flash has returned for the cannon. He once again has some kill threat on the back line, but I do feel like maybe diving isn't the answer. You know, Mad Lions with, 4 melee champions are going to be coming into you. They have to get close and personal for that.
Sleepy Cannon. Goal there from Shadow with the ultimate is to bait out Odoamne's ultimate. That trade massively profitable for the Mad Lions. Seeds continue to find their targets as Neon takes a decent amount of poke damage there. Humanoid setting up on the flank.
Wow. Okay. Odo should have to reset his position here. He does now have teleport back up, so now Schalke could look for a TP flank, and they do have some key wards to try to set up.
Yeah, there's the control ward you can see down in the river, or right inside the Tri-Brush right there that he could look for. I will say, Mad Lions, I love how they've played this siege with the Baron. They have 3 members in mid lane, while Arome split bot lane, and Humanoid, with this item spike on the Akali, was just sitting inside the jungle, making it so that Odoamne could not take the quick path into bottom lane. He would have to go for the full reset, and he didn't really commit to that early on, so Mad Lions take everything.
And then there's the handshake there. You can see that Abadage is up into the top lane pushing. It feels like Schalke are not going to throw away their potential Worlds ticket on this dragon fight. It does deny them soul, and instead they will live to fight another day. They will get another chance at a 5v5 here, while our breakout stars are still running away with this game.
Fantastic performance so far in this game from Mad Lions. Have to close it out strong, though. But for Humanoid, 6-3-3. And you think about this, we always talk about Mad Lions as this rookie, this young roster. They're having fun, they're good friends, they're having a good time. But you have to remember, Humanoid came off of a Worlds one. While yes, Splice did pretty well, we were dropping Humanoid dies references left and right. Like, it came from somewhere. So to show up like this in a Worlds qualifying best of 5, when you are the veteran member of your lineup, is massive.
And to make full use on the Akali first picks that they've had over the course of this series, and then running the Akali back, Humanoid, I mean, hats off to him. I know that I think Medic said it best. This was the Humanoid that everyone wanted to see, that had all of the hype when he first entered. And then it was kind of a wash. Nemesis really took the spotlight away from him, but Humanoid has rightfully ripped it back and is looking to make back-to-back appearances at Worlds.
And Humanoid is a special player when he gets ahead, because he plays really, really aggressively. So this is a game where he will be looking to get into the back line, ruin Neon's day. I mean, this bot lane for Schalke been having a terrible time up against Karzi and Kaiser in this final match, and now Mad Lions, with full control over the map, look to confine Schalke to their base.
And again, checking in on itemization, those 2 stopwatches on I want to say Bambi. Lilia and Akali has still not been burned yet, and that's crucial because Odo now also has Stopwatch, Protobell, and Void Staff. He's going to feel very confident to look for these engages as the cannon, and those 2 stopwatches can turn everything around.
Both teams squaring up here around the tower. Important to note, though, Mad Lions comp, as good as it is at going in, it doesn't always have to commit. It's got the snare from the Senna, as well as the swirl seed from Shadow, so they can just keep fishing for picks, trying to find a weakness in the Schalke lineup, where Schalke on the opposite side need to be ready to go if they use that Ash Hero.
At this point in the game, Schalke need to get control over their top and mid waves. They need to get priority back so they can walk safely into top river together, clear out the wards, which is what you're seeing Abadage, Dreams, and Gilius do on your screen right now. And they need to start setting up flanking wards and wards for Odos to start using to either make choices of teleporting or finding access into backlines.
Yeah, because right now, you know, we already mentioned the control ward that's set up for a potential dragon fight, but a dragon fight would be in 3 minutes. We're a minute and a half away from the Baron buff spawning, and Mad Lions, with the control they've had over the map, can set up around there. You could see Schalke's first foray into their jungle, they could only get very shallow vision, so they don't have those flank wards or even really wards over the Baron itself.
Now, the advantage that Mad Lions have, though, with their composition is that they don't have to play the 5v5. They can continue to play side lanes with this Camille and with this Akali, and with the speed of Lilia kind of swinging out to side lanes, that Schalke may never get their 5v5 if they want, if Mad Lions choose that that's just not the fight they want to take.
Absolutely the case. Of course, Odoamne finishing the Zanyas does make the Schalke 5v5 stronger, but as you look at the gold chart, important to note, the 3 members right now on the Mad Lions that are so far ahead. Odoamne really the only one above 10k gold on the Schalke lineup. Brutal at this point in the game, but important to note that if Mad Lions win a fight around the Baron, it is the Baron into the immediate Mountain Drake. So hard for Schalke to come back from that one, and after that point, very, very difficult to come back, because Akali getting tankier, Camille getting tankier is not something you want to deal with.
It's the fact that there's so much burst damage that comes out of Schalke when they execute on an Orianna Shockwave and a Kennen ultimate, that Mountain Soul is actually a pretty big deal because it can deny a lot of that.
I mean, just the shield alone, right, is going to make a Kennen ultimate feel pretty weak there. And Schalke, I feel like in order to win a fight, they need to be comboing Kennen plus Orianna. It's not about killing Carzzy. I actually don't think Carzzy is super relevant.
It's about killing Humanoid.
It's about killing Humanoid and peeling for your backline, because even though Neon is 1 in 5, if he's able to stay alive, that gives so much more damage towards the rest of Schalke. They need the CC and the DPS to be coming through onto the divers of Humanoid, Shadow, and Arome.
Continuing just to be slow, steady game. Mad Lion's not risking anything here. They can smell the victory. They know they're close.
Odoamne's resetting, and they've been pinging some wards out. I think it just died. A blue ping went onto a ward that was just outside of Baron, and now Odo resets, walks off of spawn. So perhaps a window missed there, as Baron is now up. Mountain in 45, still soul point for Schalke.
Great news for Schalke is they have really excellent scouting tools. You can see the Hawk Shot just gets tossed out there. They've got double blue trinkets. Abbedagge just popped his. He can even use the Orianna ball to check over walls, check into brush very quickly. So even without perfect vision inside of the Baron pit, they know that Mad Lions are not going to be on it, and the penultimate fight perhaps may end up coming around that Drake in the bot side, but I don't think they go for that unless Abbedagge is able to finish off his Rabadons before then, because that's such a big spike.
And also just the good news for Schalke is the way that they built their composition makes it very difficult for Mad to start a Baron in a straight-up 5v5, even if Schalke have to check into Fog of War, because of how punishing that team can be if you stick multiple members into the pit.
It looks like Schalke are going to go ahead and give this one away again. I do want to also point out the level discrepancy.
Oh,
Hold it, Neon.
Finding Neon. Tom Kench coming in, and it looks like it will work out for him. The knockup's now coming through. Humanoid now dashing, though. Looks like he's just going to find Dreams, but it's Odoamne in the midst of the entire team. Still has a stopwatch of his own. Can try to buy a bit more time, trying to dash away, but he's sleepy. Oh, that's going to be disaster. Double kill coming in for Shadow. Shadow more than happy to clean up, but they're so incredibly low. Gilius, this is your time to shine, but no, it's Abbedagge coming through, finding one. Can he find two? Perfect use of the Seraphs now pulling out Shadow. Watch out, watch out, Shadow. Gilius coming in, looking to turn it back, but Arome coming in just in time. Shadow moving, dancing, not nearly enough, but the shutdown, the base open, the double kill for Arome. Kaiser moving in.
That may just be it. We're still so far away, 15 seconds before Dreams comes back onto the map. Mad Lions certainly going to be able to knock down the inhibitor. Pushing so hard right there. Neon caught out of position in the mid lane. The rest of his team dove in to try and protect him, and it was so close, but it wasn't enough.
And we heard the interview from Neon, the fact that he wanted to prove himself as one of the top tier ADCs in a region that was stacked and just gets caught out by Humanoid. And at this point, you could see Odo, he's like, I want to save this guy, but we can't really afford to go all in here. Everyone gets caught out trying to save Neon. It's an absolute disaster. And then just a hero performance from Abbedagge and Gilius on the back half to try to pull this one away from defeat.
I mean, Abbedagge's Shockwave there almost instantly deletes both Humanoid and Carzzy, ends up getting them, and then barely unable to finish off Shadow. The Zhonya's does wonders to buy time for Arome to get into that fight, and it will just be the inhibitor at the end of the day. So Schalke will lick their wounds off of that, because that was terrible getting caught out into the mid lane. Almost cost them their entire year.
Absolutely did. But you highlighted Abbedagge, and we have to highlight him again. Level 16, 4.5k damage in that last team fight. The death cap now finished. Oh, trying to find the pick, though. He's now burned that major cooldown. This could be a tough fight for Schalke if they keep this one going. Odoamne, where is he?
Humanoid flanked!
He's now TPing in. Swirl Seed will go in. It's caught out Abbedagge. Abbedagge going to be in trouble as Humanoid now leaps forward. Arome in the backside as well. That's going to be it. 2 carries down. That's got to do it. Mad Lions wiping the floor with Schalke. Odoamne desperate, but he's only used his ultimate onto Kaiser. That's not what he needs. That's it. That's the double kill. The GG heart to come out. Mad Lions pushing into end.
The team fight in the mid lane, the flank from behind. Mad Lions prove they deserve to go to Worlds. They're going to knock out Schalke right at the finish.
And the most important thing about being a top team in Europe is being clutch. And on the day, in the best of 5, Mad Lions were clutch.
There is no room for the miracle run any longer. The Mad Lions are here. They've proven themselves to Europe, and now they can prove themselves to the world.
The only question left is what is going to be the Mad Lions victory celebration.
Hold the camera. They're going to need a minute.
This is a lot of setup time.
They spent a lot of time prepping for the series, not prepping for the post-game. Here we have it. King Kaiser.
It's Emperor Kaiser.
I see.
Is he the Lion King?
Oh, yes,
he's
yes.
a James Bond villain.
My servants, please bring me my crown.
Ah, yes.
Oh, Carzzy's so sad. Yes.
Oh, no! Oh, they've got another one from Excellent. Honestly, Kaiser deserves it. He smashed that series absolutely on point with his roams. Arome, he's just a top laner.
He doesn't know how long he has to sit there.
look, that's all you can do.
Now, on the other side of that, though, we have one miracle story come true, and we have another one that ends today. You can see it written on the players' faces, so close. And again, at the very last hurdle, Schalke trip, and I know it's gonna sting, it will not feel good, but Schalke, please believe me, in a week now, when you could finally get over it, like, you had so much momentum. Everyone loves you right now. It won't take away the bitter taste, but you were so good.
The miracle run was a miracle run when they made playoffs. It was a miracle run when they 3-0'd in the first round, and it's still a miracle run even if they lost here. It was an incredible finish to the season for Schalke, no fear, no doubt. But back to the Mad Lions, you need to pick a key player of the series. At LEC on Twitter, Shadow, Humanoid, and Kaiser are your options. I mean, you saw one man crowned, so I think the Mad Lions have picked for themselves. You could go against them, but oof, do you see what happened to teams that go against them? That was rough.
That was rough. I mean, Shadow's Lilia, redemption for him, absolutely smurfing. Kaiser had an insane performance, and I've got to say it, KDA's Akali is the baddest. Humanoid's Akali, the best.
Damn. Sadly, I'm going to have to talk for another second because we're not ready for the toss yet, but that would have been baller as hell. Never mind, coming up next, pretend it was baller as hell because we're hearing from Shadow before Carzzy joins us in PGL. Don't go
Lilia
anywhere.
balls, throwing them out.
No,
yeah.
no.
2 balls.
No.
No.
Orange, thank you.
Our teams are so good this year.
I can't believe they actually made it.
Woo!
What? It's what champions eat.
Beko Harvest Fresh preserves vitamins for longer by simulating the natural 24-hour sun cycle. Beko, eat like a pro.
Have a bite. It's good.
Disappear, I'm your eraser. Aim the cut just like a razor. Murked up in this world, my blazer. I got all the boys on me. I got all the lines on ring. Knocking dead, turning heads. I got all the eyes on me. Baby face, 걸어 들어와. 유행 선두자. 원하지만 못하잖아. 애가 타잖아. You like whoa, 갈리 you go. 난 알지, I know. 준비해, cause I like the ball. 멈추지 않아. 말할래, 그게 like a bag. 그거 말고 bye. 믿어봐, 그만큼 크게. 고 high 100% 덤비지 못해 죽여주잖아 나는 boss 간지 with the sauce 원하면 줄게 I'm doing damage when just now I planned it I do what I want when I say only take a minute for me to react. Sorry for the bad news, no it makes it sad. Live for a minute, baby, you should pack your bags. Way that I look should be breaking the law. If I don't got it, I take what I want. My circle small like a round of applause. You know that I like the sound of applause. You know I mean everything that I say. If you see me coming, get out of the way. Back in this lane, back in this lane, back and I'm better and ready to stay. I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모든 날 따라해 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane. It's crazy. Sorry, not sorry for being the best. 언제든지 내가 좀 next. Look at the goal, all on my chest. Look at the goal, call it a flex.
Welcome back to the LEC after Mad Lions versus Schalke 04, and as you can see right now, Mad Lions won, and with that, they get their tickets to go to the World, and I have Shadow with me to talk about this series as a whole. Thank you very much for joining me, and congrats on today. That was huge.
Thank you, thank you.
Oh, I want to talk about the celebration first, because you had a complex setup here. So first, who came up with it, and is there a story behind this? Explain to me.
I think it was just us thinking about celebration, and we thought that, I mean, we were planning to do it on the last week of the regular split when we won against Rogue, but we lost, so we postponed it to when we actually won a series, which was this today. So it was like 2 or 3 weeks already. We thought that we were gonna be first place, so like Kings, right? King of LEC, but yeah, came a bit late, but I mean, I'm happy that we get to Worlds, yeah.
While we're looking at the images again, I'm sorry, I just froze here, but I just love all the setup with the tiny crown and the crown per Kaiser. Oh, that's so wholesome. Yeah, congrats on all of you guys for being so creative every time. It's a pleasure to see. But I mean, talking about this morning, I talked with Mac before the series about the perspective and the mindset of all the players, but I want to know, waking up this morning and knowing that this would be your last attempt at taking a shot at Worlds, how did you feel?
For me, at least, I was feeling very nervous because we messed up a lot of chances to make it to Worlds, and this was our last chance. So I came in the series very nervous, and in the first game, I think I choked a little bit. But as the series went on, I think I relaxed a bit more and play as my standard. Yeah.
You say you choke here, but still, I mean, throughout the series, the community feels like you've been the best performing player as you got player of the series here, Shadow. So tell me about your performance, and also, how strong is Bambi? I mean, Lilia, but Bambi also.
I mean, the first game, well, yeah, I didn't go really well, but I think when I went to my comfort zone with Lilia and Lysine, I think I was able to relax myself and to play, I mean, as my standards. And yeah, I think Lilia is a bit broken in the right hands.
It's an interesting champion, let's say, a very fast one. But I mean, to follow up on what you were saying earlier about Mad Lions, I feel like it hasn't been the easiest road for you guys. Do you feel like you're in your strongest form right now to face the rest of playoffs?
I feel like we're getting better and better every day since the playoffs went on, and I think we're gonna be contenders for the LEC in the after the win against Rogue. Yeah.
After the win against Rogue, okay. So I had to ask about Rogue as you will be facing them against on Sunday. So I take that will be a win for you guys. Thank you for that. But yeah, projecting ourselves onto Worlds now. What is the first thing that comes to mind when you know that you will be facing the top teams in the few weeks in China?
I'm just excited to play against the best players in the world and show the world that us Red Lions can be every team in the world.
Yeah,
and be the best.
I'm so looking forward to this, and you will make us proud. I'm sure of that. But Shadow, thank you very much for the interview, and congrats
you.
again on winning today against
thank
Schalke 04. And we're gonna take a short break, and we'll come back in a few minutes with PGL, Shox, and Shox's amazing pants, and Carzzy. See you guys.
Welcome everyone to the LEC post-game lobby. I'm Shox. I'm joined here by Kadril and by Carzzy. Carzzy, man, congratulations on an incredible year with the Mad Lions, and now finally your hands on that world spot. What were your first reactions when you killed that last Nexus and you made Worlds?
Thank you. So my reaction, I wasn't surprised. I can't say I was like not happy, but I kind of expected us to be at Worlds already, and it was kind of, I don't know, shaming for me to like int against Schalke. Like you could see that I inted a lot in the games. 1, 2, 3, 4. I just basically inted a lot, and I'm happy that my team carried me.
So what you mean is you're not too happy with your own performance, which is why you weren't as happy in the win moment. But Carzzy, that's why you're a team, right? You need to pick up after each other, and sometimes someone else carries.
Yeah, well, that's true. Shadow had an excellent BO5. Also, Marek had an excellent BO5. Kaiser also had an excellent BO5. Me and Orome were a tiny bit struggling, but it wasn't anything big, so we came out of the top. Actually, it wasn't that one-sided.
Yeah, we saw Shadow kind of step up after he was on more comfortable picks. Do you think that was the set pick more reactionary, or was it something you planned for?
Well, the set pick was planned. We just didn't ban Sejuani, and if we banned Sejuani in second round, then it would work out pretty well.
Yeah, I think so too.
Tell me about kind of how you mentally were in the team after that first loss, because we were kind of afraid that if that first game got lost by you guys that you might lose the plot completely, but it was the opposite. You actually recovered so well and then took 3 in a row. What could you say was the atmosphere after that first game and what was said?
After the first game, I don't think anyone fell down. We all know that we are a better team and we had a really successful week of preparation. So I don't think anyone was feeling down after the first win, and to be honest, I think we knew that we will win because we saw that Schalke is not playing that well.
Would you say Schalke wasn't playing well on the day, because obviously they've been playing well the last couple of weeks? Would you say that you figured them out before you got into this series, and kind of no matter what they threw at you, you think you would be able to get on top of them?
I think Schalke just figured out the meta before every other team right now during the second half of the split, and that's why they were so successful. And I don't think there was any world where they would beat us today.
And going into the series, did you think it would be a close series, or did you think that you were just going to take them out? Because they were on a 5-week win streak.
I thought that it's just going to be 3-0 for us, to be honest.
I love the confidence.
I love it too. I mean, we saw the tweets also. Is it even worth getting out of bed for this 3-0? What would you say was the hardest moment or the hardest moments in this series? Don't say nothing.
The hardest moment was the game 1 where I entered as Jinai, where I went into the river and died. And
the Sejuani Renekton, yeah.
Died as well.
Yes.
Yeah, that was like, I ran it down and I felt bad, but otherwise there wasn't anything hard.
Kadril, you did have the Schalke as the win. You were on the hype train. So what is your expert read on the series?
I just think the Akali prio from Mad Lions was really good. Schalke always responded with these control mages, and the Ashe Senet swaps kept coming in. I felt like Ashe was on the better side of it, and Mad Lions kept drafting the Ashe first. And I like the change-up where they banned out Tam Kench, picked away the Nautilus and 4 streams onto Braum. That was a really good draft. I just think that you guys in bot lane and Mad just kind of adapted the series so well, just noticing that in the first game Ashe was really strong. We're going to take the Ashe, put you on the Senna, ignore Kalista, just take a good support matchup, and yeah, I think the Akali pick was also pretty big.
Even though you said you were inting a little bit, did you also feel like the key was in that bot lane and getting the right priority in terms of Ashe and Senna?
I don't actually know how to answer this. The bot lane priority, I just think that whoever has Ashe wins, but it's actually quite hard to play Ashe. It's not like anyone can play it. If you want to play Ashe, you need to be aggressive and you need to be a really good player, and you also need to know how to lead your team to be a good Ashe player. So with Ashe, a lot of matchups is skill, and Senna is one of the more favorable ones. But I think nowadays you can just trade everything and play it.
Yeah, it did look like it. We're going to come back to you in just a second, Karzi, and talk about Worlds and, of course, the rest of playoffs. But we do also have an interview with Gilius from Schalke, so let's listen to that.
Thank you, Shax. And thank you, Gilius, for joining me, actually, after this series. It's an honor to be talking to you again.
All good.
Well,
we are done being said.
Yeah, they were talking about the series, so let's talk about this first. Your take on what missed for you today?
I just think our macro was... Actually, I can hear myself twice.
Oh.
Wait a second.
Sorry. Maybe the producers can try and fix this.
I can't really talk.
We're working on it for now. Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, is it good?
Hello, hello? No, I hear myself.
No, still. Okay. Yeah, because they were talking about the adaptation of Mad Lions throughout the series, and something that I've noticed watching you guys play for the second and third game also is that I felt like you were rushing too much a bit into things, into the plays you wanted to do, things you wanted to try without having especially the tempo to do it. So hopefully you can talk to me right now about what happens, because I could talk about your games, but I want to have your input on it. That's the important part.
Yeah. I just think we just got like out macro today in many ways. They like just played the map better as a team. Yeah, there's not much more to it. Their drafts were really good after game one. I think they adapted really well throughout the series. Obviously, we are handicapped in every BO5, like because we never have side selection, so they also had that in their favor. But I think, yeah, they deserve it. They played good today.
They played good, and you also offered us an amazing run during the past few weeks and also the first round of playoffs. So I hope you're proud of everything you achieved, Gilius.
Yeah, I mean, we were all really sad and tilted, but I think now it's fine. We just talked about our great run we had, how much fun it was, how the team atmosphere changed throughout the second half of the split. So yeah, just next year we will come back stronger, and yeah, I can't wait.
Yeah, you mentioned something that I find really important here, the fact that even though you were in the worst situation after the first half, you guys managed to turn the tide around and to reach playoffs in the end. So is there any positives that you could take from this year that will help you next year performing?
Well, I think my New Year's resolution at the end of the year will be to not start the split 0-8. Or like at least try to win some games in the first half. So it's not that hard. And yeah, I think it just teaches me that anything is possible, honestly. Like it was a crazy run.
I agree.
No one expected this, not even ourselves. So I'm really proud of my team, my coaching staff, everyone. And also shout out to Tim Reichert for signing me for this year. So thank you very much.
Shout out to them, and I hope we can see you next year. But is there something you would like to say to the fans who've been cheering for you guys so loud? I mean, you converted a lot of believers, Gilius, here.
Yeah, I mean, the hype is real on Twitter and everywhere. So thank you very much to everyone. Thanks to I'm also excited to see my family, my girlfriend now. So there's some positives. I will probably just start streaming soon and be salty watching Worlds.
Nice. We'll be watching with you. And thank you very much, Gilius, for the interview. And also thank you for the amazing ride you offered us with Schalke during this summer split. Thank you so much, and enjoy the off-season.
Thank you.
And
thank you very much.
Back to you, Jacques.
Thank you very much. Very graceful of Gilius, and also just humble in defeat, saying Mad were the better team today, and there's just nothing more about that. Karzi, is there anything you want to say about your opponents, about Schalke, who in the end had a fantastic run, but you were just a better team today?
I mean, the great run was kind of epic, to be honest. Their mid jungle were playing on the edge every single game, and it was working out, and I have a great respect for them. But that's it.
You wanted to be cheeky. I saw it. But yeah, that's the truth. They had a fantastic run. I will be looking forward with what they can do later. But now let's talk about the Mad Lions. You are locked for Worlds 2020, but you will also face Rogue on Sunday. So let's start by talking about those playoffs, because it was so much about Worlds until now. But tell me about your priorities. Has it now shifted, or was it already there, the focus on, you know, a possible final and a possible LEC title?
So right now our priority is to get to LEC finals, because I really want to match G2 in the finals. And then the second priority, of course, is have a great showing at Worlds.
I can understand that. Cadwell, when you look at kind of the brackets so far, and after what you saw from Mad today, what do you think about their hopes of an LEC final and or championship?
I think it all comes down to Rogue, to be honest. I think they were the first place team in the regular split. They really dropped the ball against Fnatic. They couldn't adapt really well in the best of 5, but I'd like to hear Kazi's thoughts. What do you think of Rogue so far, and why do you think they kind of struggled against Fnatic?
I think it's just because they are playing the same style for the entire split, and people just prepared for them now.
I mean, Karzi's answers
it's simple.
have been very straight fire so far. Talk to me about a possible G2 rematch. How much do you think you've grown since spring that gives you the confidence that you could beat them this time?
I've grown. I've grown a lot. A lot. Like myself 1 year ago would get like completely destroyed without chance by myself now. So that's about me. But as a team, we have also grown a lot. Like a lot. I don't know how to explain it. It's like insane. When I see us back at the start of the spring split, and I look at us now, I see such a huge difference. It's unexplainable because we were like losing to everyone, even NA Academy teams, and it was so shaming.
And what do you attribute that growth to? Is it the coaching staff? Is it the individual players just putting in the effort? Is it the team sort of synergy and environment?
I think it's all of it. Our coaching staff is great, and also every single player is motivated and willing to improve and do everything. So that's it. There is nothing else to it.
Yeah, final question maybe about you guys. Worlds is so exciting, and you get to go and play versus the best teams and the best players in the world. Are there any specific teams, I know like 10 or so have qualified, and even if they haven't yet, you'd really like to play against?
I'd like to play against TSM if they can still qualify, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Then I would also like to play against Top Esports and DragonX.
And why specifically those teams?
Top Esports because they are most likely the best in the world, and they are all great players, and also they have the best AD carry in the world. Then DragonX because they are most likely the best team in Korea, and I just want to smash them. And TSM for the memes.
For the memes, indeed. Now, let's get a little preview of tomorrow. Of course, it'll be G2 versus Fnatic for a spot in the final. Both teams got a great start to the summer playoffs. Let me get your predictions. Kadril, do you want to start? What do you think about tomorrow?
Well, Fnatic's shown that they can play one style in the best of 5 against Rogue. I think G2 is going to look at that best of 5 and see the style, and they're going to try to adapt and make it sure they're going to shut them down. I think G2 has really found their form from last year. They're looking so strong. The meta is perfect for them, I think, with this AD carry meta for perks, the mid meta for caps. Yeah, I think G2 is going to win.
Karzi already hinted to a rematch versus G2, so I guess you think G2 is going to win. Why do you think they're better than Fnatic right now?
I think that they are just individually better. They also have better read at the meta, on the meta, and they play a lot more champions. Fnatic struggles with playing a lot of the champions right now, so that's their biggest disadvantage.
Okay. Before we sign off, is there anything you want to say to the Mad Lions faithful? You've put them through the ringer the last couple of weeks because you're #1, then you didn't lock Worlds, and they got so scared, and then you had to play Schalke in a best of 5. What do you want to say to all the Mad Lions fans who are happy that you finally made it to Worlds?
We love you guys. We love you. And, well, you're always supporting us through everything, so we are very happy.
I love it. All right. You want to take a selfie, Karzi?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're allowed to say no, but that would be kind of embarrassing, I guess. Here we go.
I need to also come close. I need to come closer, right?
Let's see. Closer to back. Oh, that's actually very close. I have a super close. Can you go a bit further back, actually? Because we have your face in it. Boom. All right. Kate. Okay. To your right. Can you go to your right? This is the hardest one yet.
Should I move? Wait.
No, back to your left.
Back my left?
Wait, I'm just gonna try and angle it. No.
Keep dodging him.
The other side. Yes, there. Oh my God, this is this dodging. What else? Dodge runes? Okay, we got it. Okay, that was the hardest one to pull off, but I don't know what left and right is, apparently. Thank you so much, Karzi. Congratulations. Can't wait to see you in the rest of the playoffs and at Worlds. That was all from us here in Berlin. Be sure to check out the LCS Academy Finals between Cloud9 and TSM. We'll be back tomorrow for Fnatic versus G2. See you then.
Bye-bye.
You were the garbage one. It was
said you would miss playoffs, not join them. Tom Catch is going to be disastrous, but no, the Shockwave goes wide. That's going to be a big deal. Dreams has already used the Devour. They can't save anyone else. Oda1 on the backside looking straight for Kaiser, or Carzzy rather, going to get run down, and the rest of the team now retreating. Schalke holding on, but their biggest enemy now is the Baron in the pit. They are going to be able to finish it. That is disaster for Mad Lion. Oda1 will not go down quite so easily, and Gilius, the man they tried to start a fight on, is now turning it right back against him, but Oda1 into the backside. Carzzy still alive, trying to run for his life. It's a messy fight. Neon still coming through. Neon still alive. Neon remains up. The double kill for Abadage, and that is disaster for the Mad Lions. Maybe not what they're looking for, but Humanoid still manages to make it out. He goes golden, he cancels out the ultimate. Kaiser gonna step forward to try to find him, but Humanoid is still alive. Now that's a Houdini you can be proud of. Shadow moving in with Kaiser as well on the backside. Meanwhile, Rome fishing for a fight, buying just a little bit more time. Neon not doing the damage necessary to get anything done. Abadage running for the hills, the double kill for Shadow.
Hard for Mad to force unless they find picks.
Big shockwave, but it's not going to amount to too much. Abadage pulled back, knocked down, and knocked out. Running for the hills here, trying to stay alive, but will get burned down in the end. Mad Lions now picking the fight off. Humanoid just tearing through the entire team. They don't need to wait for a Baron buff. If they can just 5-man dive the base, Mad Lions absolutely feeling it right now. Gilius now moving in. He's kept the dream alive. The rest of the team now needs to back off, though, because it's a Rome on the backside. Schalke is going to get picked to pieces. In comes the Ash. Gilius trying to finish the kill desperately, but Shadow, he's just prancing around. He can't be stopped. The double kill coming through.
This is it. It's
over. Kill. Mad Lions will bring us to match point. Now, this could be a tough fight for Schalke if they keep this one going. Oda1, where is he? Humanoid flanked. He's now TPing in. Swirl Seed will go in. It's caught out Abadage. Abadage going to be in trouble as Humanoid now leaps forward. Rome in the backside as well. That's going to be it. 2 carries down. That's got to do it. Mad Lions wiping the floor with Schalke. Oda1 desperate, but he's only used his ultimate onto Kaiser. That's not what he needs. That's it. That's the double kill. The GG hard to come out. Mad Lions are here. They've proven themselves to Europe, and now they can prove themselves to the world. They're going to try to buy a bit more space, but he cannot connect now. The rest of the team now coming in. Jankos, though, he's already used the grid. He's going to be very squishy, but they cannot quite kill him because an unbreakable comes in at the perfect time.
I think they kind of looked a bit shook off after we beat them last final. It's like they felt like what they were doing just could never work against us, and I think they just wanted to change it up and find a new way of playing that could actually beat us.
Submit still trying to get in. Golden Shadow, there's the charm. Submit dives into the back line.
And we always manage to find these solutions to our problems. We always just make it work. So if the meta keeps on going like this way for us, it's perfect, honestly. I feel like it's just right for our players.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 0. Lift off. Space Shuttle Atlantis. Mission to build, resupply,